You clearly possess the bloodline talent of the six-eared macaque, and as long as you form a contract with a human, you can awaken your innate divine power. However, on the day you were about to form a contract with Lu Ruyan, she told you, "I'm sorry, you're just an ordinary monkey. What I really want a contract with is that golden-scaled snake. I only chose you to let you be taken away by Mu Yunlan." It turns out that the reborn Empress Lu Ruyan possesses the sunshining level talent of the true eye of reality, which can discern the bloodline of spiritual pets. In her eyes, apart from your 6 ears being cute, you are not extraordinary in any way. With memories from her past life, Lu Ruyan also knows that her archenemy Mu Yunlan will soon come to snatch her spiritual pet. Therefore, you are just a substitute. Little one, I'm sorry for using you, but in order to avoid being defeated by Mu Yunlan in the future, I must do this. Only by letting Mu Yunlan obtain an ordinary spiritual pet can we weaken her. Although I have already awakened to the sunshining level talent, my status and resources within the clan are inferior to hers. I'm sorry to have to inconvenience you. Mu Yunlan has a twisted mind and often abuses spiritual pets. Rest assured, once I become powerful, I will definitely come to rescue you. Upon hearing this, you couldn't help but feel furious and cursed loudly, not wanting to endure any mistreatment. But now, you are only the size of a baby, with big, adorable eyes that lack any intimidation. As expected by Lu Ruyan, just as she was about to pretend to make a contract with you, Mu Yunlan burst in with 2 guards and snatched you away. Now this divine pet is mine. Let's go complete the contract now. Mu Yunlan laughed heartily. Lu Ruyan, thank you for picking out a divine pet for me. With that, Mu Yunlan swiftly carried you away. At the moment when Mu Yunlan used the bridge of sharing to establish a contract with you, the bloodline talent belonging to the 6-eared monkey of the mixed world awakened within you. Simultaneously, Mu Yunlan's body trembled, her eyes gradually transitioning from confusion to clarity. Mu Yunlan, the demon empress, has also been reborn into the past on the same day. Why is it not the golden-scaled snake, but a little monkey? Mu Yunlan looked at Lu Ruyan feigning sadness and instantly understood. So, you have also been reborn. Mu Yunlan turned to you with a hint of a crazy smile. This makes it more interesting. Seeing Mu Yunlan in such a state, you thought she was indeed a madwoman. However, it didn't matter much, as you had signed an equal contract, and the other party couldn't affect you. The power of the contract had helped you unlock the bloodline talent, gaining your first talent skill. Mu Yunlan, who had stopped laughing, looked at you with a gleam in her eyes. Little one, let me see your talent skill. With your permission, Mu Yunlan saw the first talent skill of the 6-eared monkey. Talent, listening to all things. Effect, consumes a certain amount of spiritual power to randomly acquire one talent or skill of a target within a certain range. Seeing this talent ability, Mu Yunlan was shocked. Just this one ability was enough to be called divine. Mu Yunlan excitedly picked you up and kissed you fiercely a few times, leaving you with a face full of saliva. You quickly protested through the bridge of sharing. Let go of me. You can't attack me in the chest without my permission in the future. You had already acquired Mu Yunlan's ability through the skill, allowing you to communicate freely with her through the bridge of sharing. Soon, under Mu Yunlan's nurturing, you directly reached the realm of First Order Triple. In this world of beast taming, the cultivation of beast tamers relies on spirit pets. Before reaching the 4th rank, humans must rely on spirit pets to gain feedback on their cultivation through the power of contracts. The next morning, the 16-year-old boys and girls of the Mu family all had a spirit beast cub by their side. Wrapped around Lu Ruyan's arm was a shiny golden snake. Mu Yunlan could tell at a glance that this was the golden-scaled snake containing the bloodline of a true dragon. Lu Ruyan and Mu Yunlan exchanged a glance, then watched as you darted out of Mu Yunlan's arms and in the blink of an eye, landed on Lu Ruyan. You took a breath, recognizing the familiar scent. At this moment, the golden-scaled snake seemed annoyed that someone was encroaching on its owner, raising its head and spitting venom towards you. Could you tolerate it? At this moment, this little snake had not yet awakened its bloodline, while you had already reached the 1st rank triple, and you directly slapped it. The golden-scaled snake was hit so hard that it spun around Lu Ruyan's arm 3 times and passed out directly. This sudden turn of events startled Lu Ruyan. She quickly checked and confirmed that the golden-scaled snake had only fainted temporarily, breathing a sigh of relief. But before she could do anything to you, Mu Yunlan rushed over, snatched you back from Lu Ruyan's arms, and left immediately. Mu Yunlan also sent a message to you. Did you get it? Let me see. Perhaps due to a bit of inherent wickedness in Mu Yunlan, stealing things, especially Lu Ruyan's most important talent, made her somewhat excited. You directly displayed the newly acquired talent to Mu Yunlan through the power of the contract. Talent, True Eye. Effect: see through the essence of targets below divine quality, spot flaws and weaknesses in all things, and ignore mental control and illusion-based skill attacks. Mu Yunlan was surprised. Truly a sunlight grade talent. No wonder I always felt suppressed everywhere when fighting her before. So this talent can also see flaws and weaknesses. As she said this, she suddenly chuckled. The spirit beast contract ceremony was still ongoing, and those chosen by the Mu family were at least extraordinary spirit pets. All extraordinary spirit pets would receive a bloodline talent. The more, the better. You also gain 3 other low-level talents from 3 other spirit pets. Talent: Fireline Impact. Release on single or multiple targets, causing flame impact and burning damage. Talent: Thunder Flash. Transform the power of thunder to move rapidly. Talent: Moonstep. Condense the power of moonlight beneath your feet, stepping through the air. After acquiring the True Eye talent, you also saw that the golden scaled snake contained the bloodline of a true dragon, and its talent awakening would surely not disappoint itself. Next, Lu Ruyan and the golden scaled snake stood within the contract formation, beginning to complete the contract. The power of the contract surged in, activating the true dragon bloodline within the golden scaled snake's body. The original small snake that was only 1 finger thick instantly transformed into a 5-clawed golden dragon that was more than 10 meters long and soared into the sky. Moreover, above this 5-clawed golden dragon, a 5-clawed golden dragon vision stretching more than 100 meters horizontally was condensed, and the sound of the dragon's roar made all the other spirit beasts present except for the 6-eared macaque shiver. That's the row of a divine beast awakening. Thanks for the support. End of chapter. Chapter 5. What should you call me? Call the 6th Master. Requests for follow-up reading. Chapter 5. What should you call me? Call the 6th Master. Requests for follow-up reading. Chapter 5. What should you call me? Call the 6th Master. Requests for follow-up reading. The vision of the golden scaled serpent's awakening drew the attention of the current generation of the Mu family's family head, Mu Yunlan's father, Mu Nanshan. He made his way to the field where the covenant ceremony was taking place. Looking at the soaring golden dragon, an unspeakable light shone in his eyes. The day he awakened his talent, Feng Jiuxiao's daybreak level talent made him pay special attention to it. And then when Mu Yunlan seized Feng Jiuxiao's chosen spirit pet, it was actually considered to be tacitly approved by him. After all, the contract spell formation was also something he had opened in advance for Mu Yunlan. But yesterday, after Mu Yunlan and the little monkey that Feng Jiuxiao had picked out completed their contract, they didn't show anything strange. There was no vision at all, just like a mortal bone beast pet. He also went up to ask Mu Yunlan if he wanted to replace one of his spirit pets, and the answer Mu Yunlan gave him was that he was convinced that the little monkey was extraordinary. He just didn't show it. See this soaring golden dragon today. Mu Nanshan was also basically certain that Feng Jiuxiao's talent was truly capable of unearthing a spirit pet with a divine beast bloodline. In other words, that little monkey of Mu Yunlan's that he had snatched from Feng Jiuxiao's hands was, by and large, truly extraordinary as well. Then, Feng Jiuxiao's talent was just very important to the entire Mu family. Allowing Feng Jiuxiao to select spirit pets for the clan would definitely allow the overall strength of next year's juniors to rise a notch. For a large family, Feng Jiuxiao's talent, strategic development was very significant. In that case, one has to try to pull the other side together. And when Mu Nanshan's gaze landed on Mu Yunlan, he couldn't help but frown. Mac Yunlan's expression was full of jealousy and stupidity. It's as if you're about to rush over and grab it at any moment. Disappointment flashed in Mu Nanshan's eyes. Although Mac Yunlan had awakened a lunar flower grade talent, such a talent was already enough to make him a strong party player. However, over the years, Mu Yunlan had acted recklessly and had not grown in character at all. Joyful, no city, just arrogant and bossy. Such a person will not be able to achieve great things. Not only could Mu Yunlan not bring benefits to the family, he might even invite disaster. When compared to Feng Jiuxiao, who had always been well-behaved, it was even worse. Unbeknownst to him, at this moment, Mu Yunlan was deliberately acting like this to show him. Mu Yunlan knew very well what kind of person this father of his was. Just back then, when he had killed his own mother without hesitation, Mu Yunlan had completely seen his true colors. In Mu Nanshan's eyes, there was only family, only the Mu family. No love, no affection, there is only the division and reckoning of interests. To Mu Nanshan, both his son and daughter are chips that can be thrown out at any time. All he cares about is getting the most bang for his buck. In her previous life, Mu Yunlan thought that Mu Nanshan was spoiling and pampering herself because she killed her mother out of guilt. Actually, no. Mu Nanshan was there to put on a show for the mother's family of his wife who was killed by his own hand, the Song family of Tianyun City. Back then, the Song family had actually gone to seek help from someone who could save Mu Yunlan's mother. However, Mu Nanshan directly killed her on the grounds that he was worried about the demonic aura of Mu Yunlan's mother infecting the rest of the Mu family. And flames burn the body. Later on, Mak Yunlan learned some only words. A suspicion had developed between Mu Nanshan and his mother, and the fact that his mother had suffered from demonic parasitism was probably Mu Nanshan's calculation. Only, she wasn't able to investigate the truth. Living a new life, Mak Yunlan must find out what the facts are, even if, for example, a soul search. Now that she didn't want Mu Nanshan to discover her change, it was natural for her to behave in this manner. At that moment, the golden light dispersed. The golden scaled snake returned to its original size. Obviously the newly awakened one couldn't have directly transformed into a true dragon, and that gesture was just a flash of brilliance. However, the golden scaled snake that had regained its original size had already sprouted a pair of dragon horns on its head by now. This was the manifestation of it completing a bloodline awakening. Looking at Feng Jiuxiao, who was being watched by millions of people, although Mu Yunlan acted very jealous and envious, she was actually very joyful inside. She naturally knew all about the golden scaled snake's talent. In her last life, she had also enjoyed being starstruck, and was even followed by tens of thousands of people later on, but these were no longer attractive to her. Watching Feng Jiuxiao obtain the golden scaled snake as a booster, Mu Yunlan was not only not jealous, but instead, she was even more excited. With the golden scale snake, Feng Jiuxiao's path of development was bound to be different from his previous life. So much more interesting. Mak Yunlan stroked the little monkey in his arms and asked through the bridge of sharing, "Ready? You can do it." Lu Zhang replied. Mu Yunlan immediately pretended to accidentally fail to catch the little monkey and let it fall. And before the reddish-golden little monkey could land, a white-purple lightning bolt of thunder and lightning flashed steeply across his body, and white light coalesced under his feet. This was the combined use of the thunder flash plus moon treading skills. The speed soared to the limit. Abruptly, he rushed into the contract formation. Lu Zhang's goal was clear. It was that golden scaled snake. The golden scaled serpent had initially awakened the true dragon bloodline at this point, and immediately sensed Lu Zhang's proximity. Having been knocked out by Lu Zhang's slap just now, when he saw his enemy at his door, he could not hold back immediately. It directly detached from Feng Jiuxiao's arm and rushed out. A golden light appeared on its body, and it violently swelled in size to more than 3 meters, a powerful aura coming out. Lu Zhang, on the other hand, did not feel any pressure. Seeing the golden scaled serpent's open bloody mouth, it directly threw out a fireline impact skill. Flame shock coupled with burning and pain struck the golden scaled serpent, causing its charge to lurch. Lu Zhang took the opportunity to already ride on its head. The two back claws grabbed the dragon horn that the golden scaled snake had evolved, while the two front claws violently thrashed towards it. At the same time, unleash the shimmy hearing all laws skill to gain access to its natural ability. It all happened so fast. It wasn't until the golden scaled snake let out a painful hiss that Feng Jiuxiao reacted. Hurry up and rush forward. Stop, little six. Let go of little gold. Upon hearing Feng Jiuxiao's name, Lu Zhang, who had planned to let go of the matter, hit the golden scaled snake a few more times fiercely. It turns out that you raised me and called me little six, so I reluctantly agreed. What should I be called now that you've abandoned me? Call Master Six. Just as Feng Jiuxiao was about to rush over here, Mu Yunlan was the one who arrived ahead of him. As soon as she picked Lu Zhang up from the golden scaled snake and cradled him in her arms, her face was filled with a look of triumph. Good job, little 6 ears. First he complimented the little monkey in his arms. Mu Yunlan looked again at Feng Jiuxiao, who was checking the golden scaled snake's condition with a worried face. Although you have found a second divine beast, it seems that it is still this first one that is more powerful. Feng Jiuxiao, thank you for helping me pick out this powerful divine beast. GGG. Mu Yunlan's strange laugh caused Mu Nanshan, who was not far away, to frown for a moment. Seeing her like this always made Mu Nanshan think of the wife who was killed by his own hands. Alright, Yunlan, stop it. After reprimanding Mak Yunlan, he announced towards the crowd again. Pass on my matriarch's order. In the future, Feng Jiuxiao's status in the Mu clan is equal to that of a full-fledged first miss, and she will be given the highest level of resource assistance, and no one shall be neglected. Tian Qiu, take Jiuxiao to heal her spirit pet. Mu Nanshan's side arranged Feng Jiuxiao and wanted to say something to Mu Yunlan again. However, he saw the latter snort coldly and leave with a grim face. Frowning, he sighed once again, calculating in his mind what to arrange for Mak Yunlan. Ask for recommendations. Ask for monthly tickets. Requests for catch-up reading. End of chapter. Chapter 6, Blizzard Hollow. No. Why are you hitting me? Begging for a follow-up. Chapter 6, Blizzard Hollow. No. Why are you hitting me? Begging for a follow-up. Chapter 6, Blizzard Hollow. No. Why are you hitting me? Begging for a follow-up, suppressing and disciplining Mu Yunlan as a way to gain Feng Jiuxiao's favor. This was originally Mac Nanshan's original plan. Did the same thing just now? But just now, seeing that little monkey spirit pet of Mac Yunlan's appeared to really be a legendary divine pet that wasn't weaker than the golden scaled serpent. This plan would require a little more attention to proportion. 2 divine favorites, both of which must be preserved. Although in his opinion, Mu Yunlan's brain was not good and was a bit less talented, far less valuable than Feng Jiuxiao, but a legendary divine pet is still worth a lot. As long as the 2 legendary divine favors were allowed to grow, the Mu clan would have the strength to control the entire spirit market city, which would in turn radiate the strength to control the other surrounding cities. Therefore, both of them he had to stay in the shepherd's house. Then the conflict between the 2 would have to be eased somehow, or at least neither one would be forced to leave. Mu Yunlan, who pretended to have left in anger because of Mu Nanshan's reprimand and favoritism, after returning to his room, his face was one of joy. Is the golden scaled serpent's first natural skill the true dragon's body? Mu Yunlan looked at Lu Zhang and asked. Lu Zhang nodded at his words and directly shared the information with Mu Yunlan. Talent, true dragon's body. Effects, consume a certain amount of spiritual energy, obtain a certain amount of true dragon power. Physical transformation into a true dragon's body. Body size surge. Strength and defense with the increase in attack. Additional true dragon power damage. Has a high destructive, true dragon power to reach a certain accumulation of true dragon can be transformed into a true dragon. This talent was worthy of being possessed only by divine beasts. The power of a true dragon was a high-level power that was completely crushing against low-level creatures. But nay, the golden scaled snake had just awakened and had very little spiritual energy. The transformed true dragon power was merely enough for it to launch a wave of attacks, suppressed by Lu Zhang's strength of 3 times of the first rank. With multiple skills stacked on top of each other, it was directly pressed to the ground and brutally beaten. It was also the golden scaled snake that possessed the true dragon's body talent that was still resistant to being beaten. Any other newly awakened spirit pet would have been blown away by Lu Zhang long ago. After all, as a 6-eared macaque, Lu Zhang's power was not small in the first place. Together with the skill increase, there are few rivals at the same level. And now, Lu Zhang, who had also obtained the true dragon's body, was still able to crush the golden scaled serpent even if he was up against a golden scaled serpent of the same level. After seeing that it was still the same natural skill that he remembered, Mu Yunlan laughed. Now, that little snake is going to be fully suppressed by you, but that's not enough. Come on, let's go for a string. Today is also the Lin family's contract day, and although the Lin family didn't have any divine pets appear, they do have a 9-star transcendent spirit pet, Blasted Wind Harvest. It's got skills, too. Lu Zhang rolled his eyes and spread his 2 small furry paws. I haven't recovered yet. Acquiring the skills of the golden scaled serpent, and fighting, has drained my spiritual energy. With one arm, Mu Yunlan swept the little monkey into his arms, while his other hand took out the elixir bottle containing the beast god pill from within his storage ring. Little 6 ears, it's time for your medicine. Lu Zhang had no choice but to take out a beast god pill and swallow it. This thing was best used to break through cultivation and to restore spiritual energy, when it was really a waste. But, he just eats anyway. If there was no more, then let Mac Yunlan figure out how to get it on his own. As a spirit pet, be aware of being bred. The beast god pill was finished being digested and absorbed by Lu Zhang as she carried him on her way to the Lin family. Spiritual energy was completely restored, and there was even a small improvement. The Lin family's gatekeeper clearly recognized Mu Yunlan. No, I should say feared him. When she was seen coming this way from a distance, someone immediately went in to inform them, and after Mu Yunlan arrived at the Lin family's gate, no one even dared to stop her, allowing her to walk straight in. Mac Yunlan casually grabbed a servant. Where is Lin Yang? The man shivered and pointed in a direction. Young master is in the outer courtyard of the ancestral hall. Mac Yunlan sniffed and quickly walked towards that side. Not long after, he met Lin Yang, who was walking with 2 guards, face to face. At his side, a big green-haired dog that looked like a lion followed behind, and that was the newly awakened 9-star transcendent spiritual pet, Blast Wind Harvest. Why is Sister Yunlan free to come to me today? Lin Yang said with a smile. This gesture caused Mu Yunlan to freeze for a moment, remembering that after she snatched Feng Jiuxiao's golden scaled snake contract in her previous life, this Lin Yang's attitude towards herself was not to say that it was 100 times flattering, but it was also all kinds of flattering and pleasing. Today it is so cold. But Mu Yunlan quickly figured out the reason. Yesterday, she had snatched Mac Yunlan's spirit pet contract, and as a result, the The contract was completed without any visions. This made everyone think that the little monkey was nothing more than a mortal bone beast pet, even though she was a Moonflower-ranked talent. Contracting a mortal bone beast pet meant that the line was drawn with geniuses from the start. From then on, he would also have no connection to the level of Spirit Ruin City's heavenly pride. Lin Yang was the third son of the Lin family. In his last life, he had ingratiated himself in every way possible, but only to obtain the help of the Mu family and get the position of the Lin family's family head. Now, seeing Mak Yunlan reduced to a waste, unable to provide him with help, this is a change of attitude. The fight that had occurred in the Mako family probably hadn't spread yet. After all, the Mu family is also a big family. Internal news. It is impossible to pass it on so quickly. On the contrary, that five-clawed golden dragon vision, as long as one is not blind. Anyone in Spirit Market City can see it. Mak Yunlan revealed a cold smile. She hadn't come here for Lin Yang in the first place, but was just a wallflower. Getting the blaster's gift is what's important. So she put on her lone face and spoke. Earlier you kept saying that the spirit beasts you picked were not of low quality. Come here and challenge them. Hearing Mu Yunlan mention his spirit pet, Lin Yang's face revealed an unconcealable look of self-satisfaction. 9 stars of transcendence, just one step away from the legendary god's favor. In the entire Spirit Market City, there were only 3 people who originally possessed 9-star transcendent quality spirit pets. They were City Lord Hua Jiufeng, Lin Beigui, the previous generation head of the Lin family, and Mu Yuan, the previous generation head of the Mu family. These 3 were the most powerful existences in the entire Spirit Market City, and with a 9-star transcendent spirit pet, he would almost certainly be among the pinnacle of power in the future as well. Sister Yunlan, my blizzard harvest doesn't have a light hand. In case it injures your little monkey, that's not good. I think the challenge is even. Rather, I'd also like to trouble Sister Yunlan to inform me if that 5-clawed golden dragon, is it a vision produced after the contract of Feng Jiuxiao's newly found divine pet? Glancing contemptuously at the sympathetic Lin Yang, Mu Yunlan stroked the little monkey's reddish-golden fur while speaking in a cold voice. Want to know who it is? Beat my spirit pet and I'll tell you. And call me by my full name from now on. Mac. Cloud. Erasure. Lu Zhang was an ordinary man in his last life, and he was not even a man in this life. It's amazing that they are still looked down upon. He seemed to empathize with Mu Yunlan, and a flash of anger arose in his heart. Immediately, his body transformed into a thunderbolt that exploded into a flash in front of that green-haired blasted wind harvest. The true dragon's body was unleashed, and the slap containing the power of the true dragon directly slapped onto the body of Blizzard Harvest. Boom! Blizzard Hollow, who had slammed hard into the wall, looked morosely at the little monkey in front of him, his eyes filled with bewilderment and innocence. No! Why are you hitting me? Thanks for the support. End of chapter 7. Chapter 7 I'm smart you big head. Requests for follow-up reading. 7. Chapter 7 I'm smart you big head. Requests for follow-up reading. Chapter 7 I'm smart you big head. Requests for readings. A great shadow arose within Blast Hollow. What's wrong with it? It's just following a wallflower master. Just after completing his awakening, he received a big slap in the face. Do you have any idea how much damage that one big smack in the mouth can do to a newborn 2-month-old Blizzard? And let's not talk about the mental activities of Blast Hollow. At this moment, Lin Yang was stunned and angry. Angry at Mu Yunlan for letting her spirit pet take action at the drop of a hat. This was in the Lin family. Simply not putting him, the third youngest member of the Lin family, not putting the Lin family in his eyes. Stunned by his 9-star transcendent spirit pet, Blasted Wind Harvest. Surprisingly, he was almost slapped to death by that little monkey that he thought was just a mortal bone beast pet, though only just awakened. However, with the reaction ability of the Blast Wind Harvest, it was reasonable that it shouldn't have been hit by a mortal bone beast pet. And, a little monkey that size, with a single strike, he had actually knocked Blizzard Harvest to the point where his life was hanging by a thread. It just doesn't make sense. Mak Yunlan, make it stop, Lin Yang shouted. Instead, Mak Yunlan waved his hand and said, stopped long ago. Who knew that this spirit pet of yours was so weak that it would be crippled after one hit? It's no fun. Little 6 ears, come back, let's go. Lu Zhang had already passed a message to Mu Yunlan just now. Not only had he already acquired the Blizzard Hollow's natural skill, he had also acquired Lin Yang's talent along with it. The purpose of this trip has been accomplished, and there is no need to stay on. Lin Yang just wanted to get angry. Suddenly, he saw Mak Yunlan stop again. Dropping back, he dared not proceed any further. By the way, Feng Jiuxiao did contract a divine pet golden scaled snake with a true dragon bloodline, but it was also defeated by Little 6 Ears. The meaning of this statement is obvious. Divine pets were all defeated by Mu Yunlan's spirit pets, so the little monkey in Mu Yunlan's arms was definitely not some mortal bone beast pet, even if it was because of the early awakening of the power of the bloodline and taking the elixir to increase the spiritual power. To defeat a divine favor, its quality would be at least a 9-star transcendent spirit favor. After all, less than a full day had only passed since Mu Yunlan had contracted that little monkey. That little monkey's spiritual cultivation wouldn't be much higher. The strength of a divine pet's bloodline, even if it had just been awakened, wouldn't be that difficult to defeat a low-quality transcendent spirit pet of the 3rd or 4th level of the 1st rank. Synthesize and analyze the information previously obtained. The quality of the little monkey in Mu Yunlan's arms should also be a divine pet, and it was even of a higher quality than that golden-scaled snake, because in everyone's eyes, Feng Jiuxiao's preferred spirit pet was this little monkey. After the little monkey was snatched away, he had no choice but to choose the golden-scaled snake. Thinking about this, Lin Yang could not help but feel a few moments of remorse. While ordering people to hurry up and treat Blizzard Hollow, he had people go and find out what was happening in the Mako family. After learning that golden-scaled snake had been brutally beaten by the little monkey right after it transformed into a dragon, Lin Yang was even more convinced of his suspicions. He regretted his party's attitude even more. Surrounding Mu Yunlan as a dog for so many years, he had thought that he was going to raise his eyebrows today. But I didn't want to be not only slapped hard in the face, but even the opportunity to be a dog was gone. No way. 10 years of hard work can't go to waste. I have to marry Mu Yunlan back home so that I can be helped to sit as the family head. Lin Yang secretly decided down in his heart. Mu Yunlan, who had left the Lin family, was in a very painful mood and couldn't even help but let out a jia strange laugh. After obtaining 2 good quality talents in a row, the spiritual energy in Lu Zhang's body was depleted again. It leaned back into a soft spot and found a comfortable position. No more screwing today, I'm going to bed, Lu Zhang said lazily. Speaking of which, it's only been a day since it completed the deed, and it's already done 2 frames. It also drained its own spiritual energy 3 times and acquired a number of skills. You can simply call it a labor of love. That's not good. I'm not even a human being anymore, and I'm still allowed to have 996. Lu Zhang said that he wanted to swing for the fences. The moody Mu Yunlan tightened the little monkey into her arms. Little 6 ears, you've worked hard today. You go to sleep. I'll go get you some good food. Lu Zhan was also too lazy to care about what he ate or didn't eat. He went straight to sleep. When he woke up to a sweet smell, he saw a peach bigger than his head. Lu Zhang swallowed. He didn't particularly like peaches himself, but he was a monkey now. There's just something instinctive about it that simply can't be controlled. One hugged and bit right into it. Mu Yunlan looked at the little monkey who was eating sweetly and couldn't help but reveal a smile. How was it? It's good, isn't it? This is the White Cloud Peach. The market price is 1 tael of gold to buy 1 tael. But this kind of spirit fruit is not circulated, monopolized by 3 families. The city lord's office, the Lin family and the Mu family, who trade with each other. Lu Zhang finished dazzling a peach at a rapid pace and felt the spirit energy filling his body. The cultivation level came to the late stage 3 of the 1st rank. It's really good stuff. It's delicious, and it also boosts spiritual energy. This is much better than the beast god pill. Why didn't you give it to me in advance? Lu Zhang said, picking up the 2nd large peach and nibbling on it. Mac Yunlan laughed cheekily. I don't have any more in my hands, and the makings don't have any more in stock, so I have to come to the Hua family peach orchard to pick them. At those words, Lu Zhang's peach-eating head suddenly lifted up. Stunned. You didn't sneak in here, did you? How clever, Macaque said with a smile. There's a limited number of spirit fruits to trade, and it's not yet time to trade, so I had to sneak in first. I'm smart as hell. Lu Zhang was inwardly speechless. No wonder Feng Jiuxiao called Mu Yunlan a devilish demoness. The 3 great families of Spirit Market City, the Mu family, the Lin family and the Hua family. Mac Yunlan himself came from the Mac family, but he didn't get along with his own father. Just after being reprimanded, he went to the Lin family to provoke a fight. Then now he ran to the Hua family's peach orchard to steal spirit fruits. The 3 great families, one without fail, all offended. There's nothing to say. Lu Zhang hurriedly accelerated the speed at which he devoured the large peach. Otherwise, if we get caught later, we won't have anything to eat. Mac Yunlan also grabbed the time and started to eat. Unlike absorbing spiritual energy from the outside world, the spiritual energy in spiritual fruits and spiritual pills was just as gentle. It could be directly absorbed and refined by the Imperial Beast Master. Theoretically, a person who could have sufficient spirit fruits and spirit pills to grow to the 4th rank, it would have been able to cultivate and grow up alone without relying on a spirit pet. This was also one of the reasons why at first, Mu Yunlan didn't care what quality spirit pet the little monkey actually was. As a former Empyrean realm powerhouse, she was still confident that she would be able to return to the top by herself. But having an additional helper to suppress Feng Jiuxiao on all fronts is also very good. There aren't a lot of white cloud peaches because only a handful of peaches are ripe on a few trees. The others are still small and have little psychic power. Lu Zhang and Mu Yunlan had both elevated to the 5th level of the first rank and realized that they had eaten all they could. It was at this moment that a sudden bellowing came. "Who's there?" Mu Yunlan instantly got up and hugged Lu Zhang as a black aura appeared on her body. With a whoosh, he flew beyond the peach orchard. Even the formation that protected the peach orchard was not able to stop it, and under the rush of the black-ons, nothing seemed to be able to stop it. After scurrying out, Mu Yunlan did not leave, but instead strutted towards the main gate of the city lord's mansion with Lu Zhang in her arms. Walking to the door, she acted as if she had done nothing. Commanded the porter, "Take me to Brother Hua. Thanks for the support." End of chapter 8. Chapter 8. So the good guys deserve to be bullied by you? Requesting a follow-up read. 8. Chapter 8. So the good guys deserve to be bullied by you? Requesting a follow-up read. Chapter 8. So the good guys deserve to be bullied by you. Requests for follow-up reading. Looking at Mu Yunlan, who had just done something bad without changing his face and entered the Hua family with ease, Lu Zhang felt that the gold content of the words demoness of the devil's path was still rising. No shame in you. The full name of Big Brother Hua in Mu Yunlan's mouth was Hua Zhengtang. It's 2 years older than Mac Yunlan. This is a martial arts nerd, and a really decent one at that. As a city lord, Hua Jiufeng was naturally an old and cunning figure. But Hua Zhengtang was definitely one of the few truly good people and gentlemen that Mu Yunlan had ever met. Hua Jiufeng had already given up on the idea of this nowadays only son taking over, working hard on creating trumpets, but he doesn't seem to be able to. In his last life until Mu Yunlan left Spirit Market City, he hadn't heard of him getting a younger brother or sister for Hua Zhengtang. Makunaga just loved dealing with decent people. A gentleman deceives with a square. It's the kind of person who has principles and a bottom line that's the easiest to pin down. Mac Yunlan was brought to the side hall to wait a bit. Not long after, Hua Zhengtang walked in. "Miss Mu, it's been a long time. Someone broke into the peach garden just now, and I went to check it out, so I made you wait for a while." Mu Yunlan pretended to be surprised and said, "Someone stole the spirit fruit? Did you catch them?" Hua Zhengtang shook his head. "No, that person ran too fast and was able to ignore my family's peach garden's formations. His strength is at least at the 6th rank level. Let my father have the headache of this. What is the purpose of Miss Mac's visit today?" "Oh, surprisingly, it's a 6th ranked expert. In Spirit Market City, there are a number of 6th ranked level experts. The city lord should be able to capture the person soon." Mac Yunlan said and paused, revealing an expression of regret. "I came over this time in the hope that I could buy some white cloud peaches. This is my spirit pet, the 6-eared macaque. He's been eating a lot of beast god pills, and I sought to give him a change. Looks like it can't eat." Lu Zhang looked at Hua Zhengtang with wide, confused eyes, as if he was really craving for a bite of peach. In fact, he was already bursting at the seams. Hua Zhengtang didn't hesitate for a second when he heard this and directly took out 2 white cloud peaches from his storage ring. "That's all I have left. Miss Mu has just obtained a spirit pet, so cultivating it with a white cloud peach is just right. My spirit pet has already reached the 3rd stage. The white cloud peach no longer has any utility. These 2, let's give them to Miss Mu." Hua Zhengtang is a gentleman, but not a cutie. He also knew something about human interaction. The 2 white cloud peaches weren't worth much money, and giving them to Mu Yunlan was more or less an increase in friendship. Mu Yunlan didn't have the slightest bit of shame after just stealing a large amount of white cloud peaches from someone, and directly took the 2 peaches over. "Thank you, Big Brother Hua. You're such a good person." Lu Zhang was frantically spitting inside. "So the good guys deserve to be bullied by you, huh?" After Mu Yunlan had eaten and taken a bunch of food at the Hua family, he left straight away, returned to the pastor's house. He happened to meet Feng Jiuxiao, who had also just returned from outside. She was followed by an escort. The guard was not followed by a spirit pet, but had a pouch around his waist. That's the spirit animal bag. The spirit animal pouch allows spirit pets to rest inside and is easy to carry. Not all that rare, but worth a lot of money. The guards who were able to be issued spirit beast bags all had at least a 5th ranked combat power. In the entire Mu clan, the total number of 5th order royal beast masters wasn't much. To be able to specifically send a 5th order royal beast master to protect Feng Jiuxiao, it was clear how much importance Mu Nanshan attached to him. After all, even his own daughter, Mu Yunlan, did not have such a guard. Although within Spirit Ruin City, Mu Yunlan didn't need an escort is all. Feng Jiuxiao keenly sensed the fluctuation of spiritual energy belonging only to the 5th level of the first rank in the bodies of the little monkey and Mu Yunlan. She didn't feel strange about that. After all, at the lower levels, there were plenty of things that could aid in rapidly raising spiritual power. With the resources of the Mu clan, wanting to advance to the 5th level of the first rank in a day wasn't a difficult task. Only a sense of urgency was still born in her. As a reborn person, she should have possessed even more surpassing strength than Mu Yunlan. So far everything was going according to her original plan. The only variable was the 6-eared macaque. I thought it was just an ordinary mortal bone beast pet, but that guy was the one who beat up the golden-scaled snake violently. Even if the golden-scaled serpent was newly awakened, half of the transcendent spiritual favorites didn't even have the ability to resist in the face of the true dragon's pressure. This little monkey, however, acted as if it was not affected in any way, plus the various skills it unleashes. It could only mean that the little monkey was indeed a type of divine pet with a hidden bloodline. Even she, a sunburst-level talent, true pupil, had not been able to see through its true details. She had no memory of this little monkey in her previous life. She guessed that it should be because no one had contracted with it, and in the end, it didn't get infected and fall into a ferocious beast or demon and die early. As a result, he was chosen to bring it back in this life by mistake, and personally delivered it to an enemy from a previous life. Feng Jiuxiao, who figured all this out, was very regretful. I should have known better than to just pick a random little normal monkey. At the time, I also thought the little monkey was good-looking and confusing with its 6 ears. Who knew it was really a divine pet? Now, it seemed that one needed to think of other ways to curb Mu Yunlan's growth. I wanted to directly give Mu Yunlan a mortal bone beast pet to drag her down once and for all. Now that plan has fallen through. Then execute the next best plan. Taking away the resources of the Mu clan prevented Mu Yunlan from having enough resources to assist her. If Lu Zhang were to learn of her thoughts, he would definitely raise doubts. Wasn't the most direct way to get rid of Mu Yunlan once and for all? Let's just say it's worthy of being a righteous empress. All of them had been killed by the other party once, and now they were just trying to curb the growth of the other party to prevent them from causing trouble for the party again. If he were Lu Zhang, he would definitely take out the other party at the first sign of strength. Feng Jiuxiao and Mu Yunlan met at the doorway and glanced at each other with hidden electric sparks interlacing. Mac Yunlan snorted coldly and took the lead in stepping into the gate of the Mac family. After entering, she turned around and spoke. Don't think that you're a member of the Mu family even if you enter the Mu family's gates. You're just an outsider. Before the words left his mouth, Mu Yunlan had already turned around and walked towards his small courtyard. Feng Jiuxiao was already accustomed to Mu Yunlan's provocations and taunts. Feng Jiuxiao would only feel strange if one day Mu Yunlan was pleasant to himself, to which she did not care. Instead, he thought about what he was going to do next. Although he had allowed Mac Yunlan to obtain the 6-eared macaque, a spirit pet that was suspected to be a divine beast, he himself had also recaptured the golden-scaled snake that belonged to him as planned. Having a divine pet at the beginning was a good start compared to his previous life. What's more, she had the strong support of the Mu family. Just now, she was the one who took the initiative to help the herder family pick out a batch of spirit pets that were not of low quality, thus gaining the goodwill of many people. Immediately, you can receive a great resource as a reward, but that's not enough. Wanting to crush the ferocious beasts in the future, slaughtering all the demons and overthrowing the devil's way, she needs more resources to grow faster. It seems like we have to get our hands on the king's chance in that secret realm ahead of time. Feng Jiuxiao thought like this. Thanks for the support. I'm begging my lords to give some recommendations and make sure to catch up on the latest chapters. Bye. End of chapter. Chapter 9, People showed themselves everything, requesting follow-up readings. Chapter 9, People showed themselves everything, requesting follow-up readings. Chapter 9, People showed themselves everything, requesting follow-up readings. The level of the Imperial Beastmaster and the level of the Spirit Pet correspond to each other. After the initial bloodline awakening, the Spirit Pet was of the first rank First Beast Spirit Realm. Then the Imperial Beastmaster is also a First Order 1 Spirit level Imperial Beastmaster. The Beast Spirit Realm had 9 stages, and each stage had 9 levels. Above the 9th level of the 9th Order, it was the Beast King Realm. An Imperial Beastmaster who possesses a single Beast King is called an Imperial Beast King. The city Lord Huajiufeng, as well as the 2 old family heads of the Mu family and the Lin family, were all at this level. In the entire Spirit Ruin City, the 3 royal Beast Kings mastered everything within the city. In the early stages of his last life, Feng Jiuxiao was able to rise quickly because he had found a royal Beast King's cave in the secret trial 3 months later. It was arguably one of the most important opportunities of her last life. Without these resources to set the stage for her growth and increase her speed, she also couldn't step into the king level that quickly, and thus acquire her second spirit pet, the first divine pet from her previous life. Now, if you can get the chance early, inevitably, he would be able to develop quickly and surpass Mac Yunlan, a royal beast king's chance. This was definitely unique within Spirit Market City. While Feng Jiuxiao was plotting his next move here, Mu Yunlan was soaking in a fragrant flower petal bath with her little monkey. Originally, Lu Zhan was already quite tired today, but the image of the white light made him become spiritual again. He didn't really want to, but his body was honest. Mac Yunlan, however, didn't care. After soaking into the water, while rubbing the little monkey's fur, she asked Lu Zhang to share the acquired talents and skills to show her. Of course Lu Zhang would not refuse. People show themselves everything, and they can't be too stingy. Be a monkey, be generous. Let's first look at the talent gained from Lin Yang. Lin Yang's talent was also at the Moonflower level, and it wasn't low in quality. Gift, the 9 rings of the law. Effects, unleashed on any target. Increasing 1 mana ring doubles the target's spiritual recovery speed and running speed, and doubles the spiritual limit, up to a maximum of 9 stackable mana rings. After seeing this talent, Mu Yunlan laughed. This is a very powerful increase ability. 9 overlapping, 10 times the spiritual power. The skills of the Blast Wind Harvest consume a lot of spiritual energy. With this one talent, Lin Yang's battle power is enough to crush most spirit pets of the same level. Having this skill will also help you a great deal in using the Shimmy Wanfa talent to acquire the natural skills of high-level targets. Lu Zhang nodded his little head and commented, "It's indeed impressive. And this Blast Hollow skills are not bad either." Talent, 10 Grim Winds. Effects, consuming a certain amount of spiritual energy to induce the convergence of the 10 Yin Winds, causing an attack effect on a target within a certain range or driving the Yin Winds to speed. It wasn't just a mere attack skill. Rather, from the essence, to create and master the Yin Wind, and then turn it into a wind blade to attack or drive oneself to fly. Can be. That would be nice. Combined with the Thunder Flash as well as the Treading Moon skill, it not only increases one's long-distance flight speed, but also increases the instantaneous burst speed. The only martial art in the world is fast. Speed is one of the key factors in winning. Lu Zhang loved this natural skill. Unfortunately, however, Hua Zhengtan's level was too high, and at least with the current spiritual energy within Lu Zhang's body, he was unable to access his opponent's skills. After Mu Yunlan saw the skills that Lu Zhang had displayed, she hugged the latter into her arms and kissed him fiercely. "When I think of Feng Jiuxiao abandoning you and giving you up to me, I am extremely happy. Little 6 ears, you're awesome." Feeling the soft touch coming from the skin that seemed to be blowing, Lu Zhang gave up his resistance. Let Mac Yunlan fiddle with it. It took a while for Mac Yunlan's excitement to pass. Wash up and get dressed. Then he carried the little monkey back to his room, giving Lu Zhang the Beast God pill. She herself took the Spirit pill, and then started cultivating together. Cultivation was very effective. Originally, the two of them had accumulated a sufficient amount of spiritual energy in their bodies after devouring a large amount of White Cloud peaches. After this night's cultivation, Lu Zhang had reached the early stage of the 6th level of the first rank, while Mu Yunlan had reached the late stage of the 6th level of the first rank. Mu Yunlan could cultivate herself and still get half of Lu Zhang's cultivation results for nothing. A little more cultivation is understandable. Lu Zhang had no complaints about this. After all, his current state was that he was being raised by Mu Yunlan. The food was all given by Mu Yunlan, so if he didn't know enough, he would be too greedy. Spiritual cultivation is only a part of strength. After possessing enough natural skills, Lu Zhang felt that he would one day be able to defeat Mu Yunlan, turn over and be the master. Right now Lu Zhang had no confidence. After all, the other party was a reborn person, or a demon road demoness. Judging from that black aura ability that Momochi used to escape, it was not something that the current him could grasp. Take your time. There's no rush. The next day, early morning, the covenant ceremony in the pastoral home continues. With the spirit pets that Feng Jiuxiao had reselected for them, quite a few of the children of the Mu family had obtained high-quality transcendent spirit pets. Not a single one of 7 stars or higher quality though. However, to them, 5 and 6 star quality transcendent spirit favors were already the fundamentals that they could stand on. That's why many people felt grateful for Feng Jiuxiao's kindness. Mu Nanshan was a person who paid great attention to the majesty of the family. Every day of the contract ceremony, he, as the head of the family, would be there. Mac Yunlan appeared here holding the little monkey. The purpose was naturally to allow Lu Zhang to gain some more skills. These skills are not very high level, but they are always somewhat useful. Suddenly, Feng Jiuxiao walked in. Many people nodded and smiled at her, showing their goodwill. Feng Jiuxiao responded one by one and then walked over to Mu Nanshan. Family Master, I wish to be able to enter the Dragon Bone Mountain secret realm early to participate in the trial. There were only 2 secret realms around Spirit Market City, controlled by the Lin family and the Mu family. The reason why the secret realm was called a secret realm was because ordinary people couldn't get in, and only a specific handful of people could enter. For example, the secret realm of Dragon Bone Mountain that the Mu family had mastered. Although it was called a mountain, in reality, the mountain was just a marker. The real secret realm was an underground cave, but the entrance to the cave had a formation, so that only Imperial Beast Masters and Spirit Pets below the 3rd level of the Beast Spirit Realm could enter. And the existence of the secret realm was so sturdy that even a Beast King couldn't cause damage to it. The only way to get in is through the entrance. This one entrance was controlled by the Mu family, and this secret realm was then owned by the Mu family. In addition to not being easy to enter, the secret realm has another notable feature, i.e., you can certainly get the benefit of the doubt by entering, whether it's more or less, without positive feedback. Surely no one will enter. The Dragon Bone Mountain secret realm produced a resource called Dragon Bone Grass all year round. The main ingredient used by the Mu family to make the Beast God Pill was this Dragon Bone Grass. It was also because of the existence of the Dragon Bone Grass that a number of dragon-blooded ferocious beasts existed in it. Even though the true dragon bloodline contained in these ferocious beasts was extremely rare, to the vast majority of ordinary transcendent spirit pets, these dragon blood ferocious beasts are the great tonic. The so-called secret trials of the Mu clan were for the 2nd and 3rd ranked descendants of the clan to enter them, hunt and kill ferocious beasts, and gain their own spirit pets. And after hearing Feng Jiuxiao's words, Mu Yunlan thought of something and followed. I'm going too. Thanks for the support. End of chapter. Chapter 10. I, Mu Yunlan, am the holy maiden of the devil's path, begging to be read. Chapter 10. I, Mu Yunlan, am the holy maiden of the devil's path, begging to be read. Chapter 10. I, Mu Yunlan, am the holy maiden of the devil's path, begging to be read. The moment Feng Jiuxiao mentioned the Dragon Bone Mountain secret realm, Mu Yunlan then thought of the sudden rise of Feng Jiuxiao in his previous life. As far as he could remember, Feng Jiuxiao had obtained some sort of chance from the Dragon Bone Mountain secret realm before growing up by leaps and bounds. Although Mu Yunlan had no intention of killing Feng Jiuxiao, he was thinking of suppressing him. This secret realm chance, she was going to dabble in it as well. And Mu Nanshan, who wasn't very agreeable to this request in the first place, heard Mu Yunlan interject as well. Immediately, he opened his mouth and said to Feng Jiuxiao, the Dragon Bone Mountain secret realm is too dangerous for you nowadays. It's better not to take any risks. Feng Jiuxiao took out the speech he had prepared long ago. Family Master, my spirit pet is a golden-scaled serpent. It just needs to obtain the flesh and blood of more dragon-blooded creatures in order for it to evolve faster. The Dragon Bone Mountain secret realm is a very suitable place for the golden-scaled snake to grow. If the family master is not at ease, you can arrange for 1 or 2 3rd-ranked Imperial Beast Masters to follow. I will not let my life be threatened. As a legendary Empress, she thought she had some tricks up her sleeve. It doesn't matter if someone is following. Wait until it's time to acquire the resources of the secret realm and let them pass out. That way it won't be exposed. And the dangers in the secret realm were even more nothing to her. How to find that place of opportunity was clear in her mind. Coupled with the protection of a 3rd-ranked Imperial Beast Master, there was absolutely no danger. Feng Jiuxiao's words did cause Mu Nanshan to fall into thought. The golden-scaled serpent awakening vision was a 5-clawed golden dragon. There must be something suitable for its growth in the Dragon Bone Mountain secret realm. Mu Yunlan knew very well that what Feng Jiuxiao had said was good. The Dragon Bone Grass and the Dragon Blood Fierce Beast in it were indeed very beneficial to the golden-scaled snake's growth. In her last life, after she seized the golden-scaled snake, she entered the Dragon Bone Mountain secret realm to devour a large number of dragon blood beasts, allowing the golden-scaled snake to rapidly evolve. But ferocious beasts are ferocious beasts after all. Being invaded by the fierce fury Chi also contributed to her later fall into the devil's path. The golden-scaled serpent later evolved into a demonic dragon, and there was also this influence in it. And when Mu Nanshan heard Feng Jiuxiao say this, he couldn't help but nod. That would be fine. Spirit Market City belonged to one of the 12 cities in Yuanzhou. Every other year, the 12 cities' Junior Imperial Beastmaster Exchange Conference was held. Only juveniles under the age of 18 are allowed to participate. That is, it is held for teenagers who have just awakened for 6 months or a year and a half. This was actually a redistribution of interests for the many remaining small cities and minerals in Yuanzhou other than the 12 main cities. Allowing Feng Jiuxiao to become stronger earlier would undoubtedly be more helpful for the conference in half a year. Originally, Mu Nanshan did not think of letting Feng Jiuxiao participate in the exchange conference half a year later. After all, with 1 year less of cultivation, even if she was a divine favor royal beast master, the difference in strength was still very large compared to the rest of the contestants who were a year older. But Feng Jiuxiao talked about being able to evolve quickly, then the strength will certainly also be able to rise by leaps and bounds, so it's not impossible to take a shot at it. I'm going too. Mak Yunlan put on a haughty look. Since she can go, I can try out early too. She's my underdog. Once Mu Nanshan saw Mu Yunlan, he once again couldn't help but frown. He admonished, "Nonsense. 9 heavens going in can help the golden-scaled snake evolve its bloodline. What are you doing going in?" Seeing Mu Nanshan in this state, Mu Yunlan's face became gloomy. It's not a disguise this time, because judging from her experience, Mu Nanshan's behavior like this meant that he was adamant that he would not agree to her going to the Dragon Bone Mountain trial. He thought that everything Mak Yunlan did was just for fun. It seemed that this time, it would not be possible to interfere with Feng Jiuxiao getting that chance. "Humph, if you don't go, you don't go. I'll go find Grandpa." Mu Yunlan shifted her thoughts, directly dropping a sentence and heading towards the Mu family's front door. Hearing Mu Yunlan's words, this time, it was Mu Nanshan's turn to grimace. To say that the most unheard of thing in his place was something about Mu Yunlan's grandfather's family, namely his father-in-law, the Song family. Back then, he had killed his wife, Xiang Song, with his own hands, causing the Song family and the Mu family to almost break up. For so many years, the two families have not interacted, because Mu Tianxia was always out guarding the family assets and fighting with ferocious beasts and demons. He rarely returned home, so the only connection to the Song family was the youngest daughter, Mu Yunlan. It was because he was afraid of the Song family's targeting that Mu Nanshan spoiled Mu Yunlan and allowed her to do whatever she wanted. And as it developed, when Mu Yunlan took the Song family out to say something, it was as if he was using his power to oppress people. This made Mu Nanshan, who was the head of the family, feel extremely irritated, but he couldn't get angry at Mu Yunlan or block her from going because of this. There was just an additional trace of disgust in the gaze that looked at Mu Yunlan. Although Mu Yunlan had turned around, she could guess Mu Nanshan's ugly expression. This father who has no affection in his head and is all about calculations. Mu Yunlan knew exactly what kind of attitude he had towards himself. Back then, if it wasn't for the Song family's accident, he, Mu Nanshan, wouldn't have dared to expel her from the family even if he had found out that Mu Yunlan had shown signs of contact with the devil's way. This is the face of her big picture father. Perhaps if her mother, Xiang Song, was still alive, she, Mu Yunlan, would also be a sunny and happy little princess. But there are no ifs. I, Mak Yunlan, am the holy maiden of the devil's way. Lu Zhang did not care about Mu Yunlan's performance at first, but then he sensed Mak Yunlan's true emotional fluctuations through the bridge of sharing, realized the girl was really sad. Lu Zhang, who had a kind nature, hurriedly said sweetly, "There I am." Mak Yunlan couldn't help but laugh as she felt a genuine squeezing sensation in her chest. Reaching out, he rubbed the little monkey's head, then gave him a firm kiss. "Yes, me now, and you." Although she had acquired the golden-scaled snake in her last life, the latter's level of intelligence started off low. Afterwards, wisdom was there, but it had been infected by the fierce spirit, then infested with demonic energy and degenerated into a brutal demonic dragon. To Mu Yunlan that demonic dragon was just a tool, but with the little monkey, she was clearly not in that frame of mind. On the one hand, little Six Ears shows wisdom like a friend. On the other hand, it also had to do with her mental state now that she had returned from her rebirth and was playing the game. If she were to change to the old her, in the face of Mu Nanshan's obstruction, she would try to do everything she could to secretly follow Feng Jiuxiao to the Dragon Bone Mountain secret realm. But right now, she was indeed heading directly out of the city to the Song family in Sky Cloud City. She didn't go alone. There was a 5th-ranked Imperial Beast Master following. To be precise, it was the spirit pet of that 5th-ranked Imperial Beast Master that arrived at the Song family. Grandpa and great-uncle were both very welcoming to Mu Yunlan. Both her and her spirit pet were given sumptuous food, and some spirit fruits were also taken out. But Mu Yunlan came over here for more than just meeting Grandpa's family. Feng Jiuxiao went to get the chance that belonged to her, and Mu Yunlan, who had also achieved the Emperor realm in his last life, naturally had his own chance. This chance is just outside of Sky Cloud City, but before that, she had to make a trip to the City Lord's mansion. It's going to be on the first round of recommendations, so catch up on your support. Bosses. End of chapter. Chapter 11 Earthbound Transportation Technique. Blood Tongue. Requests for follow-up reading. Chapter 11 Earthbound Transportation Technique. Blood Tongue. Requests for follow-up reading. Chapter 11 Earthbound Transportation Technique. Blood Tongue. Requests for follow-up reading. Unlike the triad of Spirit Market City, the Song family of Skycloud City and the Duanmu family of the City Lord's Mansion went toe-to-toe. Back then, after the Song family's old family head, that is, Mu Yunlan's maternal grandfather, was killed by an evil demon, within a short period of 1 year, the Song family's direct line was almost cleaned out. The entire Song family had been uprooted, and only one Duanmu family remained in Skycloud City. When Mu Yunlan was first expelled from the Mu family, she realized that the Duanmu family was the one she would inevitably have to get rid of in the future. And then she did. But today, she was smiling as she came to the Duanmu family to visit the door with her little monkey in her arms. Her goal was clear, and she directly found City Lord Duanmu Hongzhong's granddaughter, Duanmu Yinghua. Sister Yinghua, let me see if your spirit pet is as cute as mine. Mac Yunlan acted as overbearing as she had originally, her tone as if she was issuing commands. Duanmu Yinghua frowned, but she saw that Mu Yunlan had already taken her spirit pet, whose contract she had just completed yesterday, in her arms. This spirit pet was the size of a small dog, and at first glance it looked like a small pig, but its 4 claws were like chicken claws, and it was hard as a rock. Yikes, it's so ugly. Mu Yunlan called out and shoved the spirit pet back into Duanmu Yinghua's hands again. The latter wanted to argue something, but when he saw what the little monkey looked like, his eyes lit up. Reddish gold fur, big eyes, 6 little ears. Compared to such a cute little thing, her spirit pet did sell a little worse. Duanmu Yinghua returned to his senses and picked up his spirit pet, saying rather proudly, "This spirit pet of mine is a 9-star transcendent spirit pet. It's called Beaver Power and it can vanish." With that said, she placed the Reaver Power on the ground, just to see this little piggy-like fellow just disappear into the ground as if he had sunk into the water. Then it flew out a few meters away. It doesn't fly. It's a push created by the power of the Earth's veins when it leaves the ground. This ability was the goal that Mac Yunlan had come to the Duanmu clan for, and just now, she had received a reply from Lu Zhang. Not just the transported Earth, but even Duanmu Yinghua's lunar flower level talent, which he had gotten along with it. With Lu Zhang's current spiritual power cultivation of the 6th level of the 1st rank, acquiring a lunar flower grade talent and a 9-star transcendent talent would not drain him of his spiritual power. There is still 20% of spiritual energy left, and after learning that the desired item had already arrived, Mu Yunlan immediately became perfunctory. Well, that's awesome. Sister Yinghua, I suddenly remembered that I still have something to do, so I'll come back to play with you another day. After saying that, she directly got up and carried little 6 ears and headed outside. Duanmu Yinghua had no time to say anything at all, and could only get up to give a send-off. There was nothing wrong with Mac Yunlan doing this, because that's how she's always been, regardless of what anyone else thinks. Duanmu Yinghua, who had sent off Mu Yunlan, was deep in thought. That's the 6-eared macaque who defeated the golden-scaled serpent that possesses the bloodline of a true dragon? Aside from being excessively cute, there doesn't seem to be anything special about it. Returning to the middle of the Song family's own small courtyard, Mu Yunlan couldn't wait to say to Lu Zhang, "Come on, try and take me with you in the vanish." Talent, ground transportation. Effects, consume a certain amount of spiritual energy to make oneself fit perfectly with the earth. Integrate into the ground, and travel quickly with the power of the earth's veins. The deeper one dives into the ground, the more spiritual energy one consumes. Lu Zhang, however, did not rush, but first added the 9 heavy Dharma ring to himself. He waited until the 9 extra layers of spiritual energy were back to full strength before he unleashed the earthbound transportation technique, wrapping himself and Mu Yunlan in a special kind of spiritual energy. It was still being held in Mu Yunlan's arms at this time. Together, the two plunged straight into the ground, losing visual perception. There is still freedom to breathe and speak, but the voice cannot be delivered. However, they could talk through the bridge of sharing or the power of contract. Lu Zhang went about 5 meters deeper into the ground, advancing at a speed of about 10 meters per second while transmitting his voice. That's the current depth and speed I can maintain for a long time. Deeper and faster. My recovery will not be able to catch up with the consumption. Mu Yunlan spoke. No, it can be slower, but we're going deeper. I'll try. Lu Zhang tried again and realized that if he slowed down, he could indeed go deeper. But there is a limit to this. This was because the recluse relied on the spiritual power of the earth's veins, and the deeper one went, the greater the pressure would be. There was a lot of spiritual energy that needed to be consumed to withstand this pressure. Up to 1,000 meters deep. Keeping still is fine. Moving accelerates the depletion. It's got to go up. Lu Zhang gave a conclusion. It's enough. That place, it's 600 or 700 meters underground. Mac Yunlan said excitedly. Go up first, get some rest, and then we'll sneak out of town at night. Lu Zhang couldn't help but inwardly sigh once again when he heard this. Worthy of being a demoness of the devil's way. What you do these days is either forceful or sneaky. It's not even a righteous thing to do. Anyway, but Lu Zhang didn't have any ill feelings. After all, he himself is a vested interest. And he can't do such a thing as putting down his chopsticks and cursing his mother while eating meat with his bowl up. It's not okay to be and stand at the same time. Into the night. Lu Zhang first brought Mu Yunlan about 5 meters deep into the ground to vanish towards the outskirts of the city. Following the directions and distances she gave, she quickly came to the top of her destination. Get a breath of fresh air on the ground first, Mac Yunlan said solemnly. There's a black bear corpse demon equivalent to the Beast King realm down here. Corpse demons belong to a type of demon. Very terrifying. But this corpse demon was severely injured and is in deep slumber. The place where the corpse demon sleeps condenses rich yin and corpse chi, and then an orchid with pink petals and leaves that look like blood-colored tongues will be born. This flower is called the blood tongue, and our goal is to pick it. But we can't provoke that corpse demon, or it will be dangerous. Yeah, no problem. Lu Zhang nodded in agreement. Mu Yunlan stroked the little monkey's head and said with a smile, after I get the blood tongue orchid, I'll be able to become very powerful. Little Six Ears, I'll protect you in the future. With that, she took the little monkey in her arms. Lu Zhang, on the other hand, added the 9 heavy Dharma ring to himself at the same time and then disappeared into the ground. Although the location given by Mu Yunlan was not split in half, Lu Zhang, who had mastered the ground transportation technique, could find anything underground by virtue of the Earth's veins, so they soon arrived in a huge underground cave 700 meters below. This place is filled with yin and fury. Lu Zhang, however, directly controlled it with the 10 yin wind's talent skill that he had obtained from the blast wind harvest. It prevents the erosion of this energy from harming the body. In the middle of the 8 pools holding sticky black blood, a huge bear demon lay on its back. Its body did not rise and fall with breath. It was as good as dead. It did, in fact, die. Being a corpse demon is a demon that is alienated after death. Not far from it, Mu Yunlan caught a glimpse of the blood tongue orchid swaying in the gloomy wind. Not just one, but 3 in all, 2 of which are already in full bloom. Little Six Ears, go! I'm begging for recommendations and catching up on my reading. End of chapter. Chapter 12, She's Such a Nice Person. Demon 8 Valley. Begging for a follow-up. Chapter 12, She's Such a Nice Person. Demon 8 Valley. Begging for a follow-up. Chapter 12, She's Such a Nice Person. Demon 8 Valley. Begging for a follow-up. Lu Zhang did not hesitate and directly used the earthbound transportation technique to arrive underneath one of the blood tongue orchids, then using the earth pulse spiritual energy to wrap it up and, in a flash, pull it into the ground. After this blood tongue orchid disappeared, the flow of the yin wind around it suddenly rippled. Lu Zhang hurriedly used the 10 yin wind skill to regulate it and calm it down. After sending the first blood tongue orchid back to Mu Yunlan, Lu Zhang came back to the bottom of the second blood tongue orchid. Same operation. However, this time, the turbulence of the yin wind was even stronger. Even the body of that black bear corpse demon shook a little. However, Lu Zhang did not have any panic, and at the first opportunity, he once again unleashed the 10 yin wind skill. Once again, the restless energies around them were calmed down. Half a dozen times, it returned to the ground with 2 intact blood tongues. Mu Yunlan first picked up the little monkey and kissed it hard several times. Little Six Ears, you're fantastic. Ah ha ha. I don't even dare to think that if Feng Jiuxiao knew that you got 2 blood tongue orchids for me, would she regret her death? She asked for the little snake back, but sent me the better you. What a nice guy. Unfortunately I'm not. I'll show her what I'm made of with these 2 blood tongues. Lu Zhang scratched the fur that was stuck together by the crazy girl's saliva with his own little paw. Once again, speechless. I can't believe I got it all over me. If it wasn't for the fact that you gave me pills to eat and a bath to take. Humph. High and low enough for you to call out to the 6th master. After being mad for a while, Mac Yunlan found a silent place. Sitting on the boulder, she was filled with a serious look. Little Six Ears, whatever happens next, you stay away, and don't let any other creature near me. Lu Zhang nodded, even as all 6 ears followed suit. Don't worry, no one will be able to bother you with me. Macaque becoming powerful seems to have had some opposite effects on her own flip-flopping, but in the long run, now that Mac Yunlan was rapidly enhancing, he would definitely find a way to help his spirit pet follow suit. The power that Lu Zhang possessed today was not yet able to be independent. Since she needed to be fed by Mac Yunlan, she became stronger so that she could eat better herself. Lu Zhang then got into the spirit and first inspected the surrounding area once again. Then they directly created a yin wind to hover around them as a way to isolate Mu Yunlan's aura. to the greatest extent possible, create a safe environment for her. After Mu Yunlan calmed the spiritual energy in his body, he took out a blood tongue orchid and put one of the petals into his mouth. It melts in your mouth. She immediately mobilized her spiritual energy to guide this surging energy that the petals had turned into, surging into her body. Run the secret art, burning blood and transforming the spirit. The blood tongue orchid contained a huge amount of energy, and the energy property was Xian. If you don't have any means, take it directly, without waiting for some improvement. He would die from this energy eroding his heart and veins. Macaque dared to take it. Of course there is something to fall back on. The blood-burning spirit transformation secret art was precisely a secret method that helped refine spiritual energy by burning blood. If one were to refine other spirit medicines, one might have to take into account the lack of one's own blood. But one of the effects of blood tongue is that it can help to generate blood energy. This creates a positive cycle. A small portion of the refined spiritual energy gives birth to blood qi, which is used to continue refining. The rest was transformed into Mu Yunlan's own spiritual cultivation. Mu Yunlan's original spiritual cultivation level was the 6th level of the first rank. 6 petals of the first blood tongue are eaten. Her spiritual cultivation then broke through to the 4th level of the 2nd rank. It's obvious how powerful the blood tongue boost is. It wasn't something that could be compared to the Hua family's white cloud peach. However, this kind of thing was not something that ordinary people were blessed to consume. If not for the fact that Mu Yunlan had once been the holy maiden of the devil's path, and had mastered some miscellaneous secret arts, it was something she could only stare at when she got her hands on it. Mac Yunlan followed suit and ate the 2nd blood tongue orchid. This time, it directly allowed her spirit power cultivation to step into the 1st level of the 3rd rank. 3rd order beast spirit realm imperial beast master. Only with this kind of strength can one be considered to have a certain degree of self-preservation. Feeling that he had regained a certain amount of power, Mu Yunlan was in a very good mood. Seeing the little monkey who was still carefully monitoring the situation around him, instantly, he rushed over and hugged it. Kiss, little 6 ears. Don't worry, I'll find a way to help you level up next. Mu Yunlan held Lu Zhang tightly in her arms. Lu Zhang, on the other hand, suddenly thought, Mac Yunlan's spiritual power had reached the 3rd rank, and he could use the bridge of sharing to access her spiritual power. In other words, he himself was now equivalent to having a 3rd order, 1st rank spirit power level. The effect of releasing skills with this will definitely be more powerful. Talked about his thoughts with Mac Yunlan. Mu Yunlan immediately asked Lu Zhang to establish the bridge of sharing before releasing the earthbound transportation technique. Sure enough, the speed of travel increased to 3 levels. They quickly returned within Sky Cloud City. Rest one night. Next day, Mac Yunlan met his cousin, Song Snap. Song Snapdragon only possessed a talent at the 9-star level of the Star Glory grade, but the spirit pet also had a 9-star transcendent quality. He was 2 years older than Mu Yunlan, and now he was already a 4th stage, 7th ranked Imperial Beast Master. When Mu Yunlan asked Song Snap to touch the little monkey, Lu Zhang took the opportunity to acquire the other party's natural ability through contact. At the same time, it gains the ability of its spirit pet. Only after both of these talents had arrived did Mu Yunlan open her mouth to speak about the other purpose she had sought out Song Snapdragon for. Cousin, I need to make a trip to Demon Ape Valley. Why don't you accompany me? The Valley of the Demon Ape was one of the assets under the Song family's name. Among them lived a ferocious beast called the 4-armed Demon Ape. Adult 4-armed devil apes had a strength of around the 5th level of the 3rd rank. However, there was also a 4-armed Demon Ape King of the 4th stage and 5th level among them. Although with the means that Mu Yunlan himself had at his disposal, he was completely capable of dealing with a 4th-ranked ferocious beast. But this is the Song family's property after all. She was a person who, despite her somewhat extreme ideas, was still gracious. The Song family has been good to her. She couldn't just destroy the Valley of the Demon Ape. So to seek the Song family's permission, it would be best to let Song Snap follow along. Song Snap sniffed and glanced at the little monkey, smiling. No problem. There. It is indeed perfect for your spirit pet to grow. There was a spirit pool in the Devil Ape Valley that could help spirit pets cultivate. It has the most pronounced effect on ape-like creatures. According to people's inference, the formation of the Valley of the Devil Ape was due to its influence by this water pool. But Mu Yunlan knew a little more. After the Song family was destroyed in the previous life, the Duanmu family took over the Demon Ape Valley. Duanmu Yinghua was injured by a demonic ape in the Demon Ape Valley, and was so furious that he directly had all the 4-armed demonic apes in the Demon Ape Valley slaughtered. In the midst of the battle, it shattered a mountain wall next to the waterhole. A huge piece of blood-colored amber was revealed inside. Someone passed on the specifics afterward. It turned out that it was the heart of an 8th-order beast king Vajra ape. It's unknown what it had gone through. condensed a large amount of spiritual energy into a piece of amber, and was also squeezed and fused into the mountain. The spiritual energy of this blood-colored amber escaped, which gave rise to the magical effect of that water pool in the Demon 8 Valley. End of chapter. Chapter 13, Second Bloodline Talent Skill Awakening. Requesting for follow-up reading. Chapter 13, Second Bloodline Talent Skill Awakening. Requesting for follow-up reading. Chapter 13, Second Bloodline Talent Skill Awakening. Requesting for follow-up reading. Not only did Mu Yunlan want to get that blood-colored amber, she wanted to get it openly and honestly. This was so that Feng Jiuxiao wouldn't suspect anything. The only variable that allowed Feng Jiuxiao to continue to think he was winning was a little monkey. It's more fun that way. Also, to avoid trouble. Grandpa and great-uncle never had any complaints when she took the Song family's things, because they really do consider her family. Not going to count the benefits. Her father, Mac Nanshan, however, only had interests in his eyes. Sneak away and your strength plummets. This is rather unattractive. Song Snap's movements were swift, and within a short time, the two of them arrived at the Demon 8 Valley on Song Snap's spirit pet, the flaming wild lion. The Demon 8 Valley was one of the Song family's important assets. The place is guarded and patrolled every day. When Lu Zheng entered the Demon 8 Valley, he was the one who felt many hot gazes. Quite a few four-armed demonic apes stared at themselves. That gaze, probably out of instinct, Lu Zheng could see the meaning of it at a glance. Courtship. Lu Zheng hurriedly ducked towards Mu Yunlan's chest. Nima, an ordinary adult four-armed devil ape is more than 4 meters tall. How do you generate the impulse to look at me, such a small one? Lu Zheng was truly speechless. With the fiery wild lion driving the way, they soon arrived at the edge of the waterhole. Song Snap spoke up. You can also go in and take a dip. This is also a rare cultivation treasure for low-ranked Imperial Beast Masters. Flame and I will stand guard right outside here. We won't let those four-armed demonic apes get close. Thank you, cousin. Mu Yunlan replied back and then said to Lu Zheng, Little Six Ears, go in and cultivate. At the same time, she sent another message to Lu Zheng. In a moment, just pretend you sense something and come back and point in the direction of the mountain wall. Lu Zheng scanned the circle after seeing the group of four-armed demonic apes that were leering at him. He had his hands on his hips. I don't think so. Mu Yunlan thought that he was worried about being beaten up by a group of four-armed demonic apes, and immediately comforted him. Don't worry, with my cousin and I here, even if that four-armed demon ape king comes, he won't be able to hurt you. Lu Zheng glanced at the flaming mad lion not far away, and felt slightly more secure in his heart. Regarding the treasure within the mountain wall, Mu Yunlan had already told him about it. It was something that would be of great benefit to him, definitely not to be missed. With a clench of his teeth, Lu Zheng jumped into the pool of water. Just as he entered it, he immediately felt a stream of spiritual energy flowing into his body. Hiddenly, it also made the bloodline in the body produce a slight resonance. However, one's own six-eared macaque bloodline was too powerful. This kind of enhancement on the bloodline could only work for other low-quality ape-type spirit pets. Lu Zheng quickly swam to the side of the mountain wall and let out a yelp. Mac Yunlan immediately opened his mouth in mock surprise. Cousin, Little Six Ears seems to have sensed something. Not long after, Lu Zheng returned to the waterhole and pointed in the direction of the mountain wall. Mac Yunlan added, Little Six Ears said that there seems to be something within the mountain wall that is very beneficial to its cultivation enhancement. Song Snap trailed off suspiciously. Inside the mountain wall? Are you sure it expresses itself clearly? Of course, there's no mistaking it, Mac Yunlan said with conviction. How about this? I'll try to break open a hole and see what's there. Song Snap still favored Mu Yunlan quite a bit and immediately made a decision. After saying that, he immediately had the Flame Frenzy Lion send out an explosive fireball towards the mountain wall. Boom! The mountain wall was blasted down with a large amount of debris, and a flash of blood red appeared. Ha! It seems like there's actually something there. After Song Snap was sure he was right, he went straight forward and peeled the stone away. One could only see a huge piece of blood-colored amber that was more than 10 feet tall set within the mountain wall, shimmering with a shimmering light. What a dense blood aura, rich aura, and powerful pressure. Primrose Song marveled. At that moment, Lu Zheng let out a yelp. Mac Yunlan immediately said, Cousin, my spirit pet says this is it. It feels that after eating this, it can improve drastically. Can it eat such a big piece? Song Snap glanced at Lu Zheng's small body, filled with skepticism. You can eat a little bit. As she said that, she directly stepped forward, took out a dagger, and fiercely stabbed into the blood-colored amber. At the same time, she took out a cup and followed it under the dagger. Seeing the blood-colored liquid that flowed down the dagger into the inside of the cup, Song Snap's entire body froze. No, why are you so skillful? without waiting for him to react. Mu Yunlan had already handed a cup of blood-colored liquid to Lu Zhang next to him. Lu Zhang didn't mind the fact that it looked so disgusting. He could sense the vigorous energy contained within. Even this one bite was more robust than the energy feedback from eating an entire white cloud peach. A mouthful of boredom. The blood began to boil, and Lu Zhang's body was bubbling with heat. Spiritual cultivation stepped into the late stage of the 6th level of the first rank. The effect is obvious. One more. Without the need for Lu Zhang to make a request, Mu Yunlan had already taken away the empty cup in his hand and replaced it with another full one for him. Song Snap looked confused. Is the plot moving that fast? We've just found something here. We're not sure if it's harmful yet, and you're already refilling your glass. Song Snap was just about to open his mouth for a reminder. Suddenly a shrill whistle was heard, followed by more ape calls. Turning his head, he saw a large number of four-armed demonic apes charging towards this side. Just now that was the four-armed demon ape king giving out an order. That's why these four-armed demon apes ignored the danger and charged with their lives. Song Snap didn't care about anything else, hurrying to greet the flaming berserker lion to fight together against the frenzied group of four-armed demonic apes. A fierce battle erupted in an instant. However, Mu Yunlan's side remained calm and kept refilling Lu Zhang's glass. This Vajra 8 Beast King's heart did not know what period of time it was from, but after all, it was so long ago that it contained limited energy. But even so, to a beast spirit realm low-level spirit pet, it was a great tonic, especially since Lu Zhang was also similarly an ape-like monkey, absorbing its blood energy very quickly. 10 minutes later, Lu Zhang, who had forgotten how many cups of Monkey King's heart's blood he had drunk, had seen his energy level skyrocket from the 6th level of the first rank to the 9th level of the first rank. As this cup of blood energy in his hand was absorbed, Lu Zhang let out a fierce roar. In the next moment, the aura on his body changed, and he had certainly stepped into the ranks of the second stage 1 beast spirit realm. Second bloodline talent skill awakening. Talent, law of the heavens and the earth. Effects, consuming a certain amount of spiritual energy, causing the body size to expand by a minimum of 10 times, and doubling the strength and other attributes. Abruptly, the small monkey, which was originally only the size of a baby, expanded dramatically in size. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a terrifying being that was more than 8 meters tall. Roar! The sharp expansion of power caused Lu Zhang to be unable to resist letting out another unrestrained cry. Immediately after that, he used the earthbound transportation skill and directly removed the entire scarlet amber. Then an opening is opened and the storm absorbs it. As the surging energy poured in, Lu Zhang's aura changed and his size grew once again. Requests for catch-up reading. Bosses, move your hairy little hands and give a 5-star review and a free recommendation. End of chapter 14. Chapter 14. Just like Feng Jiuxiao abandoning little six ears and choosing the golden scaled snake, requesting for follow-up readings. 14. Chapter 14. Just like Feng Jiuxiao abandoning little six ears and choosing the golden scaled snake, requesting for follow-up readings. Chapter 14. Just like Feng Jiuxiao abandoning little six ears and choosing the golden scaled snake, request for follow-up reading. After absorbing the remaining energy, Lu Zhang's energy level rose once again from the second rank 1. It didn't stop until it reached the 7th level of the second order, and his size continued to expand, growing to a full 12 meters tall. At this moment, Lu Zhang utilized the bridge of sharing to obtain the third order spiritual energy in Mu Yunlan's body, which he used to perform his skills. 9 heavy phylacteries, one ring stacked on top of the other, a golden fur, glowing in the midst of 9 auras. Suddenly, the earth trembled. A large amount of rocks converged towards Lu Zhang's front. In the blink of an eye, the rubble coalesced into a giant pillar of rock. This is a skill acquired from Duan Manhwa. Talent, gathering sand into towers. Effect, consuming a certain amount of spiritual energy, using the power of the earth as the root, allowing sand and rocks to coalesce together, forming a squeeze on the target in the midst of the sand and rocks or creating rocks to resist the attack. This talent combined with Reaver Power's earthbound transportation technique could make Duan Manhwa almost invincible. However, Lu Zhang's usage was clearly different. He used this skill to create a piece of equipment directly for himself. Hold the stick of stone with both hands. The power of the moonflower coalesced, and the thunder flash skill was activated. In an instant, he arrived in front of a four-armed demonic ape, then slammed his stick down. Absolute speed coupled with absolute power. The result is naturally positive. Only to see the four-armed demonic ape that was about 4 meters in height being violently smashed into the ground. The upper half of its body along with its head being directly smashed and exploded. The stone baton slammed into the ground and the surroundings were shaken hard. Seeing this scene, Song Snapdragon and Mu Yunlan were both given a shock. Song Snap sensed the little monkey's aura of stepping into the second rank, but it was a second-rank spirit pet that had smashed a third-rank four-armed demonic ape to death with a single blow. This is unbelievable. Even Mu Yunlan did not return to her senses for a moment when she saw how brave Lu Zhang was. When she responded, she immediately clapped her hands and laughed. Good job, little six ears. Hearing Mu Yunlan's voice, Lu Zhang became even more violent. I've gotten so big, and you're calling me small. It's unbearable. With a furious roar, Lu Zhang smashed another third-ranked four-armed demon ape to death with a single blow of his stick. Seeing this, the four-armed demon ape king, who was still watching, immediately rushed up. The monkey king's heart's blood was eaten, which made this four-armed demon ape king extraordinarily angry, though it hadn't noticed the presence of scarlet amber before. But what is found in the middle of its territory? That's what it is. Now it's being eaten by an alien monkey. If he didn't kill the other party, I'm afraid that his position as the demon ape king would be lost. But Lu Zhang was no reckless man. His spiritual energy was limited, and he relied on Mu Yunlan's supply. Although it was enchanted with a ninefold mana ring, after all, it was only of the second rank itself. Riotous whacking third order was already a cross-level fight. There was absolutely no point in taking the risk of fighting the fourth order. He got right out of the way. The flaming berserk lion charged up against that four-armed demon ape king. Lu Zhang himself continued to tackle the other third order four-armed demon apes. There were no surprises. Song Snap's flaming berserker lion's battle power was very strong, and with the help of Song Snap, a fourth-ranked imperial beast master, killing a fourth-ranked demon ape king was easy. Look at the mess of bodies all over the floor. Song Snap sighed. It's over. It was to bring his cousin over to enhance his spirit pet, and finally slaughtered the entire demon ape valley. It looked like the odds were that spirit pool had lost its effect as well. The entire demon ape valley resource point was completely destroyed. Seeing the change in Song Snapdragon's expression, Mu Yunlan immediately stepped forward to comfort him, saying, Cousin, it's all because of the trouble my spirit pet caused. I'll take the blame alone. At Grandpa's, I'll talk. You don't have to worry. Song Snap squeezed out a smile. Yunlan, count on cousin please. You're the only one who stepped in to help me reconcile the situation. Otherwise, after stirring up such a big basket, your great uncle will definitely have to give me a deep lesson. Mu Yunlan smiled as she took Lu Zhang, who had transformed back into a little monkey, in her arms. Cousin, don't worry, we'll both be fine. My little six ears has gained so much this time. It's worth it to have the district's demon ape valley gone. When the 12 Cities Junior Beastmaster Exchange Conference opens, I'll represent the Song family of Skycloud City to fight. When the time comes, the resources won will only be more. This was something that Mac Yunlan had decided on a long time ago. It was enough for the Mu family to have one Feng Jiuxiao. I'm sure that's what the Mac Nanshan thought at the beginning. And why should she, Mu Yunlan, the little granddaughter who wasn't treated well by the Mu family, need to earn any benefits for the Mu family? What was secured for the Mu family was to be shared with Feng Jiuxiao, and for the Song family to get it, Mu Yunlan could get the big head and still get a share in the Mu family. How this account was to be settled, Mu Yunlan, who was a demoness of the Devil's Path, naturally knew very well. What's more, she wanted to fight Feng Jiuxiao in the ring. Within the entire Yuanzhou, Feng Jiuxiao was the only one who could be taken as her opponent. The others, they're just ants. Hearing Mu Yunlan say this, Song Snap also froze for a moment. If Mu Yunlan could really fight on behalf of the Song clan and obtain the resources, then the loss of this one resource would be nothing. On the side of the shepherd family head, will he agree? Song Snap asked. Ever since Mu Nanshan had killed Xiang Song with his own hands, everyone in the Song family had only addressed him as a Mu family master. No more close people. Don't need his permission. And, he's already got a new choice. Mac Yunlan said indifferently. Just as Feng Jiuxiao abandoned Little Six Ears and chose the golden-scaled snake, Mu Nanshan also chose Feng Jiuxiao and abandoned himself as his own daughter. She was so kind to Lu Zhang, and there might be a reason for her to share the same illness. Song Snap commanded to go down the mountain to clean up the mess, and he himself returned to Tianyin City with Mu Yunlan within the Song family estate. Learning that Song Snap had gone to the Demon Ape Valley had scrapped the entire resource point. Great Uncle Song Yuanqiu was directly furious. I let you take your sister to cultivate, and you demolished the resource point. I'll tear you apart today. Mu Yunlan hurriedly stood out in front of Song Snap and explained. Great Uncle, it's not cousin's fault. It's my spirit pet that sensed something inside that could help it evolve. Little Six Ears, come here. Lu Zhang came in front of the crowd, and it was then that the crowd realized that the little monkey, who was only at the 6th level of the first rank yesterday, had already reached the 7th level of the second rank. Mac Yunlan's grandfather, Song Tianran, said with a smile, To be able to let Arashi's spirit pet evolve to this level, that resource point is wasted. Grandpa's the best. Mak Yunlan stepped forward and pouted. Grandpa, don't worry, I won't let you lose money. When the 12 Cities Junior Beastmaster Exchange Conference is held in half a year, I'll fight on behalf of the Song family, and I'll be sure to help you guys get 10. No, 20 times the resources back from the Demon Ape Valley. Song Yuanqiu and the others were stunned for a moment when they heard this. If that was true, then let alone one Demon Ape Valley, even 10 Demon Ape Valleys would be destroyed. It's also worth it. Song Yuanqiu thought for a moment and opened his mouth. If that's the case, I'm afraid that having only a second-order spirit level isn't enough. Requests for catch-up reading. Bosses, move your hairy little hands and give a 5-star review and a free recommendation. End of chapter. Chapter 15 Master. I've gotten stronger. I'm going to beat up that little monkey. Chapter 15 Master. I've gotten stronger. I'm going to beat up that little monkey. Chapter 15 Master. I've gotten stronger. I'm going to beat up that little monkey. In the middle of the 12 cities of Yuanzhou's Junior Imperial Beast Masters Exchange Conference, the young jungles who had participated in the congresses in previous years all had their spirit power level above the 3rd rank. Beast Spirit Realm 9 steps and 81 heavens. The first 3 steps were all relatively easy to ascend. The resources held in the hands of the great clans of the 12 cities were basically the same ones that could work for a royal beast master or spirit pet at this stage, to a higher level. Basically, it's the fact that when you get to the 4th rank and above, it's very difficult to improve quickly. The backbone of each major power was the 3rd and 4th ranked Imperial Beast Masters. Imperial Beast Masters of the 5th rank and above were considered high-end combatants. It is relatively rare in every city. Usually, only the direct descendants of the big families could reach this level, and the Beast Spirit Realm Imperial Beast Masters who had reached the 8th or 9th rank were the people in charge of each major power. Natural Song said in a deep voice. At the exchange conference half a year ago, it was Windstorm City's Wind Pilgrimage Sage who got the first place. At that time, his cultivation was at the first level of the 4th rank, a Moonflower rank talent, and a 9-star Transcendent Spirit Pet. He exerted extreme battle power, defeated 3 4th-ranked 2nd-ranked Imperial Beast Masters and 1 4th-ranked 3rd-ranked Imperial Beast Master in the sparring match. Yunlan, if you want to get a good ranking, you have to at least raise your Spirit Pet's level to above the 7th level of the 3rd rank before you can do so. With just under 6 months to go, it's okay to work on it. Mak Yunlan said proudly. Don't worry, Grandpa, the first place in this exchange conference will be mine. Ha ha, aspirational. Natural Song clapped his hands. Next, I will mobilize all the power of the Song family to fully support you. Arashur, Grandpa's family, we're counting on you. Mak Yunlan happily agreed and then left the council chamber. When she left, Song Yuandong, the 2nd oldest member of the Song family, opened his mouth. The Mu family has Feng Jiuxiao obtaining the spirit pet golden scaled snake that contains a true dragon's bloodline, even though it's rumored that that little monkey defeated the golden scaled snake. But as far as I know, at that time, the golden scaled serpent bloodline had just been awakened, while that little monkey named Six-Eared Macaque was already at the 3rd level of the 1st rank. Perhaps its quality is not low, and it can be at the level of a 9-star transcendent spirit pet, but from its body, there is no perceived presence of a divine beast's kind of pressure. Under the same level, I'm afraid I won't be a match for the golden scaled snake. Aren't we taking a bit of a risk by putting all of our resources on Mu Yunlan? Besides, her last name is Makoto, after all. Song Yuanqiu, however, snorted coldly. That guy Mak Nanshan doesn't treat Yunlan as a member of the Mak family. In my heart, Lan Lan has always been of our Song family bloodline. At this time, the old family head, Song Tianran, once again gave the final word. Mak Yunlan is my Song family. The Mak family, unworthy. Song Snap, who had been treating himself as a transparent person, took the initiative to come forward at this time and said, Grandfather, Father, Second Uncle, I don't think the quality of the bloodline of that 6-eared macaque in Yunlan is any worse than the golden scaled snake. During the battle in the Demon Ape Valley, that little monkey gained a new natural ability after stepping into the 2nd stage, directly transforming into a 10-meter tall giant ape. Only having a spiritual power cultivation of the 7th level of the 2nd rank, yet he can tear apart a 4-armed demonic ape of the 8th level of the 3rd rank with his hands. And, judging from its battle state, that's not its limit. If it were to explode at full strength, I'm afraid that even a low-grade 4th-ranked ferocious beast wouldn't be a match for it. I think that as long as we raise Yunlan's sister's 6-eared macaque to the 3rd rank or higher, we can at least retain 2nd place. There's a 50% certainty that we can take 1st place. Hearing this, Song Natural immediately laughed. Good, since the battle power is guaranteed, then we'll fully support Yunlan. Elder 2. You go and arrange for the spirit fruit collection. Boss, go to the Ma family side of Phyto City and tell them to add another quota on our side for the 100 Treasure Mountain secret trial in a month's time. The old family master made a decision, and the others could only go and do it immediately. The quota for the 100 Treasure Mountain secret trials was determined 3 months ago for 5 people. These are the people who won through the beast duel. It was impossible to erase any of their places. That would only chill the hearts of the clan. So an additional slot is needed. And in doing so, one would have to pay some resources and make an exchange. So one would have to let Song Yuanqiu negotiate. From here, it could be seen that Song Natural was truly willing to spend resources on Mu Yunlan, his granddaughter, not like the Macnan Mountains. In the past 2 days since Mac Yunlan's awakening, other than the beast god pill that Mac Yunlan had gotten from the Mac family a long time ago, there were no other resources as well. Perhaps at the beginning Mac Nanshan had not been optimistic about that monkey, nor do they look favorably on their own daughters. Over here, back in the small courtyard, Mu Yunlan was thinking of Feng Jiuxiao. She murmured softly, I've already stepped into the 3rd rank, and my spirit pet has also reached the 7th level of the 2nd rank. Feng Jiuxiao, you who entered the secret realm early, don't let me down. Mu Yunlan didn't want Feng Jiuxiao to surpass himself, but he also didn't want him to be too weak and limited to mediocrity. After all, as opponents, it's only interesting if they are evenly matched. On the other hand, Feng Jiuxiao, who was hung up on by Mu Yunlan, had indeed made tremendous progress. Dragon Bone Mountain Secret Realm, within a hidden cave. The place is surrounded by colorful night jewels, intertwined in multiple colors, and instead of being cluttered, it looks beautiful. There is a lot of space in the cave. The golden scaled serpent swallowed the last piece of bone marrow from the dragon bone, and the spiritual energy flowed as it began to refine it. The dragon bone was the greatest chance in this royal beast king's cave. For dragon bones, definitely not from a true dragon. However, it was also a high-grade dragon blood ferocious beast that contained the bloodline of a true dragon. In its bone marrow, it has strong dragon elemental activity. Previous life, Feng Jiuxiao allowed the first spirit pet, which only had a 9-star transcendent quality, to absorb the dragon bone and turn into a dragon-blooded foreign beast. The quality reaches the level of a low-level legendary divine favor. There is also a huge increase in rank. And this time, let the golden scaled serpent, which already contained the bloodline of a true dragon, obtain the dragon element in it. There is no doubt that this can certainly have an extremely beneficial effect on it. About 2/4 of an hour had passed. Amidst Feng Jiuxiao's anxious waiting, a dragon's roar came out. A powerful aura unfolded. The golden scaled serpent once again transformed into the appearance of a 5-clawed golden dragon and took off. The noble golden light illuminated the entire cave with incomparable brightness. 2 breaths later, the golden light converged. The 5-clawed golden dragon disappeared, and the once again evolved golden scaled snake appeared. At this time, the golden scaled serpent had turned into a dragon's head in addition to the head that had turned into a dragon's head, and its tail had also turned into a dragon's tail. His body size directly swelled to more than 8 meters in length, and his spirit power cultivation level was clearly raised from the first rank 3 when he first entered the Dragon Bone Mountain secret realm to the second rank 4. Feng Jiuxiao, who sensed the golden scaled snake's strength surge, revealed a faint smile. Now, everything is moving forward according to the original plan. At this time, Feng Jiuxiao's mind, but suddenly a voice that sounded like a little girl's milky voice came out. Master, I've gotten stronger. I'm going to beat up that little monkey. Request a follow-up reading. End of chapter 16. Chapter 16, Excessive Jiejie. This was quite a grueling fight. 16. Chapter 16, Excessive Jiejie. This was quite a grueling fight. Chapter 16, Jiejie. This was quite a grueling fight. This voice caused Feng Jiuxiao to freeze. Turning his head, he was sure that it was his spirit pet, the golden scaled serpent, who had spoken. Of course, it's just talking through the power of the contract, but it's amazing enough. A normal spirit pet will not communicate at all, especially for this kind of spirit pet that had just been born not long ago. At a young age, even a divine pet would need to have a process of learning and adapting. The golden scaled snake doesn't talk at first. From memory, after Mu Yunlan turned it into a demonic dragon in his last life, it seemed that he hadn't heard this guy open his mouth either. Returning from rebirth, subconsciously, he also felt that this golden scaled snake was not spiritually intelligent and could not speak. In fact, it did start out that way. Therefore, hearing the golden scaled snake speak suddenly, Feng Jiuxiao felt a bit abrupt. But on second thought, now that the golden scaled serpent had absorbed the dragon Yuan, its bloodline was further opened up and it gained some knowledge inheritance. Combined with rank advancement and the ability to speak, it's not hard to understand. listening to this milky voice. It seems that it is still a little female dragon. The born-again man is alone, because a secret like that is basically impossible to share with another person. At this point there is a most trusted spirit pet to communicate with. Feng Jiuxiao's heart was very pleasant. Seeing the golden scaled snake's exasperated look, she also clenched her fists and swung hard. Next time we meet, we'll fight back. I didn't realize this little snake held a grudge, though she still felt a little guilty inside about abandoning the little monkey. Her stance still had to be clear. If your own spirit pet is not maintained, then it will affect the battle performance. No matter how guilty and regretful she felt inwardly towards the six-eared macaque, at this point in time, it was already the spirit pet of the demoness of the devil's path. Mu Yunlan, her own spirit pet, had a grievance, and she had to stand up for it. Master is so nice. The golden scaled snake nodded, then wanted to lower its head and rub its head against Feng Jiuxiao like before. And yet, he forgets how big he is today. If it was an ordinary royal beast master, I'm afraid that he would have been scared far away by this action. After all, being stabbed by that dragon's horn could be deadly. However, Feng Jiuxiao was in the end once an Imperial Realm Imperial Beast Master, only to see a white light suddenly emerge from her body. A Dharma phase that looked exactly like her but had a body size of over 5 meters tall appeared. Using the Dharma phase, she easily tranquilized the golden scaled snake. This trip to the secret realm was not a small gain for herself. There were quite a few resources that could be utilized in the Royal Beast King's cave, allowing her spiritual cultivation to reach the 9th level of the 2nd rank. The succeeding energy had not kept up, or else stepping into the ranks of a 3rd order Imperial Beast Master would not be a problem. After returning from the Dragon Bone Mountain secret realm, Feng Jiuxiao paid a visit to Munanshan at the first opportunity. Such an attitude satisfied Munanshan. Seeing that the golden scaled snake had now turned into a powerful 8 meters long, it was even more so that he felt incomparably correct in his choice. When he thought of his rebellious and disobedient daughter, he inwardly sighed. At this time, Feng Jiuxiao opened his mouth. Family Master, I plan to represent the Mu family to participate in the 12 cities exchange competition in half a year, but with my strength today, there's no guarantee that I can win first place. That's why I'm hoping to obtain an entry quota to the 100 Treasure Mountain secret realm in a month's time. 100 Treasure Mountain secret realm. This secret realm did not have any dangers, only various opportunities. Originally, it was exclusively owned by the Ma clan of Fido City, but then the Ma clan was rounded up by several cities. This is how they let go of this secret world. And yet, it's not a total letdown. Exchanging resources for a place to enter the secret realm. It's up to each person what they can get. Most importantly, in the secret realm, life and death are regardless. So this secret realm itself was not dangerous. What was dangerous was the people who entered it. In order to prevent the loss of high-ranking combatants, and also to train the juniors, the spirit power cultivation of those who entered it was restricted to below the 4th rank, meaning that only Imperial Beast Masters and spirit pets of the highest 3rd rank of 9 were allowed to enter. Usually, if it's not to exercise the offspring, each family would send their 3rd order 9th ranked Imperial Beast Masters to enter and compete for resources. The 100 Treasure Mountain Mystic Realm opens once every 3 years, and once opens for only 7 days. Those who can't get out in 7 days have never been heard of alive. That's kind of the only danger of the secret world itself. Mac Nanshan said after a little thought. Good. I'll have the other 4 who entered it protect you, but this next month you must also cultivate hard. These beast god pills are for you to raise with all your might. I look forward to you winning first place for my Mu family at the exchange conference. When the time comes, I'll spend half of the resources I win on you. He obviously had no regard for the feelings of the one who was replaced, much less the thought of expending some more resources for a new slot. In the eyes of Mu Nanshan, the family's interests were the most significant. Everyone is disposable by him at any time in the face of absolute family interests. Thank you, House Master. Feng Jiuxiao respectfully thanked him before leaving to return to his small courtyard. She's got a new place to live. After all, today's golden scaled snake was so huge that it couldn't fit in a normal place. Just set her up with a yard near the back of the mountain. Feng Jiuxiao was satisfied with Mu Nanshan's arrangement. In her last life, even though she was robbed of her divine pet by Mu Yunlan, she was also taken care of by Mu Nanshan by virtue of her 9-star transcendent spirit pet and her own talent of being able to help pick out spirit pets, now being the sole focus of training. One gets more and is taken care of more thoroughly. Mac Yunlan. Although there's the additional variable of the 6-eared macaque, but I've taken a big step up now. I've passed you and will stay ahead. This time, I won't let you have another chance to fall into the devil's path. Chanting a few words in his mind, Feng Jiuxiao calmed down and took out the beast god pill and handed it to the golden scaled snake before starting to cultivate together. The 100 Treasure Mountain Secret Realm? Are you really going to let me have a spot? Mak Yunlan asked in slight surprise. She was just now contemplating what closer chance she could strive for next. As a result, Song Snap came over to her and told her that she would be able to go to the 100 Treasure Mountain secret trials in a month. Not giving it to you. My father has gone to Fido City to negotiate and should be able to even out a spot from another family. Mak Yunlan said sweetly, Grandpa is so good to me. Song Snap encouraged Mu Yunlan twice before leaving, and Mu Yunlan began to think about his preparations for entering the 100 Treasure Mountain secret realm. Of the 12 cities in Yunzhou, half of them shared the secret realm of the 100 Treasure Mountain. Fido City, Sky Cloud City, Spirit Market City, Cloud Dream City, Lingxiao City as well as Smoky Water City. There are 5 places among all the big families. Fido City, Spirit Market City as well as Smoky Water City all had 3 clans, while the remaining 3 cities all had 2 clans. 6 cities, 15 families, 75 people. Mu Yunlan, however, suddenly laughed out. Jia, this is really a grueling fight. Lu Zhang, who was drifting off to sleep in her arms, was startled by this strange laugh and woke up straight away. How dare you disturb Master Six's sleep? In anger, a bite was taken. Thanks for the support. End of chapter. Chapter 17. You call this a good thing? Requests for follow-up reading. Chapter 17. You call this a good thing? Requests for follow-up reading. Chapter 17. You call this a good thing? Requests for follow-up reading. Mu Yunlan didn't intend to return to Spirit Ruin City. She decided to cultivate right here in this side of Sky Cloud City, at the very least until the 100 Treasure Mountain trial begins. And after Mu Nanshan learned that Mu Yunlan had gone to the Demon 8 Valley and even directly scrapped the entire secret realm. Instead, he felt that this daughter was much less of a nuisance without him. After all, he originally had a headache on how to reconcile the relationship between Mu Yunlan and Feng Jiuxiao. It doesn't seem necessary now. The two of them are far away from each other. They can't still think of giving each other trouble every day, right? And in fact, both Feng Jiuxiao and Mu Yunlan would miss each other almost every day. Mu Yunlan pondered what level Feng Jiuxiao had reached now, what abilities he had mastered, and what threat he posed to himself. Feng Jiuxiao, on the other hand, was worried that a series of changes would be triggered due to his meddling, so much so that it caused Mak Yunlan to fall into the devil's path early. Spiritual cultivation was boring, and half a month passed in a flash. For half a month, through the spirit fruits and other resources provided by the Song family, Mu Yunlan helped Lu Zhang raise his spirit power cultivation from the 7th level of the 2nd rank to the 9th level of the 2nd rank. It wasn't able to step into the 3rd order. Below the 2nd order is the easiest to raise. Many of the spirit fruits and spirit elixirs in the 12 cities of Yunzhou had little effect when they reached the 3rd stage. For example, the White Cloud Peach of the Hua family in Spirit Market City. Although the Beast God Pill of the Macaque family was still useful, it would be resistant if you took too much of it. And by now, it wasn't very useful to the 6-eared macaque. On this day, Mu Yunlan happened to hear a piece of news. 3 days from now, the Frostleaf City Yi family will compete in a match to select flunkies for their 2 daughters. Mak Yunlan's eyes lit up when he heard this. She naturally didn't want to go and become a flunky for the Yi family. Instead, they want the Yi family's treasure. The Yi family's lineage was withering, and the only daughters of the generation under 30 were Yi Wushuang and Yi Tianmai. These two were also considered to have good talents. The eldest sister Yi Wushuang was a 9-star star glow ranked talent, and the youngest sister Yi Tianmai was a moonflower ranked talent, and both women had a 9-star transcendent spirit pet. But if the Yi family wanted to carry on, having only 2 daughters would naturally not work. The extended family is concerned with a prolific and open-minded family, so the old head of the Yi family made a decision to finalize the plan for the match. The plan is to decide on 5 people from among all the participants. Then each of the 2 sisters will choose their favorite. To this arrangement, Mak Yunlan scoffed. She hated nothing more than being set up, not to mention the fact that it's still a direct account of a lifetime of happiness. But she wasn't a nosy person either. Everyone has their own destiny, and they can't blame others for their inability to fight it. All she could think of was the Yi family's treasures. The Yi family has a Yuan Dan. Above the 9th order beast spirit is the Beast King. One of the signs of becoming a Beast King was to condense a Yuan Dan of one's own. However, it wasn't the case that one could obtain a Yuan Dan just by killing a Beast King. Regardless of whether one killed a Beast King realm ferocious beast or a Beast King realm spirit pet of another Imperial Beast Master, its Yuan Dan would dissipate. The only way to get it was if the Beast King took the initiative to strip the Yuan Dan before dying. That would be difficult. For a Beast King, if the Yuan Dan was not broken, he might recover even in a near-death state. But to strip the Yuan Dan would be tantamount to suicide. As far as Mu Yunlan knew, In the entire Yuan state, there was only this Yuan Dan of the Yi family. Moreover, this Yuan Dan was not complete. Many of these segments of energy dissipated, but even so, it's helped Yi family flunky Huang Tianyao's spirit pet break through to the Beast King realm later on. But, after Huang Tianwu became the king of imperial beasts, he completely took control of the Yi family and became wild and reckless. His object of initiation was his sister, Yi Wushuang. After he took control of the Yi family, he bullied his younger sister Yi Tianmai in front of Yi Wushuang, forcing the two sisters to be his slaves together, or else he would kill all the bloodline descendants of the Yi family. In the end, the Yi family was destroyed. Yi Tianmai, who had been driven completely mad, attracted a wave of beasts, and the entire Frostleaf city, under the siege of 3 beast kings, was reduced to ruins. This Yuan Dan is the root of the trouble. It's better for me to take it. Thinking about this, Mu Yunlan felt as if he was still a good person, touching the small fur ball in his arms. Mu Yunlan laughed. Don't sleep, come on, let's go do a good deed. Lu Zhang revealed a puzzled expression at his words. You can still do good? What are you going to do? Mac Yunlan glared at him and said arrogantly, how come I can't do good? After a pause, she continued, let's go steal something. Lu Zhang's brain didn't react for a while, and he even wondered if all 6 of his ears were broken. And Mu Yunlan added, and maybe break up a marriage in the process. Wait, I have enough brains. Stealing things and breaking up other people's marriages. You call this a good thing? Monkeys had no human rights, and without waiting for Lu Zhang to raise any objections, he had already been picked up. Lu Zhang was also speechless. Ever since he followed Mu Yunlan, he spent his days doing things like stealing chickens and dogs. I'm a 6-eared macaque, and you're asking me to do this? Pissed off. Bite you. Oops. Little 6 ears, stop it. Mu Yunlan rubbed the little monkey's head for a bit before stepping into Song Snap's courtyard. Cousin, I'm going to Frostleaf City to watch the tournament. For a lawless young lady, it made perfect sense for her to issue any request at any time. Hearing this idea from her, Song Snap didn't feel strange. After a little thought, he nodded directly and said, it's good to go and see. Not only can you relax a bit, but it will also allow you to see more battles between Imperial Beastmasters. Wait, I'll go report to grandfather and father. As a standard nobleman, Song Snap is very disciplined in his manners and reports everything. Not long after, Song Snap returned. Grandpa promised and instructed to observe the battle carefully, so that when we enter the 100 Treasure Mountain secret realm, we will be able to have a good grasp of the situation when we move against other Imperial Beast Masters. This matter is settled. 2 days later, we left in the afternoon. Frostleaf City was not far from Skycloud City. The 6 cities that shared the 100 Treasure Mountain secret realm were known as the 6 northern cities of the Cloud State, and Tianyun City was the closest of them to the south. Frostleaf City was also the closest to the north among the 6 southern cities, so it's very close. Under the escort of a 5th-ranked Imperial Beast Master, the 2 arrived in the middle of Frostleaf City an hour later. Tomorrow is the day of the tournament. According to the plan, we can rest tonight and officially watch the bout tomorrow. Frostleaf City is so crowded that many of the inns don't have rooms. Some had come to participate in the tournament, while many more had come to watch the fun. It's a rare entertainment. Song Snapdragon had naturally already booked a room, or the kind of enclosed residence with a courtyard. No need to worry about crowds as well as harassment. Looking at how this cousin had arranged everything, Mu Yunlan suddenly came up with an idea. Then she immediately sneaked away with the little monkey, and after quickly arranging it, she turned back. Early the next morning, the 3 of them, Mu Yunlan, arrived at the site of the martial arts competition. The large coliseum was divided into 5 sections. The rules were simple. 3 hours after the start of the competition, the 5 people still present were qualified to be inducted into the family. The host recites the names of those who have come up to fight in turn. Third match, Chen Tao of Windstorm City vs Song Snap of Skycloud City. Thanks a lot for the support from the papas. Pay thanks. End of chapter. Chapter 18. Ha, me, begging to be read. Chapter 18. Ha, me, begging to be read. Chapter 18. Ha, me, begging to be read. Hearing the host's words, a blank look appeared on Song Snap's face. Mac Yunlan then pushed him a bit and reminded him, cousin, they told you to go up there. What are you waiting for? Song Snap asked back subconsciously. Ha, me. At this time, Chen Tao, who had already been on stage, saw that the person called Song Snap didn't go on stage. He couldn't help but laugh. Ha ha, are you scared after seeing me, Chen Tao? If you're afraid, just admit defeat directly. Chen Tao was a casual cultivator. In the midst of Windstorm City, it was considered somewhat famous. His spirit pet was an 8-star transcendent spirit pet ironback gorilla, which looked similar to his own spirit pet, all tendon and hair. No one would suspect if they said they were blood brothers. The people who came to participate in this martial arts competition naturally didn't exist as direct descendants of all the great clans. In the middle of the cloud state, going into a family, whether it's a woman or a man, it's all tantamount to selling out. Which son of a big family would allow his offspring to do that? They won't be happy about it themselves. So, the ones who are on stage are reckless heroes. The only restriction on the match was the age limit, which was required to be under 25 years old. Yi Wuxuan was 23 years old this year, and Yi Tianmai was 22. The age limit was not only to match the two of them, but also to get better qualified flunkies. As for Imperial Beast Masters under the age of 25 who were not from a large family, the possibility of stepping into the 5th rank basically did not exist. Chen Tao was 24 years old. His spirit power cultivation was at the 6th level of the 4th order, and his spirit pets level was also at the 6th level of the 4th order of the beast spirit realm. Seeing Song Snap still froze, Mu Yunlan directly pushed him. With the techniques that Mu Yunlan had mastered, Song Snap had already reached the stage before he could react. When Chen Tao saw a beautiful man coming up, his face immediately turned bad. People are afraid of comparison. He stood alone on the stage in his big 5 and didn't show anything. When Song Snap came on stage, he looked like a villain. Chen Tao immediately shouted, "Good guts! Still dare to come up, then wait to be defeated by me." The black hand behind the scenes, Mak Yunlan, immediately shouted loudly, "Cousin, quickly knock those two brothers off the stage." When she said this, many people around her burst out laughing. Chen Tao was instantly on fire and stormed out. Immediately, he ordered the 6-meter-tall black-backed gorilla beside him, "Weiawa, Blackstone, get up there and flatten him." Seeing this, how could Song Snap still not figure out why? It must be this girl, Mu Yunlan, sneaking out to enroll herself. Moreover, 80% had already spoken of his identity as a direct descendant of the Song family in Skycloud City. Otherwise it would be impossible for people to agree to enroll without being present in person. Song Snap was in tears for a moment. This cousin is so naughty. How can a marriage be a child's play? Song Snap was well aware that his marriage was a major event within the clan. Even you can't just make decisions on your own. And now it's being driven right into the ground by a cousin. But he couldn't lose the match easily. After all, he was representing the face of the Song family. In the midst of his thoughts, Song Snap released the flaming berserker lion from the spirit beast pouch. Go, flame! As soon as the flaming mad lion of the 7th level of the 4th rank appeared, it completely suppressed that black-backed gorilla in terms of its aura. The division of quality of spirit pets represented a gap in strength under the same level. This gap was also immediately detected by Chen Tao. His face couldn't help but sink. The quality of his spirit pet had reached 8-star transcendent. This was definitely top tier amongst the casual cultivators. After all, they weren't like the children of large families who had the resources and the family to find spirit pets for. To be able to obtain an 8-star transcendent quality spirit pet was definitely a stroke of luck. And this flaming mad lion in front of him didn't look like a divine pet, yet it also had the quality of a 9-star transcendent. Glancing at the black-backed gorilla that was suppressed as soon as they exchanged blows, Chen Tao said with a gloomy face, "You're not a casual cultivator. Which big family's direct lineage are you?" In front of so many people, Song Snap knew that his identity could not be hidden. Solely and graciously admit it. Heavenly Cloud City, Song Clan, Song Snap, meet fellow Daoist. Upon hearing his words, the crowd on stage was in an uproar after they reacted. It wasn't hard to keep track of the 12 cities in Yunzhou and how many big families there were. What's more, Tianyun City was just to the north of Frostleaf City, and with such a close proximity, the Song family's reputation was something they naturally knew. "I remember him, the second son of the Song family's house. He seems to be only 19 nowadays, right? Right, that's him. Song Yun, the eldest son of the Song family's house, left Yunzhou in pursuit of the ultimate martial Dao, and there was a big fuss about it back then. Doesn't the Song family rely on him to carry on the family line? How come they let him come as a flunky? Could it be that the Song family is joining forces with the Yi family?" The crowd was talking. Not far away in the attic, two silhouettes also saw this scene through the curtain. Yi Wuxuang and Yi Tianmai were both quite surprised as well. "I thought that there were only some Jianghu people today, but I didn't want to see that there were also the sons of powerful families appearing." Song Snap was very much in line with the requirements of a husband in every way. To be fair, if it's a comparison pick that doesn't follow personal preference, but just a comparison pick, Song Snap definitely stands out. The two women glanced at each other, and the other's mind. Both had guesses. At this time, Chen Tao looked at the black-backed gorilla that was already showing signs of defeat and suddenly laughed. So it's Mr. Song himself. Naturally, Mr. Chen can't be compared to Mr. Song and is willing to bow down. This time, Mr. Song has won. As the words fell, he directly beckoned the black-backed gorilla out. Then turn around and get off the stage. His approach made Song snap freeze. A look of realization followed. After he revealed his identity, where would these low-level loose cultivators dare to fight him on the stage? Don't say anything about possible after-the-fact retaliation. Even if the Song family didn't take the initiative to retaliate, those who didn't dare to offend the Song family, in all aspects, would make things difficult for Chen Tao. As an old geezer who grew up out of the world, Chen Tao obviously understood this. Not to mention, he wasn't a match for Song Snap in the first place. You can still retain some decency by admitting defeat outright. The moderator saw this and stepped forward to shout, "The next challenger takes the stage." As a result, the next one, and the next one, all just concede. This was a great way to put Song Snap right on the shelf. He glanced at the gloating Mu Yunlan on the stage and glared at her without any good reason. Cousin is really too stubborn. It seems that we can only wait until after we step down and apologize to the Yi family. On the other hand, the battle was still in full swing. There are still 4 spots up for grabs. Even if one of the 2 daughters was bound to choose the Song family's son as her husband, there was still a chance. They showed up even more vigorously, and Mak Yunlan, who was glared at, also looked towards the other ring. Her eyes brightened again after seeing one of them. Quickly, he sent a voice message to Lu Zhang. "Little 6 ears, have you seen that person called Su Ziming? His spirit pet talent. Bring it over." With that, she directly placed Lu Zhang towards the ground. Obviously, it's for him to vanish himself and go over to steal people's skills. Lu Zhang sighed helplessly. When will this daily sneaking around come to an end? When will I be a great saint again? Thank you for the support of the righteous fathers. Give a free 5-star review and recommendation if you liked the book. Bye. End of chapter. Chapter 19, Phaseless Beast. This time, it won't be stealing food too, right? Requesting for follow-up reading. Chapter 19, Phaseless Beast. This time, it won't be stealing food too, right? Requesting for follow-up reading. Chapter 19, Phaseless Beast. This time, it won't be stealing food too, right? Requesting for follow-up reading. The original 2 flunkies of the Yi family. One was Huang Tianwu who buried the Yi family, and the other was this unlucky guy Su Ziming. Su Ziming is Yi Tianmai's husband. His character was okay, his talent and potential were good, but he was just a bit simple-minded. He was ultimately killed by Huang Tianyao and was not able to grow up. This person, Mu Yunlan, was not interested at all. She was concerned about Su Ziming's spirit pet. Su Ziming's spirit pet was a foreign beast that looked like a pig but had no ears or nose, only 1 pair of eyes, 1 mouth, and 3 little short legs. Su Ziming called it balls and didn't know what its real name was. As a former Emperor Realm powerhouse, Mu Yunlan naturally knew what it was. Phaseless beasts, has the ability to change in 1,000 different ways, ability to change into various forms. He becomes a fish in water, flies as a bird, and can run on land. Any living thing it touches, it can make changes and gain its base abilities. And as the rank increased, the ability of the phaseless beast to be able to change its body size increased as well. One had to know that Lu Zhang's 6-eared macaque's second natural skill, Dharma Heaven and Earth, could only get bigger, not smaller. Getting smaller is a way to avoid disaster and hide from it. Very rare. However, that wasn't what Mak Yunlan was considering. She just thought that if the little monkey was allowed to master this ability, plus the skill of being able to steal targets, it's almost the same as being able to completely change into the likeness of a certain spirit pet. When the time comes, if you want to do something unseemly, you may still be exposed. Wouldn't it be great to let the little monkey change a bit and just blame it on someone else? Lu Zhang did not know what was going on in Mu Yunlan's psyche. If I had known, I would have had to give a compliment. No shame in you. As per Mak Yunlan's request, he evaded the ground and arrived at the feet of the phaseless beast, then unleashed the shimmy hearing all Law's skill. Thought it would be easy. Who knew that it would take 2/3 of his spiritual energy in an instant? It's not even enough. He hurriedly established a bridge of sharing between himself and Mak Yunlan, bringing in Mak Yunlan's spiritual energy. It wasn't until after consuming more than 90% of Mak Yunlan's and his own spiritual energy that the acquisition was finally completed. Talent, invisible and formless. Effect, consume a certain amount of spiritual energy to change into the form of any creature you come into contact with, gain its basic abilities, and maintain a form larger or smaller than its own size, with an additional continuous consumption of a portion of spiritual energy. After seeing this talent skill, Lu Zhang could not help but stare in disbelief. full of shock. Before stealing the skill, Mak Yunlan hadn't said what the ability was, and at a glance, this ability was not something an ordinary spirit pet possessed. It could simply be called a divine skill, but the three-legged piglet in front of him didn't look like a divine beast in any way. If it was truly a divine beast, then it shouldn't be silent. Now that he suddenly saw the skill description, Lu Sheng could not help but be shocked. No wonder Mak Yunlan was so excited after seeing this spirit pet. Just as Lu Zhang ran back to Mu Yunlan's arms on his side, Su Ziming started the fight, only to see that the three-legged piglet from just now abruptly changed into a 7-meter-long green-colored giant wolf. Opening his mouth, he spewed out a green-colored wind whirlwind. Obviously the basic abilities it acquires are inclusive of some of the talents, but that's about it. The green-colored giant wolf was a ferocious beast called the Green Spectre Demon Wolf. In addition to wind spin, it also had the powerful skill of Green Spectre Magic Light, and this phaseless beast has not mastered it, but even so, it was enough to sweep away other opponents. After all, those who came to participate in the martial arts competition, it's originally all Jianghu grass. The talent of the Imperial Beast Master is below 8 stars at the Starburst level, and the quality of the spirit pets is even more mostly at the 4-star or 5-star Transcendent level. The 3-hour guard match ended, and there were 5 people left on the field. Song Snapdragon, Su Ziming, Huang Tianyao, Rodi A and Rodi B. After announcing the list, the host continued. Now, please ask all the selected candidates to enter the second floor, where the 2 young ladies will choose their son-in-laws. It was the first time that Mu Yunlan had seen the rumored Huang Tianyao. It's really human-like, no wonder he was chosen. Without Song Snap, among the 5, perhaps only Su Ziming and Huang Tianyu were decent-looking. In the end, she is a rich lady, and she has to choose someone who can catch her eye and not want to vomit when she sees her. First impressions are important. Seeing Song Snap being brought into the second floor, everyone in the Yi family's attention was focused on the matter of the martial arts competition. Mak Yunlan left quietly. Arriving near the backyard of the Yi family mansion, she directly unleashed a secret technique. Yuan Dan quotes. This was originally a technique that triggered the Beast King's Yuan Dan in the middle of a battle, preventing it from mobilizing its spiritual energy properly. But it could not be more appropriate to use it to find Yuan Dan at this time. The Yi family's old family head, Yi Qingsong, was a royal Beast King, but in the middle of a battle, he was seriously injured, and his Beast King level spirit pet was even more seriously injured and on the verge of death. The Yuan Dan in his hand was given by his spirit pet, but also because of the serious injury, the Yuan Dan spiritual power was greatly depleted, and was still only able to possess the characteristics of the Yuan Dan. It couldn't directly make a spirit pet become a Beast King, but it was able to increase the probability of a 9th-order Beast Spirit Realm spirit pet breaking through to become a Beast King. By all rights, this kind of treasure usually had to be carried on one's person, but as far as Mu Yunlan knew, there was only one way to preserve a broken Yuan Dan: nourish it with the spiritual power of heaven and earth. That is to say, a formation needs to be built on the ground to gather heaven and earth energy to feed it. Well, the rules of the jungle. What falls to the ground is the property of whoever picks it up. Mak Yunlan was ready to go to Ye's house to pick up the things. A wave of spiritual energy was released after the Yuan Dan guide was unleashed. Mak Yunlan immediately patted the drowsy little monkey in his arms and said, "Little 6 ears, wake up, take you to eat something delicious." Lu Zheng came to his senses and pressed his 2 small paws on top of the 2 large clusters, looking up with a skeptical expression. This time, it won't be stealing food too, will it? Guess right. Let's go. There wasn't the slightest bit of shame on Mak Yunlan's face. It was evident that she had come to see what she was going to steal as her own belongings. Lu Zheng sighed helplessly. This is definitely a black history amongst one's future memories. I'm a 6-eared macaque. Forget it, it's for nothing. Earthbound transportation technique, earth vein spiritual power wrapped. The 2 of them disappeared into the ground and quickly followed the fluctuations to determine the location of the Yuan Dan. And at this point, Lu Zheng's appearance had long since transformed into the appearance of a fiery rabbit spirit pet that he had just casually come into contact with on the road. As requested by Mu Yunlan, he jumped out of the ground violently, and the Tenin Wind's skill was unleashed. The wind swept in angrily and the sight became blurred. The surroundings became chaotic. Tread the moon. Thunder flash. Holding the Yuan Dan, he disappeared into the ground. One and done. Back underground. Lu Zhang was carried in Mu Yunlan's arms before he urged his Earth Chakra spirit power to quickly leave the Yi family. Mak Yunlan let out a heartfelt sigh of admiration through the bridge of sharing. Little 6 ears, you really do have that little bit of the divine thief talent in you. Thanks for the support. End of chapter. Chapter 20, My cousin makes Missy carry 2 and 3 years. Request for follow-up reading. Chapter 20, My cousin makes Missy carry 2 and 3 years, request for follow-up reading. Chapter 20, My cousin makes Missy carry 2 and 3 years, request for follow-up reading. Hearing Mu Yunlan's words, Lu Zhang was already powerless to spit them out. It gets so dangerous every time. If he doesn't move a little cleaner, he'll be accounted for there. Don't you know what talent I have? It's all because you cultivated it well. Lu Zhang returned in a conspiratorial manner. Instead, Mac Yunlan took it as a compliment. Yeah, I'm that talented too. But the most important thing is that the two of us work together. It's fortunate that Feng Jiuxiao let me have you, or else that stupid snake wouldn't have such a tacit understanding with me. No, you're really proud of yourself, aren't you? Devilish demonesses really can't be judged by normal people's thinking. For something as important as Yuan Dan, the Yi family naturally had someone to guard it. Lu Zhang was discovered the moment he appeared just now, and he released the Yin Wind just to make it unable to react in time, disrupting their perception and realization, plus the Thunder Flash and Moon Treader skills, as well as the advancement of the power of the Earth Vein. It allowed him to instantly grab the Yuan Dan, and then fall into the ground. By the time the Yi family's town guards had dug up the ground, they had not found any traces. Yi Yushu, the elder of the Yi family, had a gloomy face and came to the front hall to find Yi Qingsong, who was focusing his mind on his granddaughter's marriage. That's what happened. Didn't see the whole thing, just the outline of a rabbit. After reporting the matter, Yi Yushu stood to the side, waiting for Yi Qingsong's anger. But surprisingly, Yi Qingsong did not get angry. Ugh, it's just, Yi Qingsong sighed. This is the kind of thing that should have been used a long time ago. It's always a curse to keep it at home. I had originally held out hope that I could rely on this Yuan Dan to allow the clan to have a beast king as soon as possible. Now Sodding, put it down. Concentrate on the marriage of Xuanger and Xiaomai. Spread the news of the theft of the Yuan Dan as well, and there should be no less search. Now that we've lost it, we need to convince others, or else we'll still have people snooping around, and it'll be even more of a problem in turn. Yi Yushu frowned as this kind of family treasure was snatched away under his nose. It's a great shame, simply a sinner of the family. I'll go look again, Yi Yushu said unwillingly, then turned around and left, looking like he was going to make a big search of the people in the whole city. Seeing his insistent look, Yi Qingsong didn't stop him. It's time for this gesture. But he didn't have much faith in finding the Yuan Dan. The people who knew about this matter of Yuan Dan were none other than certain big families in the 12 cities. They took it, and there's no way they're giving it back. As a matter of fact, Yi Yushu had been worried about the Yao family, the city's main house of Frostleaf City, coming to his door to rob him by force. In that case, the Yi family would definitely suffer annihilation. Now it's just stolen, which is kind of not too bad an outcome. If Mac Yunlan knew what he was thinking, he would have complimented him. You've got a bit of wisdom in you even for an old man, but it's really not much. Thus, before the hustle and bustle of choosing a son-in-law was over, the Yi family set off another big row. Frostleaf City became more lively, and of course, Mu Yunlan, who had obtained the Yuan Dan, would not directly let Lu Zheng take it. Now is not the time. After they left the Yi family, they found a place to pop up, then quickly head to the second floor of the Yi family's son-in-law selection. After revealing her identity, the servant went in to report, and before long, she was allowed to go upstairs. At this time, it just so happened that Song Snap was explaining the enrollment misunderstanding to Yi Qingsong. When she saw Mu Yunlan appear, she immediately grabbed her to her feet. Yunlan, quickly explained to the old family master. Mu Yunlan, who was pushed in front of Yi Qingsong, however, made a puzzled expression and asked in return. Explain what? Yi Qingsong coughed lightly and asked. Little girl, were you the one who secretly signed up without Song Primrose's knowledge? Yeah, Mac Yunlan said with a rightful nod. Cousin often praises sister Yi Wushuang in front of me for being valiant yet gentle and virtuous. A good match. I thought my cousin's heart was in the right place, but I was in the way of the great clan's rules, so I took it upon myself to enroll. With that said, she looked at the dumbfounded Song Snap and asked rhetorically, Cousin, isn't it rare that you don't find Sister Yi valiant and gentle? Song Snap was stunned. Could he say no to this in front of someone's elders? Of course Miss Yi is incredibly handsome, but you're still hesitant, right? You're still worried that Grandpa and the others won't agree? Mac Yunlan pursued. Song Snap nodded subconsciously. Instead, Mu Yunlan looked at Yi Qingsong and opened his mouth. Old family master, I think it's better like this. The Yi family will only recruit for the second young miss, and the eldest young miss will let my cousin marry her home explicitly. When the time comes, my cousin will let Missy hold 2 and 3 years, one with the surname Song and one with the surname Yi. What do you think? Mu Yunlan was at least once the holy maiden of the Devil's Way, an emperor realm powerhouse, and she had some experience in controlling the forces of all parties. She could tell at a glance what situation the Yi family was in now. Currently, recruiting 2 flunkies is not the most important thing. The important thing is to find a family connection. Right now, Mu Yunlan's intention was to get the 2 families to marry. Previously, Yi Qingsong was considering the next generation of inheritance, bent on cultivating a new royal beast king out of his own family. But I forgot that the situation of the Yi family is now like a fire cooking oil, as dangerous as a pile of eggs. If it wasn't for the fact that the Yao family, the city lord's house of Frostleaf City, was itself a soft touch, belonging to one of the more peaceful families, in the place of a family like the Mu family or the Duanmu family, they would have long ago exterminated the Yi family. That's how people are sometimes. They know everything, but they still have a chance. I don't know the true face of them. When one is in the middle of a game, it is easy to get confused. This being pointed out by Mu Yunlan, Yi Qingsong instantly understood. A marriage with the Song family was indeed the best choice. For one thing, Skycloud City was close to Frostleaf City, but one belonged to the 6 northern cities and the other belonged to the 6 southern cities, and their interests didn't conflict. Secondly, the Song family was a family that fought against the city lord's mansion alone, just like the Yi family. If the 2 were to join forces, neither the Duanmu clan nor the Yao clan would be able to act rashly, because a careless mistake could provoke a north-south war in the 12 cities of Yunzhou. By joining hands in this way, we can consolidate ourselves and ride out the storm together. Okay, that's it. Yi Qingsong got up and smiled, grabbing Song Snap's arm. Come with me, virtuous son-in-law, and I'll take you to meet your lady. The Song Snapdragon was still in a daze. No, how come you've had 2 and 3 years? I just came over to accompany my cousin to watch the martial arts competition. How come I'm still directly married off? Mu Yunlan looked at Song Snapdragon as he turned around and came over, and immediately waved his hand and laughed. Cousin, there's no need to thank me, this is all what I should do. I wish you all happiness. In his last life, the Song family perished and Song Snap didn't have a wife. How could Yi Wuxuan be considered a good match? Mu Yunlan picked up the little monkey and gave it a kiss, saying joyfully, I've done another good thing, finished with another exclamation. Who would have thought that I would be a good person? Lu Xiang, huh? Are you a good person? Who said that? Thanks for the support. End of chapter. Chapter 21, This Marriage of Yours, wrapped up. Requests for follow-up reading. Chapter 21, This Marriage of Yours, wrapped up. Requests for follow-up reading. Chapter 21, This Marriage of Yours, wrapped up. Requests for follow-up reading. After Song Snap saw Yi Wuxuan with his own eyes, his heart, which was originally a bit resistant, was directly shaken. He would have been a sincere gentleman, and Yi Wuxuan was so forthright and heroic, exactly what he had in mind for his wife. On Yi Wuxuan's side, since she had promised the clan that she could recruit a flunky into the family, that's being prepared to break the bank. The expectations in his heart were already very low. And then Song Snapdragon suddenly appeared as a good man who was excellent in every aspect. She is also more than satisfied. Seeing Yi Qingsong directly naming Yi Wuxuan and Song Snapdragon to go within another room to talk alone. The other 4 people to be chosen all revealed rather nervous expressions, especially Huang Tianyao. His target was Yi Wuxuan, because Yi Wuxuan was the eldest sister, and becoming her son-in-law would be the most helpful in ruling the Yi family in the future. Huang Tianyao was not a person who was willing to be subjugated to others. His goal in choosing to join the Yi family was clear. It was to use the Yi family as his booster, to become strong and control the Yi family, and those who made him feel humiliated, even if they had helped him even more, he would retaliate back one by one. As for the people who are hindering his progress, for example, now out of nowhere, Song Snap, that's what makes him an absolute hater. Yi Wuxuan was already hopeless. Huang Tianyao looked towards Yi Tianmai and took the initiative to step forward. My lady, please forgive me for my offense. I just couldn't really restrain the emotions inside of me, and the first moment I saw you, I felt like I had met the person I wanted to protect the most in my life. Please give me a chance to pamper you. I will give you all my tenderness and affection. People need to learn to express themselves. At this time, the other 3 were all dumbfounded. We're all casual beastmasters who have been wandering around for years. How come you're opening your mouth with this love talk? Passerby A and Passerby B were in a hurry. This view is even worse. Yi Tianmai had also never been treated so warmly by a man. Her face was a blush and she didn't know what to do. It was at this moment that a light voice came. Is there really such a person? I'd be curious. Mak Yunlan walked over from the back with the little monkey in her arms. Yi Tianmai asked suspiciously. Sister, you are? Makunaga said with a smile. I'm the eldest Miss Mu Yunlan of the Mu family of Spirit Market City, and the one who just went in to whisper with your big sister is my cousin. Huang Tianyao couldn't help but feel joy in his heart at his words. The Mu family could be too powerful than the Yi family, which had already fallen, while the Mu family was still as strong as ever. If this big miss of the Mu family was interested in herself, being able to marry such a woman would definitely be a greater help to her. Huang Tianwu didn't know about the Yi family having a Yuan Dan, just judging from the family lineage. Relatively speaking, the second miss of the family's defeated Yi family naturally could not be compared to the first miss of the pastor's family in its heyday. However, Huang Tianya would not be so foolish as to directly change his family. Instead, he continued to feign deep emotion and spoke. I fell in love with Miss Yi Tianmai at first sight. I just hope she can be happy. Even if she doesn't choose me, I will still fight harder for her until he sees how good I am. With this statement, he is giving himself a chance to change the object of his flattery. It's possible to maintain the persona of being affectionate and sincere while still choosing someone else after being rejected by Yi Tianmai. A purple light suddenly flashed within Mak Yunlan's eyes. She looked at Huang Tianyu and asked again, "Oh, what would you do if you became the son-in-law of the Yi family or became the son-in-law of the Mu family?" Huang Tianyao blurted out, "If I become the son-in-law of the Yi family, I'll look for a chance to get rid of Yi Wushuang and Song Snapdragon, take complete control of the Yi family, and utilize the Yi family's power to help me become a sentinel beast king. It would be even better if he could become the son-in-law of the Mu family. The Mu family can be too much more powerful than the Yi family. I can directly utilize the power of the Mu family to develop my own forces. First joining forces with the Mu family to get rid of the other two families in Spirit Market City, and then annexing the Mu family." These words came out in a rush. Everyone in the room froze, including Huang Tianyao himself. He didn't understand why he was suddenly saying everything that was on his mind. Hastily, he denied it in a panic. "No, none of this is true of me," Mak Yunlan then said with a cold face. "Ms. Yi, I don't know what your Yi family does with such schemers, but in the Mu family, it's burying them in the dirt." Hearing Mak Yunlan's words, Huang Tianyu suddenly thought of the purple light he had vaguely seen just now. He exclaimed anxiously, "Miss Yi, just now I was caught in her evil spell. She must be because she likes me too much, seeing that I'm in love with you, and when she can't have me, she wants to destroy it. You've got to believe me. Yi Tianmai is not a cutie pie." It was indeed perverse for Huang Tianyao to say those words just now, and it was definitely not something he wanted to say on his own. But the great lady of the Makoto family would hate someone she met for the first time out of love. That would be total bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Mak Yunlan might have really used some means, but its effect should just be to make him speak from his heart. "Come on man," Yi Tianmai shouted loudly. Seeing this scene, Huang Tianyao reacted very quickly and directly turned around and ran. After so many years of wandering, he relied on this ability to escape. Mak Yunlan didn't make a move. The Yi family Yuan Dan was stolen, and at this time, the entire Frost Leaf City was on lockdown. Huang Tianyu had trouble trying to run out of the street. As expected, a few moments later, Huang Tianyao was captured, and at this point, the process of choosing a son-in-law is complete. Yi Tianmai still chose Su Ziming as her husband. After Song Snap and Yi Wushuang exchanged some words, they were also very satisfied with this Yi family's eldest miss, promising to report back to the family immediately after returning. He asked the family to send someone to Frost Leaf City to propose marriage. Before leaving, Mu Yunlan purposely asked Lu Zheng to confirm it. Huang Tianwu has been killed, the kind where your head falls off. Among the 12 cities of Yunzhou, the big families of each main city were the absolute power. This is the kind of threat that will never be softened when discovered. The Yi family was still checking all the outsiders in Frost Leaf City one by one. However, it never occurred to them that the person who stole the Yuan Dan was one of the two people they had sent back to Skycloud City specifically. Mak Yunlan was still able to keep his composure. However, once he thought that as long as he allowed the six-eared macaque to absorb this Yuan Dan, he would be able to fully crush Feng Jiuxiao. She then couldn't help but let out a jie laugh. This caused Song Snap to shiver. Then rather helplessly, "Cousin, even if I let you succeed in your scheme this time, you don't have to be so happy, do you? Also, with that laugh, you sound like a villain." Mak Yunlan put away her smile and glared at him. "I'm letting you hold a beautiful woman, and you're talking about me. If it weren't for me, this daughter-in-law of yours would have gone to someone else." Song Snap said with a nod. "Wushuang is indeed a good match. Thank you for this time. It's just that, how should I go back and tell the clan about this matter? I'm afraid my marriage is not something I can decide on my own." Mak Yunlan waved his hand and said, "Grandpa's so savvy, surely he can figure out the joints. Don't worry, this marriage of yours, It's a done deal. Thanks for the support. End of chapter. Chapter 22, Why don't you put clothes on it? Begging for a follow-up? Chapter 22, Why don't you put clothes on it? Begging for a follow-up? Chapter 22, Why don't you put clothes on it? Begging for a follow-up? Return to the Song family. Mak Yunlan recounted the whole story. Song elder Song Yuandong jumped out once again. What nonsense! A family marriage is not a decision for juniors like you to make? Or take part in some contest to be a flunky? Where is the face of my Song family? Not waiting for Song Yuanxiu to speak out in defense of his son. Just then, he heard the old family head, Song Tianran, open his mouth. Well, although it was a bit abrupt for Yunlan to do this, it is indeed a good marriage. Boss, go set it up. Set the date as soon as possible. Then let Song Snap marry the girl. Better yet, let me have my great-grandchildren next year. Mu Yunlan gave the old man a thumbs up. Grandpa thinks long-term. Natural Song glared at her and scolded her with a laugh. You little girl. This time, no matter what, the first cut is wrong first. You are punished 10 days or not allowed to go out. Grounded at home to cultivate. Quickly go. Song Yuandong was speechless for a while when he saw this scene. What kind of punishment is that? Originally, this girl would have to concentrate on her cultivation and prepare for the next 100 Treasure Mountain secret trial. The old man really favors the unabashed. With permission, Mu Yunlan directly left and returned within his own small courtyard. She first took out 24 spirit crystals and set up a formation. Only then did he take out the Yuan Dan. Little six ears, come over here. I'll channel the spiritual energy for you, and you'll transform it into yourself. If it was a 9th stage beast spirit realm spirit beast, it could directly swallow this Yuan Dan to use for a breakthrough, because of its ability to withstand this majestic energy. However, Lu Zhang, who was only at the 9th level of the second order, was clearly unable to do so. That was why Mu Yunlan was needed to guide the spiritual energy so that Lu Zhang could absorb it. Quite a bit of energy is wasted in this process, but it doesn't matter. Mu Yunlan's expectations for this Yuan Dan were limited to just helping Lu Zhang step into the 3rd stage. As for what level it will get him to in the end, one step at a time. Lu Zhang sniffed and immediately complied. Obediently, he sat cross-legged on Mu Yunlan's lap, his tiny body leaning against Mu Yunlan's abdomen. The head is just right for what's up there. Mu Yunlan held the Yuan Dan in one hand and pressed one hand against the little monkey's stomach. Running the channeling technique, a stream of spiritual energy surged through her body and into Lu Zhang's body. Lu Zhang quickly absorbed it, but some of it still escapes. He didn't care about that either. As a spirit pet, the matter of wasting resources was not something that needed to be cared about. That's for the sentinel to consider. All he needed to do was eat well, drink well, and practice hard. 1 hour later, a powerful aura emerged from Lu Zhang's body. However, it was blocked by the formation and did not escape. It's a breakthrough. 3rd Order 1. Mu Yunlan put away the Yuan Dan and did not conduct any more spiritual energy, allowing Lu Zhang to stabilize his current cultivation level. When Lu Zhang finished stabilizing, Mu Yunlan couldn't wait to ask, Little Six Ears, have you acquired any new natural skills? The higher the quality of the spirit pet, the more natural abilities it usually has. Unless it was a foreign beast like the phaseless beast, which only had 1 or 2 skills, but was nonetheless strong enough to exert extreme combat power. And Mu Yunlan had great expectations for Lu Zhang, despite already having Shimi Wanfa and Dharma Heaven and Earth, 2 skills that were enough to be called divine skills. She still wished that she could have more. Woman, your eyes are full of greed. Lu Zhang couldn't help but take a few steps back as he looked at Mu Yunlan's glowing eyes. It always felt like she was going to pick herself up and smother her chest the next second. Yes, see for yourself. Lu Zhang shared the talent information to Mu Yunlan. Talent, incarnation effects, consume half of one's own spiritual energy to create an incarnation. Incarnation has half of the body's spiritual energy cultivation and masters the same skills. Incarnation exists forever unless the body dies or is destroyed or recalled. If the incarnation is recalled, the incarnation's value of spiritual energy is immediately restored. The total number of incarnations is capped at 49 talent. Wow, that was awesome. Excitedly, Mak Yunlan took the little monkey in her arms and squeezed it hard. Lu Zhang was helpless and gave up resisting. He had already activated the earthly escape technique just now to try to hide underground. But nay, Mak Yunlan's speed was too fast. Her cultivation level was much higher and she had also mastered many arts. There was no way one could escape her clutches. Lu Zhang was also very satisfied with his newly acquired abilities. With sufficient spiritual power, it was equivalent to creating 49 beaters with all of their skills, at the same level but with half the spiritual power. One person can also do a group beating. Lu Zhang loved this feeling of being able to fully suppress his opponent. And, in the future, something as dangerous as stealing. It's perfectly fine to leave it to the incarnation. This undoubtedly increased his survival rate by Mac Yunlan's side. Who knows what dangerous things this woman will ask him to do again in the future. It's just a shame that avatars can't practice. Otherwise it's perfectly fine to just lay flat. Half a dozen times later, Mac Yunlan, who had been laughing strangely for a while, finally returned to normal. By the way, it just so happens that you've also gained the ability of the phaseless beast. Quickly try to use these two skills in combination into something else. Lu Zhang asked. Change what? Mac Yunlan said casually. Turn into a human. You're the most sure of it. As soon as her words fell, she saw another small monkey appear before her eyes. And then the next moment, there was one more identical version of himself in front of him. Mu Yunlan was first confused, then hurriedly went forward and took out a robe to cover him. At the same time, her face blushed with irritation. Ah, little six ears. It's not even if you turn into me. Why don't you put clothes on it? Lu Zhang said awkwardly. I gave it a miss. Not really. I mean, I forgot there's no way to make clothes out of this change. At most you can make the fur longer. Hearing these words, Mu Yunlan's mind immediately conjured up the image of himself covered in golden hair. A shiver ran down his spine. You recall it? Lu Zhang sniffed and did as he was told. Just after completing the recall, I realized I was caught again. Mac Yunlan carried him to the chair, then pinned him down with a pair of long legs. Both hands grabbed Lu Zhang's left and right 3 ears respectively. Little 6 ears. You can't let the incarnation become like me in the future. Got it? Lu Zhang's 6 key points had all been captured, so how could he dare to refute? Responded instantly. I know. Get off me. You asked for it in the first place. Not only did she not let go, but she clutched even tighter. She lowered her head and gritted her teeth. That incarnation just now, fierce as a circle bigger than me. Did you do it on purpose? Lu Zhang blinked his eyes, revealing a bewildered expression. I don't know. I'm going by perception. When Mu Yunlan saw this budding look on his face, he thought to himself, what am I bothering with a monkey for? Instantly, he picked it up again and said, let's go. I'll take you to touch some more of the other spirit pets so that you can have some more changes in the future as well. Easy for you to get out and do your business. Lu Zhang was speechless. This girl was just now shy and annoyed. Now back to thinking about doing bad things immediately. Thanks for the support. End of chapter. Chapter 23, still. You're a little slow, requesting a follow-up. Chapter 23, still. You're a little slow, requesting a follow-up. Chapter 23, still. You're a little slow, requesting a follow-up. Skill Unmasked just gives access to changes in basic abilities, and the six-eared macaque's talent Shimmy Hearing always could just make up for this shortcoming. Now there is an out-of-body talent to create different doppelgangers. This meant that Lu Zhang could pretend to be many kinds of spirit pets at the same time, with a 99% probability of not being discovered. But Mu Yunlan clearly had other ideas. She didn't just take Lu Zhang to come into contact with many spirit pets. She also took him out to come into contact with many kinds of ferocious beasts. 3 days later, Sky Cloud City and Frostleaf City held a wedding together. The engagement between Song Snap of the Song family in Sky Cloud City and Yi Wuxuan, the eldest miss of the Yi family in Frostleaf City, was agreed to be married on the 22nd of next month. And on the same day, Frostleaf City's second young Miss Yi Tianmai was married to her flunky son-in-law, Su Ziming. The marriage between the Song family of Sky Cloud City and the Yi family of Frostleaf City. This matter was not a small matter when placed in the entire 12 cities of Yuanzhou. The main reason is that these two cities are in a special location. One belongs to the 6 northern cities and the other to the 6 southern cities, both in the center junction. After they reached a strategic alliance, it meant that a new situation could arise. That is, the inner city of Yunzhou is opposed to the outer ring of cities. Between all the big families, there was no absolute relationship of trust in the first place. Even in-laws in a union will sell each other out for enough profit. After Mu Nanshan learned of this news, his face immediately became very gloomy. When the Song and Yi families joined forces, and the Yi family lost their Beast King realm battle power, all the resources must be tilted towards the Song family. This was equivalent to giving the Song family the resources of an additional large family, and it also forms a strategic union of internal cities. The Song family's growth made it very difficult for Mu Nanshan's heart. Ever since he had a grudge against the Song family for personally killing Mu Yunlan's mother, Xiang Song, he had thought almost every day that the Song family could be headed for defeat. Now things were going in a direction he didn't want them to go. After further understanding and learning that the Song and Yi families were able to join in marriage, or that it was the result of Mu Yunlan's momentary obstinacy, he was even more stuck in his throat. This Mu Yunlan, he really thinks of himself as a Song family member. Mac Nanshan huffed. However, there was no one around him, so no one heard his words. After this incident, he was even more determined to cultivate Feng Jiuxiao and abandon Mu Yunlan. When Jiuxiao reaches adulthood, let Tianqiu marry her, and as long as she gives birth to a child, this will form an absolute community of interest. Mu Nanshan decided to take out more resources to help Feng Jiuxiao improve his strength. 2 days later, Mu Yunlan realized that the golden scaled snake had been promoted to the 3rd stage through the resources of the Mu clan. As for how it was discovered, it had to start from 5 days ago, the day Lu Zhang had just stepped into the 3rd rank. Mu Yunlan was leading Lu Zhang around, acquiring different variations on the one hand, and acquiring skills on the other. One of them obtained a concealment-type talent from a 7-star transcendent spirit pet. Gift, 5 elements of harmony, effects, consuming a certain amount of spiritual energy, fusing oneself with the breath of the 5 elements in close proximity. After the fusion, imperceptible, and continuing to obtain spiritual energy from a small portion of the fused 5 elements. This ability doesn't really integrate into the land and other 5 elemental things like the earthbound transportation technique. It was just possible to blend your breath into it to avoid being probed. But if I see you, I can still tell. Breathing and heartbeats and such can be heard. It just prevents divine perception. And for the strong, precisely what is most commonly used is divine sense perception, while ignoring the senses of the 5 senses. And this ability talent also restores psychic power in small amounts. As long as it is combined with a recluse technique, it is definitely a sneaky god technique. As it happened, Lu Zhang had mastered such an ability as the earthbound transportation technique. Plus, he could also transform himself into the form of a ferocious beast that was even smaller in size and almost devoid of vibrations such as heartbeat and breathing through the phaseless skill of the phaseless beast. You can increase the lurking effect right up to the best. On that day, Mu Yunlan had Lu Zhang send an avatar to the Mu family to lurk at Feng Jiuxiao's feet. In this way, Feng Jiuxiao's movements and cultivation progress were all under her insight. Therefore, today, the golden scaled snake stepped into the 3rd order. Mac Yunlan was informed at the first opportunity. She couldn't help but sneer. Mu Nanshan is really willing to put money on you. The golden scaled snake had stepped into the 3rd stage so quickly, while Feng Jiuxiao had merely gone to obtain the chance of the Dragon Bone Mountain secret realm that one time, and has already been boosted once. Then for her to make such a big progress again, it could only be that Mu Nanshan had taken out his crushing treasures and resources to help Feng Jiuxiao improve her strength. Still, you're a little slow, my little 6 ears, but it has already reached the 6th level of the 3rd rank. Looking towards the little monkey in his arms, a smile surfaced on Mu Yunlan's face. Whether it was in terms of spiritual cultivation or skills, little 6 ears had completely surpassed that golden scaled snake. This feeling of always trampling Feng Jiuxiao under her feet made her very happy. A few more days passed. On this day, all the clans participating in the 100 Treasure Mountain Mystic Realm gathered in Fido City. As agreed, 15 families, totaling 75 individuals. However, the Song family in Skycloud City had an extra Mac Yunlan, and it was 6 people. Yunlan, this is Uncle Chen Xin Bingchun of the Chun family in Smoky Water City, and this time your quota was evened out from the Chun family's side. Entering the secret realm, the 6 members of the Song family and the 4 members of the Chen family will move together and take care of each other. Song Yuanqiu took the initiative to introduce himself. Chen Xuanbing's sister was Song Yuanqiu's wife, and the 2 families were also in-laws, which is why they were able to even out a spot. The 100 Treasure Mountain secret realm, though nominally, was for the purpose of training disciples. However, not every time they entered, each family would have disciples strong enough to qualify, and with too little strength, going in is almost like sending them to their deaths. Once inside, life and death are each in their own way. The Qin clan didn't have any descendants to participate this time, but instead sent in people similar to guards of the dead or something like that, on the principle of taking as many resources as you can, so replacing to a slot is irrelevant, compared to the resources that one could not necessarily get their hands on when they arrived within the secret realm. The things that the Song family took out directly were obviously more tangible. "Hello Uncle Chun," Mac Yunlan cried out sweetly. With that look, those who didn't know would think she was such a well-behaved little girl. Chen Xianbing looked at Mu Yunlan and then at the little monkey. Smiling, he complimented, "I heard my brother-in-law say that her niece has first-class talent, and it's true when I see it today. You've only just awakened your talent a few months ago, and you've already cultivated your spirit pet to the 3rd rank. It's really something." With that, he looked at Song Yuanqiu again. "Isn't it a bit risky to let such a genius enter the 100 Treasure Mountain secret realm without protecting her?" Without waiting for Song Yuanqiu to answer, Mu Yunlan took the initiative and said, "Thank you Uncle Chen for your concern, but it should be someone else who should dare to feel the danger." Saying that, She couldn't help but let out another jia strange laugh. This looked at Chen Xianbing in a daze. No, why does this girl look like she has a serious illness? It was at this moment that the head of the Ma family spoke. The secret realm is open. Those who participate in the trial can enter with their belt tags. Righteous fathers, feeling this book is okay, please give some recommendations and monthly votes to support it. A 5-star favorable review can make the author happy for half a day. If something doesn't fit, leave a comment pointing it out too. Thanks for the support. End of chapter. Chapter 24. Well, she's just so greedy, begging for a follow-up. Chapter 24. Well, she's just so greedy, begging for a follow-up. Chapter 24. Well, she's just so greedy, begging for a follow-up. I'm outta here. Mak Yunlan gave a greeting and quickly walked towards the inside. She had to hurry. Going inside was for treasure hunting, and with only 7 days to find what you wanted quickly, it wasn't easy. Before, she could only say she took her chances. But now, the six-eared macaque had acquired the innate ability of out-of-body incarnation, and was completely capable of searching on a wide scale. Given enough time, you can even take all the treasures and keep them all for yourself. Well, she's that greedy. The entrance to the 100 Treasure Mountain secret realm was a stone platform. When it's time to open it, the stone platform will glow. For 7 days, it will stay glowing, and once the light was gone, it meant the secret world was closed. This was a single-person teleportation array, and only one person could stand on it at a time before being teleported within the secret realm. Everyone is transported to a different place, and to get out, you have to find the same stone platform within the secret realm first. Within the secret realm, when someone used the teleportation stone table, the other stone tables were extinguished, so it's all stuck coming out at the last minute, and that's a death wish. Usually everyone teleports out one by one on the 6th day, otherwise the risk factor is too high. The 100 Treasure Mountain secret realm was huge, but the place where the teleportation stone platform was located was relatively centralized. This makes it possible for those who enter to meet and unite. It also increases the probability of being intercepted. There were not a few people crouching next to the teleportation stone platform. Feng Jiuxiao couldn't help but frown slightly as he looked at Mu Yunlan, who had entered the secret realm in a flurry of wind. In her previous life, neither she nor Mu Yunlan had participated in this 100 Treasure Mountain secret trials. He had thought that he had managed to secure a spot with great difficulty, and could use it to obtain more resources and suppress Mu Yunlan. However, he didn't expect that the Song family would allow Mu Yunlan to participate in such a treacherous trial. Even though the secret realm itself wasn't dangerous, the fight between the Sentinel Beast Masters, that was the biggest danger. Feng Jiuxiao had only dared to enter the secret realm with the strength of a beginner at the 3rd stage by relying on the secret techniques he had mastered as an Imperial Realm Imperial Beast Master. Then what does Mu Yunlan have to offer? Could it be that the scarlet amber she had obtained in the Demon 8 Valley had brought about a cultivation increase that was more than simply allowing the 6-eared macaque to advance to the 2nd rank? Feng Jiuxiao also entered within the secret realm with doubts. On the other hand, after entering the secret realm, Mu Yunlan immediately released Lu Zheng from the spirit beast pouch. Lu Zheng transmitted his voice through the bridge of sharing. After entering the secret realm, the avatars following Feng Jiuxiao outside were dissipated. It seems that my incarnation can't stay in the secret realm. Mu Yunlan had originally planned to have Lu Zheng put an avatar within the secret realm when he left, so that he could sense what had changed inside the 100 Treasure Mountain secret realm after it was closed. But now it seems that this idea cannot be realized. Okay, let's release the 9 Dharma rings first and create incarnations. Mak Yunlan was not someone who would dwell on the past. Although it was a bit of a shame that she couldn't find out the truth about the secret realm, it was meant to be a whim, and it didn't matter. Lu Zheng sniffed and immediately started releasing his skills. First, he added the 9 heavy Dharma ring to each of himself and Mu Yunlan, directly expanding the spiritual power limit of both to 10 times their original size. At the same time, the speed of spiritual energy recovery reached 10 times the original speed. Immediately after that, he began to create incarnations. Recover half your mana and create an avatar. After the incarnation appeared, it directly transformed into the appearance of a ferocious beast named Golden Horn Mountain Piercing Armor and utilized the ground transportation technique to go far away in one direction. It didn't take too long in total for all 49 incarnations to be created. After all, there was a 10-fold recovery speed of spiritual energy, and 10-fold the original spiritual energy ceiling, plus the ability to borrow Mak Yunlan's spiritual energy. It took just half an hour for all the avatars to be made. The 40 incarnations went exploring in 8 directions. The remaining 9 incarnations searched in one of the main directions chosen by Mu Yunlan. Mu Yunlan stroked the little monkey's head. Little 6 ears. Whether or not the two of us can get rich next depends on your doppelganger. There were only 75 people in total who had entered this 100 Treasure Mountain secret realm, but Lu Zhang had 49 incarnations, treasures aside. Wiping out the remaining 74 Imperial Beastmasters in one fell swoop was definitely doable. Of course, the 5 people from the Song family and the 4 people from the Chun family could not be moved. The others, with the exception of Feng Jiuxiao, Mu Yunlan had no intention of letting go. Feng Jiuxiao can't be killed, and it would be no fun to kill him. Moreover, Mu Yunlan didn't feel that he could kill Feng Jiuxiao with his current strength. That woman was able to become an Emperor realm powerhouse with many tricks up her sleeve. It was very difficult to actually kill it. In her last life, she had also seen Feng Jiuxiao severely injured in a battle with a demon. It was only after taking advantage of the danger and sneak attack that he was killed. As for the others, they can all be killed. Entering here means being prepared to meet death. Basically, when you run into someone who isn't one of your own, you're bound to fight straight away as long as you're sure of yourself. No one can expect others to be kind to them. The 12 cities of Yunzhou were originally a chaotic zone with no law and order. Here, even more so. Although there were many treasures in the 100 Treasure Mountain secret realm, it was a large area and the locations where the treasures appeared were very uncertain. Mak Yunlan came in and was just taking his chances. She hadn't mastered an ability specifically for treasure hunting. Aside from evil techniques like the Yuan Dan Guide, there was not a single proper secret method. However, now that she had so many doppelgangers of Lu Zhang, she was not worried that she would return empty-handed. After another half an hour, a teleportation stone platform was found. In order to avoid the trouble of finding the return stone platform afterwards, Mu Yunlan had Lu Zhan leave a doppelganger to guard that side. With a retreat, you can be more reckless. Half a day passed in the blink of an eye. So many detachments. Frozen did not find a single treasure. Instead, I met 2 people. Mu Yunlan didn't figure out which city or which family these 2 were from. These 2 saw that Mak Yunlan was only one person, and there was only a weak-looking monkey by his side, and they directly made their move. They all had a 3rd order, 9th order spirit power cultivation, and their spirit pets were also at this tier. Even the spirit pets are of the same variety. 4-star transcendent spiritual pet, Iron Feathered Sword Eagle. Mu Yunlan immediately judged that this was a dead soldier or loyal servant trained by a certain family. It's not a son who came to practice. The Iron Feathered Sword Eagle swooped in, coming in hot. However, they did not wait for these 2 Iron Feathered Sword Eagles to get close to Lu Zhang and Mu Yunlan. 9 fire red-scaled griffins with a pair of wings then swooped up from all directions. He directly surrounded these 2 Iron Feathered Sword Eagles along with the 2 Imperial Beast Masters and launched an attack. These 9, naturally, were none other than the 9 avatars that Lu Zhang had placed by his side to guard. At this moment, not only did they change into the appearance of a 7-star transcendent spiritual pet red-scaled griffin, they also used the Law of the Heavens skill. Each head's wingspan reached a terrifying 17 meters or more. Not to mention 2 3rd-rank 9th-rank spirit beasts. Even if it was a 4th-rank ferocious beast, facing a siege of 9 enlarged red-scaled griffins, one would also have to drink a grudge on the spot. Watching the 2 Iron-Feathered Sword Eagles along with 2 dead soldiers from an unknown family being easily surrounded and killed, Mu Yunlan couldn't help but let out a jie strange laugh. Quick, little 6 ears, pick their spirit beast pouches and feel for any treasures on their bodies. Thanks for the support. End of chapter. Chapter 25, I'm a 6-eared macaque. You use me as a treasure hunting mouse? Requesting a follow-up reading. Chapter 25, I'm a 6-eared macaque. You use me as a treasure hunting mouse? Requesting a follow-up reading. Chapter 25, I'm a 6-eared macaque. You use me as a treasure hunting mouse? Requesting a follow-up reading. Lu Zhang immediately made his incarnation change back into the form of a small monkey and quickly took out their spirit beast pouches and the things in their arms. There aren't many things like spirit animal bags. It's considered a valuable item in Yuanzhou. Only Imperial Beast Masters above the 5th rank of the Mu family were qualified to be equipped with it, and it was the same for the other families as well. Only, to enter the secret realm, one had to use a spirit beast pouch to contain their spirit pet. Otherwise, once they teleported separately, the distance would be too far, and they would be intercepted separately without waiting for the Imperial Beastmaster and his spirit pet to rendezvous. The spirit beast pouch is also considered a gain. For Mu Yunlan, he could pack up the incarnation of the 6-eared macaque and take it with him, put it out for use anytime. Staying in the spirit beast sack would not isolate the perception and control of the incarnation. So incarnation can exist. Something. What is it? One of Lu Zhang's avatars held a 3-legged bronze wine bottle-like contraption in front of Mu Yunlan. Lu Zhang had little knowledge of this world, and the reborn and returned Mak Yunlan had definitely seen a lot. As expected, Mak Yunlan realized the usefulness of this thing after just a glance. This is the spirit wine bottle. With that, she directly injected spiritual energy towards the bronze wine bottle, only to see that with the injection of spiritual energy, within the wine bottle, a transparent liquid as if it were wine actually appeared. A faint aroma of wine wafted out. Come on, let your doppelganger try what effect it has, Mac Yunlan said with gusto. Lu Zhang's face twitched at his words. It seemed that in the future his own incarnation would be reduced to a tool for testing poisons and experimenting with their effects. One should be grateful to have the skill of incarnation. Otherwise, with the character of this demon road demoness, the work of testing the poison would have to be carried out by herself. Lu Zhang hurriedly had his doppelganger pick up the wine bottle and smothered it. Mellow and flavorful. Lu Zhang gave his assessment. Then the next moment, it felt like his face was pressed hard against some soft place. Mac Yunlan wrapped her arms around the little monkey with force and smiled. Who asked you about your palate? I asked you what's the healing power? The choking sensation came. Lu Zhang hurriedly begged for mercy. Get off of me. I'll talk. It was only then that Mac Yunlan loosened him up. Lu Zhang glanced at the place that was seeping wet with his own saliva and replied in a hurry. This drink can increase the speed of spiritual energy operation as well as recovery speed by roughly 30% or so. That is to say, after drinking it, the release of skills is faster and recovery is stronger. Mac Yunlan's eyes lit up at his words. That's a good one to save a little more. Come on, let's keep looking. There are plenty of other treasures out there. After feeling the magic of this wine bottle, Lu Zhang also had some interest in the things in this 100 Treasure Mountain secret realm. This place isn't easy. Just a small wine bottle can already be of considerable help. As you level up with yourself, the effect of the drink within the bottle decreases. But that drink should still be good until at least the 6th rank. No wonder the Ma family was beaten up by a group when they tried to monopolize this secret realm. And in the end, no family or city was able to monopolize it. There is no other way. There is too much at stake. A family or a city can't pocket it. The 12 cities of the Cloud State and the 6 cities in the north added together to guard this secret realm. The 6 southern cities, such as Frostleaf City, were not qualified to participate. On top of that, there were many other things of interest between the various families, stabilizing the economic fundamentals of the entire Yunzhou. But it's still one of the most chaotic places, relatively speaking. After having the door opener spirit wine bottle delivered to the door, about a quarter of an hour had just passed when an alter ego found a treasure. It turned out that these treasures were actually floating in the air. It was wrapped in a gray mist, with some light emanating from it. After removing the treasure, the light and the mist disappeared together. The thing looked like a folding fan. It was unclear exactly what it did. Let the incarnation send it back first. As the saying goes, a bag is a bag. It would be nice for a bilocation to find a treasure. In the previous secret realm trial, among the 75 people, about 30 were able to come out. Within the 30 people, all of them basically just got 1 or 2 treasures. At most, it is estimated that there will be no more than 5 pieces. It's too big in there. Without a special treasure hunting technique, within 7 days, it was good luck to obtain a treasure and successfully return to the teleportation platform. As for the bad luck, naturally, you stay in it and never get out. The fan was retrieved, and Mu Yunlan opened it up before flinging it in one direction. In a flash, dozens of ice cones appeared and shot towards that direction. It's called the Ice Spirit Fan, and it's a grade 9 spirit weapon. By inputting spiritual energy you can condense a varying number of ice spirit cones of varying power to attack your target. It's a very good treasure. At least for the current me, there is a considerable increase in battle power. Holding the fan, Mu Yunlan looked quite joyful. Spirit Soldier, short for Spirit Armament, fabulous treasure. The counterpart was the Beast Spirit Realm level. A rank 9 spirit weapon represented that its maximum power could exert a skill effect equivalent to that released by a spirit beast of the 9th rank Beast Spirit Realm. Spirit soldiers were very rare in Yuanzhou. Not to mention the 9th level, the Mu family owned one of the highest quality spirit weapons that was only at the 8th level. In the entire Mu clan, the number of spirit weapons would not exceed 50. There was no other reason. There was simply no one within Yuanzhou who could refine this kind of thing. Either it was acquired from the secret realm or it flowed in from outside. Spirit soldiers were very important to Imperial Beast Masters. The vast majority of Imperial Beast Masters, although they had quite a bit of spiritual energy in their bodies, simply did not have any spells to learn, and due to spending all of his time and energy on cultivating his spirit pets, he is not capable of learning it himself. And with a spirit soldier, you can rely on the spirit soldier to unleash skills. Give yourself a decent attack power as well. This allows you to not slow down your spirit pet in battle, or even join forces with your spirit pet for a 1+1 effect. As a former Empyrean realm powerhouse, Mu Yunlan had certainly mastered many secret arts. However, relatively speaking, it was obviously simpler to use the spirit soldier directly. Also, it doesn't reveal too much of her abilities. Furthermore, many of the techniques she had mastered were magic path techniques and could easily be targeted. It was far more convenient to use the spirit soldier directly. Another good haul. Continue, little six ears. Get your avatars moving. Don't slack off. Mak Yunlan was clearly addicted to this get something for nothing and hit the jackpot aspect. He began to urge Lu Zhang to find the treasure as soon as possible. I, the six-eared macaque, one of the 4 monkeys of the mixed world, am being used by you as a treasure-seeking mouse. Lu Zhang was internally indignant. The idea of turning over a new leaf is even stronger. On the first day of entering the secret realm, he killed 2 people and found 3 treasures. In addition to that spirit wine bottle and ice spirit fan, there was also a flying carpet. The next day, not having traveled far, he encountered a dead soldier from the Chun clan, who followed Mu Yunlan, and then this whole day, surprisingly, nothing. Mu Yunlan strongly doubted that it was this person from the Chun family who had brought him bad luck. On the third day, several more people were encountered. By the afternoon, 2 Chun family members and 2 Song family children had gathered around Mu Yunlan, and then, met a huge wave of people. One of the Chun clan's dead soldiers immediately stepped in front of the situation and nervously opened his mouth. Miss Mu, be careful. They're from Lingxiao City and Yunmeng City. Thanks for the support. End of chapter. Chapter 26, 9 of them, in seconds. With this, it's worthy of being called a true dragon? Requesting for follow-up reading. Chapter 26, 9 of them, in seconds. With this, it's worthy of being called a true dragon? Requesting for follow-up reading. Chapter 26, 9 of them, in seconds. With this, it's worthy of being called a true dragon? Requests for follow-up reading. Both Lingxiao City and Cloud Dream City had 2 big families each. Among them, those in Lingxiao City were the Ling and Lu families, while those in Yunmeng City were the Yun and Dream families. The 2 cities are next to each other and the 4 great families are married to each other. The same breath. So it wasn't very strange for them to get together from the 4 great families. The 100 Treasure Mountain secret realm does not prohibit killing. Hugging is important. It's a big place, though, and it's hard to meet teammates you can trust. But each of the 4 great clans sent 5 people. 20 in total. It's easy to get 7 or 8 people together in 3 days. There were 9 people in front of me. On the other hand, there were only 5 on Mu Yunlan's side. The opposite side were all at the 9th level of the 3rd order. But Mu Yunlan and the 2 sons of the Song family were only still less than the 3rd level of perfection. It was for this reason that the Chen clan's dead soldiers were so nervous. As loyal servants and dead soldiers, they were absolutely obedient to their master's orders. This dead soldier's nervousness wasn't that he would die, but that he was afraid that Mu Yunlan would be injured. Mak Yunlan suddenly made a soft appearance and said to the 9 people who had gathered around, "A few of you, I can give you all the belongings and treasures I have on me. Can you let us go?" The 9 men looked at each other and one of them, a hawkish-looking 30-year-old, spoke up, "Yes, you come alone. The others stay where they are and don't move." Upon hearing these words, the 2 dead soldiers of the Qin clan and one of the Song clan's men all changed their faces. One of the dead soldiers even directly spoke out to block the way. "Miss Mac, beware of deception. This is a situation that any intelligent person can actually see." Eagle Hook Nose's intention was most likely to first make Mu Yunlan hand over all the treasures that could enhance his battle power. At the same time, it was also possible to directly capture Mak Yunlan and force a few other people to kill each other. Kill all 5 of them with minimal fuss. Mak Yunlan, however, said with a bitter smile, "This is our only hope, and I don't want to die here." With that, she walked briskly towards the hawkish nose. The several people from the Song and Chen families were anxious in their hearts, but they did not have a way to deal with it for a while. And just as Mak Yunlan approached 5 meters closer, everyone's eyes were focused on her. That hawkish nose, however, saw a strange smile on Mu Yunlan's face. His right eyelid fluttered wildly. In the next moment, 9 flames rushed up into the sky from underneath each of the 9 people, including Eagle Hook Nose. Accompanying the flame ray as it flew out was a bull-sized orange-red fireball. Explosive fireball plus firebrand impact, caught off guard, or an attack that came out of his feet, totally defenseless. After the 9 screams, along with the explosion of the bursting fireballs, the sky opened up with 9 brilliant fireworks. The 9 people who were just now complacently preparing to pass with minimal cost. 1 full second. The 2 sons of the Song family and the 2 dead soldiers of the Chun family looked directly dumbfounded. They weren't sure what had happened, and just assumed that Mu Yunlan had used some kind of treasure. Clean up all these people at once. And in reality, Mu Yunlan was merely attracting the attention of 9 people. At the same time, it allowed Lu Zheng to send out 9 avatars to lurk in the ground beneath the 9, then launch a surprise attack together. If there is a head-on confrontation from the start, odds are that someone will still get hurt. After all, there were 9 people on the other side, plus 9 spirit pets. It's not easy to deal with a messy fight. The most important thing is that it will be delayed. Therefore, when Mu Yunlan realized that these 9 Imperial Beast Masters were all standing on the ground and did not have flying spirit pets, she instantly made the most favorable judgment, directly attacking and killing 9 Imperial Beast Masters. This kind of clan-trained deadly loyal servants signed a slave contract with their spirit pets. The 9 Imperial Beast Masters were blown to the bone, and the 9 spirit pets also died violently on the spot due to the backlash from the power of the contract. Lu Zheng immediately sent out his doppelganger to search around where the bodies were scattered. Just found one treasure, a sandalwood box. This group has even worse luck. Not only did he get one of the treasures, but he also met Mu Yunlan. The 9 spirit beast bags also fell into Mu Yunlan's hands. Let's go. Continue searching for treasures. After this battle, both the two Song clan's children and the Chun clan's dead soldiers became obedient to Mu Yunlan. There was even a flattery in his words. It's not something that's offensive. It's a way for the little guy to survive. 9 kills at a time. Even though he was killed through the hands of Lu Zhang, Mu Yunlan felt a surge of excitement. It was as if something in his bones had awakened. Everyone has magic inside them. It's like everyone has negative emotions like anger, jealousy, and disgust. The so-called demonization is the complete release of restraint from the negative energies in the body, allowing them to grow unchecked. The Devil's Way, that is, utilizes this energy to fight. Below the same level, the Devil's Way not only possessed spiritual cultivation, but also an increase in battle power brought about by negative emotional energy. Blackening is 3 times stronger. That's all. But being possessed often results in a negative energy that completely consumes the self. Mac Yunlan knew it well. The reason for his own suicide in his last life was this. She was too obsessed with competing with Feng Jiuxiao, and was bent on striking down Feng Jiuxiao, feeling that she was the one who had taken away and destroyed everything she once had, including once upon a time myself. That was why after actually killing Feng Jiuxiao, he completely lost his sense of life. In boundless despair, he chose to take his own life. Returning from rebirth, the demonic nature in Mac Yunlan's thinking gradually penetrated deeper into his soul now, and killing is supposed to be a way to grow magic. She realized this, but she didn't bother to control it. On the one hand, she was originally the holy maiden of the Devil's Way, Mac Yunlan. Without the magic, she wouldn't be herself. On the other hand, she needed that magic to use as bait, and one would take the bait. Time came to the 4th day, and Mu Yunlan suddenly received feedback from Lu Zhang. There's a fight in front. It's Feng Jiuxiao and 2 members of the Mu clan who are under siege by 8 people. Mac Yunlan immediately laughed. Hurry up. There's something to see up ahead. Not much farther. The ground shook and the explosions and booms from the battle came. In the sky, the golden-scaled serpent had transformed into a true dragon, and in a pair of 3, was battling against 3 flying spirit beasts. It can be seen, despite the fact that the golden-scaled snake's spiritual power level was a little lower, it completely crushed the 3 third-rank 9 flying spirit beasts in terms of battle power, but that's as far as it goes. It was entangled by the 3 flying spirit beasts and was unable to help the 3 Feng Jiuxiao on the ground at all. Mac Yunlan approached with the 4 of them and unmercifully issued a mockery. Feng Jiuxiao, you can't deal with just 8 people? It's just a bunch of losers. You can't even beat them. You're really disappointing me. Although you let the more powerful 6-eared macaque to me, I didn't expect that the spirit pet you picked out specifically for yourself would also be such a waste. With this, does it deserve to be called a true dragon? GGG. Lu Zhang, who was being held in Mu Yunlan's arms, couldn't help but punch her in the vitals. This girl really is too much of a villain. Lu Zhang said he couldn't help but want to beat her up. Well, gag her and see if she can still make that weird laugh. Feng Jiuxiao actually didn't have too much pressure to deal with the 8 people surrounding him. How could she say that she was also in existence at the Emperor realm level? She still had some means at her disposal. He only didn't want to expose too much in front of the 2 Makoto family members, so he didn't directly use anything towards the conventional means. And it was just the beginning of the battle on their side. But now, Mac Yunlan appeared. The pressure and danger that Mu Yunlan brought to Feng Jiuxiao could be too much greater than these 8 people. Thanks for the support. End of chapter. Chapter 27, Master. It's that little monkey. I want revenge. Begging to be read. Chapter 27, Master. It's that little monkey. I want revenge. Begging to be read. Chapter 27, Master. It's that little monkey. I want revenge. Begging to be read. Feng Jiuxiao couldn't be sure if he would suffer a sneak attack from Mu Yunlan. In order to ensure her safety, she couldn't care less about anything at this point. She had to make quick work of it. Immediately, she took out a treasure that she had just acquired not long ago in the middle of the 100 Treasure Mountain secret realm. After seeing that thing, Mu Yunlan's eyes narrowed. Rui golden body lamp. So she obtained this treasure in the middle of the 100 Treasure Mountain secret realm? That's really good luck. Feng Jiuxiao was holding a lamp in his hands. After injecting spiritual energy, the lamp lit up, followed by it striking a golden light into the golden scaled snake that had transformed into the form of a 5-clawed golden dragon. One moment. The original 24 or 25 meter long 5-clawed golden dragon steeply tripled in size, reaching a length of around 32 meters. His body was covered in golden light, as if he was plated with a layer of gold. One could sense that the golden scaled serpent's aura had intensified violently. The next moment, it swung its dragon claw. A huge 10-meter long dragon claw emerged and struck one of the flying spirit beasts that surrounded it. The terrifying power was so great that it had directly beaten that 3rd stage 9th level spirit beast into a cloud of blood mist. It's definitely not just an effect that can be produced by being powerful. Otherwise it should have been knocked down hard and smashed on the ground before it burst. Instead, they were beaten into a bloody mist in mid-air. Mak Yunlan recognized this move. It's precisely the second innate skill awakened by the golden scaled serpent after it stepped into the 2nd stage. The Divine Dragon's Claw. Talent, Dragon's Claw. Effects, consume a certain amount of spiritual energy to create a huge dragon claw with the body of a true dragon, increasing the power of the attack by several times and causing a strong shocking power of the attack. This is an absolutely powerful attack skill. The Golden Scaled Serpent, which had already been strengthened by the Ruby Golden Body Lamp, after unleashing this skill, produced a power that far exceeded the effects of a normal 5th rank spirit beast's attack. This was the skill of a divine beast, and it was definitely strong enough. Enhanced by the Rui Golden Body Lamp, the 5-clawed golden dragon that the golden scaled serpent had changed into opened up a moment of chaotic killing. One claw strike kills one, then with a flick of his tail, he whipped another spirit beast into the ground, also with a blow that was a direct bloody mess. The 8 royal beast masters who had originally surrounded Feng Jiuxiao's trio were completely confused. I don't understand why this person, who was in a stalemate just a moment ago, suddenly exploded. If you have this strength, you should have revealed it a long time ago. The few Imperial Beastmasters whose spirit pets were still alive turned and ran without hesitation. It's already happened. There's no chance of survival if we stay here. Split up and run away. There might be a chance of survival, but they are not destined to escape. After slaughtering 3 flying spirit beasts one after another, golden light flickered on the 5-clawed golden dragon, blinking as it appeared above the head of one of the Imperial Beast Masters. Strike an attack without having to check the result, attacking the other one again. Within a dozen breaths, 8 Imperial Beast Masters and 8 spirit pets were all killed. Mak Yunlan also recognized the golden light skill. It was the golden scaled serpent's 3rd innate skill. Golden Dragon Light Escape. Talent, Golden Dragon Light Transportation. Effect, consuming a certain amount of spiritual energy, transforming into a dragon and flying away in a golden light, instantly reaching 1,000 miles. In fact, after the golden scaled serpent transformed into a dragon, it directly gained an ability to ride on clouds. This was considered a passive talent of true dragons, and as long as they were true dragons, they could fly with this. The speed of the clouds was no longer slower than the speed of a normal flying divine beast of the same level, and this golden dragon light escape was a terrifying ability that was nearly 1,000 miles of instantaneous movement. Definitely a superb skill for escaping and chasing down enemies. In his last life, Mu Yunlan had relied on this talent of this demonized golden scaled snake to be able to escape with his life many times. Quite a few of those times were when they were being chased by Feng Jiuxiao. Now look at the old rival who was now using this skill. It gave Mu Yunlan an inexplicable feeling. Lu Zhang leaned against Mu Yunlan's arms, looking as if he had done nothing, and in reality, he had secretly sent his avatar to secretly come to the place where the bodies of those 8 Imperial Beast Masters were scattered, stealing back the 2 treasures and the 8 Spirit Beast bags. Feng Jiuxiao didn't have the energy to care about this. On her side, she had just commanded the golden scaled snake to kill all 8 enemies, but she saw the golden scaled snake charging directly towards the direction where Mu Yunlan was. Feng Jiuxiao immediately stopped it. Goldie, stop it. Constrained by the slave contract, the golden scaled serpent stopped at the first opportunity. However, it was to Feng Jiuxiao that he transmitted his voice. Master, it's that little monkey. I want revenge. Obviously, the slap that Lu Zhang had given it that day had left it with a very deep memory. After all, a claw went down and jerked it right off. How long has it been born? It was a time when the bloodline had just awakened to gain power, and then it was a slap in the face. At a young age, that slap caused it too much psychological shadow. Feng Jiuxiao didn't want to create any conflict with Mu Yunlan here. She came here to seek treasure to enhance her strength, not to fight. Moreover, in her opinion, just now, when she was surrounded, Mu Yunlan just watched the show instead of falling into the well, which was good. Well, that's how low her moral requirements were for Macaque. So if he now took the initiative to provoke it himself, it would in turn feel like he was doing something wrong. As a righteous empress, Feng Jiuxiao is principled. She categorically couldn't do things that were devilish deeds. Otherwise, what difference was there between that and a person of the devil's path? However, she also knew deep down that the golden-scaled serpent had hatred within her, and sooner or later she would have to let it out. Therefore, he spoke out. At the 12 Cities Exchange Tournament in 4 months, I'll make sure you teach that little monkey a good lesson. But not now. We can't fight internally. She's the eldest miss of the Mu family. We're all in this together. We can't really fight against her for the time being. Good boy, little gold. When you have more power in 2 months, won't you be able to crush that little monkey with a stronger stance? This time, just let it go, okay? Coaxing spirit pets. Feng Jiuxiao was still very experienced. After all, in her previous life, she also had highly intelligent divine pets, so she naturally knew how to calm their restlessness. The golden-scaled serpent did calm down. Fine. Next time, I'll get my revenge. The milky little girl was finally pacified. Though hovering in midair, it still looked at the little monkey with a fierce gaze, but at the very least no more impulsive running forward. Lu Zhang didn't even bother with that little snake. Lazily leaning back into the soft bosom, Mu Yunlan gently rubbed his little tummy. A reward for him. Not only had he just picked up 2 treasures, but he had also already stolen both the golden-scaled serpent's 2nd and 3rd innate skills. It didn't even need to be ordered by Mac Yunlan. Being so self-conscious and proactive, and having such a high talent for divine stealing, made Mu Yunlan like it very much. Mac Yunlan looked at the end of the battle and once again let out a scoff. It took so long to settle 8 little muckety-mucks. Is this the level of a true dragon? Why don't we just call it the little loach? The dead soldiers of the Chen clan beside him were speechless for a while. Although I don't know what skill you used just now to kill 9 Imperial Beastmasters in a single move. The other party is obviously not a good fighter either. Let's not be so impetuous, okay? A dead soldier's life is a life, too. Feng Jiuxiao said in a deep voice. Mac Yunlan, I know you have a lot of grievances against me. We'll settle this at the 12 Cities Junior Imperial Beastmaster Exchange Conference in 4 months. Now that we're in a secret realm, we're facing enemies from various clans. There's no way we can fully commit to the fight here. Will you dare to answer the battle at the exchange conference in 4 months? Thanks for the support. End of chapter. Chapter 28. She seems to have become more epileptic. Requests for follow-up reading. Chapter 28. She seems to have become more epileptic. Requests for follow-up reading. Chapter 28. She seems to have become more epileptic. Requests for follow-up reading. Mu Yunlan Jiejie laughed strangely. Good. At the exchange conference in 4 months, I will challenge you on behalf of the Song family. Say the words. Mu Yunlan's mind had already conjured up the woeful appearance of the haughty Empress Feng Jiuxiao being ruthlessly bullied by her underfoot. This made her laugh even more freely and openly. Lu Zhang couldn't help but bite the woman again. She appears to have become more epileptic. And Feng Jiuxiao frowned when he saw Mu Yunlan looking like this. At this point in time, she shouldn't have come into contact with the demonic path yet. How come she already has a demonic nature? No wonder she became the holy maiden of the devil's path. So it turns out that she had demonic roots long ago. It seems that if you want to stop her from becoming a demon, you don't just have to stop that person from appearing, you also have to find a way to purify her demonic nature. Feng Jiuxiao didn't think about killing the current Mu Yunlan, because at this time, although Mu Yunlan had a big mistemper, although it was directed at her, but no major mistakes have been made yet. As a righteous person, she wouldn't turn something that hadn't happened yet into a person's offense. Therefore, her idea of returning from rebirth was merely to stop Mu Yunlan from becoming a demon. At the same time, make yourself stronger and able to defend yourself against demonic invasions. I await your challenge. Feng Jiuxiao dropped a sentence and immediately left with the 2 from the Song family and the golden-scaled snake. Looking at Feng Jiuxiao's departing back, Mu Yunlan transmitted his voice to Lu Zhang. Send 3 incarnations to follow her. See which direction she goes. Take a step forward to explore ahead of time, and intercept her chance. Hearing this, Lu Zhang marveled. Not bad for you. This girl is really bad. But Lu Zhang didn't think there was anything wrong with doing so at all. 3 isn't safe. Send 6. Lu Zhang casually replied back and directly asked his avatar to follow him. Time quickly came to the 6th day. Mu Yunlan didn't dare to continue to linger here, and brought the 3 members of the Chen family and the 3 members of the Song family who had gathered around him to the teleportation stone platform. Straight away, he left the secret realm. Can't bet on that last moment. In case it was given sealed in the secret realm, it might not really survive. She's out on her side and can't just leave yet. Wait until the 7 days of trial time had completely passed. Total headcount. There were 4 alive in the Mu family. Feng Jiuxiao as well as 3 loyal servants. 4 went in and 3 came out of the Chen family. The Song family, including Mu Yunlan, went in for 6 and came out for 5. There was a Song family member who folded in it. Maybe they were killed. Maybe they didn't get out in time. The other 12 families were even worse. Adding up a total of 11 people came out. And on average, a family couldn't even share a spot. Several clans were total losses. All the clans combined went in with 75 people. And only 23 came back. Less than 1/3. In terms of the percentage of personnel remaining, obviously, quite a few people should have been killed by the people of the Mu and Song families. This caused many clans to cast hateful gazes in this direction. But rules are rules. In the secret realm, life and death are regardless. When you're outside, you can't just kill people. Of course, the people mentioned here referred to the people of the major clans of the 12 cities. Each returned. Mak Yunlan was naturally full of rewards. Feng Jiuxiao had never gained anything after that encounter with Mu Yunlan though. The original treasure that was found was shortchanged 3 times. However, she still had some gains at the beginning. Not to mention other things, that Rui golden body lamp was a very rare treasure. What's more, she had something else to gain, so it's kind of a no-brainer. After returning to the Song family, Mu Yunlan returned to his small courtyard, closed the door to his room, and opened the formation. Only when they were ready did the party begin to count their haul. This time, a total of 13 things were obtained in the secret realm. In addition to the spirit wine bottle and the ice spirit fan, there were also 7 spirit weapons, 3 treasures and a spirit elixir. The spirit pill was what was in the sandalwood box left behind by the 9 imperial beast masters who had died from a sneak attack together. Inside the box was a metal ball with the elixir sealed inside. There was also a piece of paper in it describing the effects of this elixir. Mu Yunlan recognized the metal ball as a method to preserve the spirit elixir for a long time. Also known as spirit-containing pills, they can preserve the effects of the medicine for hundreds or even thousands of years without dissipating. It was a special treasure in itself, capable of slowly absorbing spiritual energy and autonomously maintaining the operation of the internal formation. It's a very delicate structure. It's certainly unlikely that anyone in a place like Yunzhou would make it. Even the average person won't even open it the way it's meant to be opened. Any elixir that could be preserved by such a thing was not of low quality. Otherwise it's not worth as much as the spirit-containing pills themselves. Yin replenishing Dan. Taking this Dan for excessive yang energy will harmonize yin and yang. The introduction is simple and the effect seems to be quite ordinary. However, Mu Yunlan did not take this spirit elixir lightly. The physical body is yang and the soul is yin. Many cultivation methods use pure yang as the fundamental avenue. Therefore, most of the elixirs also had the effect of replenishing yang qi, increasing yang qi and so on. It is rare to be able to make up for yin qi and harmonize yin and yang. Although we couldn't use it now, it was indeed a rare elixir that might be useful in the future. Mu Yunlan looked at the 3 treasures again. The first piece was a red and blue flying carpet that was over 5 meters long and less than 3 meters wide. Water and fire flying carpet, flying in the sky with the power of water and fire. Fearless of water and fire attacks, able to go up to the sky and into the water. The treasure had an introduction, and after refining it, Mu Yunlan obtained this information. Although it was said that water and fire were invulnerable, Mu Yunlan guessed that there should actually be a limit. It's great as a tool for catching up on the road in general. The second was a contraption that looked like a large oboe, except that its caliber was more than a meter. Magic sound roar. Injecting spiritual energy can release a magic sound attack. The magic sound needs to be re-recorded, up to a maximum of 3. This stuff, it's kind of interesting. What it can do depends on what kind of magic sound can be found. And the thing itself is supposed to be the equivalent of a loudspeaker that records and amplifies magic sounds. The third treasure was a ring, Xian Shui ring, inputting spiritual energy and storing it up. It can passively or actively trigger the black water boundary, creating a defense or enemy trapping effect. This thing was considered a type of spirit soldier, but compared to a spirit soldier with a single function, it deserved to be called a treasure. There were 7 spirit weapons left, 4 grade 5 spirit weapons, 1 grade 7 spirit weapon, 1 grade 8 spirit weapon and 1 grade 9 spirit weapon. Below the 9th level, Mu Yunlan couldn't even look at them. She planned to give it all to the Song family while exchanging it for some other resources. This 9th grade spirit weapon alone was no less powerful than the ice spirit fan. Thunder Strike Sword. Injecting spiritual energy can unleash a bolt of thunder on a certain target within a certain range. Compared to the ice spirit fan that released a large ice cone at once, this Thunder Strike Sword could only release one attack, which was obviously a bit shabby, but the power of the two cannot be compared. The ice spirit fan belongs to the group attack spirit weapons and the Thunder Strike Sword belongs to the single attack spirit weapons, just enough to make up for each other. Mak Yunlan was very satisfied with this, although he didn't obtain an increased treasure like that Rui golden body lamp of Feng Jiuxiao. With these gains, it was not a wasted trip. Next, focus on cultivation and wait for the exchange conference to arrive in 4 months. Then he could humiliate Feng Jiuxiao hard. Really, it's something to look forward to. 4 months, that's a lot of time. And there's still some things to do, like, go to the 6 southern cities and grab an item. Thanks for the support. End of chapter. Chapter 29, Mu Yunlan, Watch Me Be Evil. Requesting for follow-up reading. Chapter 29, Mu Yunlan, Watch Me Be Evil. Requesting for follow-up reading. Chapter 29, Mu Yunlan, Watch Me Be Evil. Requesting for follow-up reading. Mu Yunlan gave all 6 spirit weapons to the Song family. This made Song Natural very happy. After all, exchanging for this spot for Mu Yunlan was only using a grade 6 spirit weapon. Instead, Mu Yunlan returned 6 spirit weapons, which could be considered a big profit. Although Mu Yunlan was not trying to give it to the Song family for nothing, she also made some requests about spiritual fruits and such. However, the total value of these things, when added together, was not as much as a spirit soldier. Things are expensive because they are rare. Spirit fruits were produced by many clans at the very least, and could be acquired at regular intervals, but spirit soldiers were within the cloud state, and there was simply no one capable of refining them. Extremely high value. After learning about this matter, Mu Nanshan's face was horribly gloomy. Feng Jiuxiao didn't give the Mu family anything when he came back. What's more, Mak Yunlan was still surnamed Mak. He could only angrily curse the words "eat your heart out," but he didn't dare to go directly to the Song family to lash out. After all, Elder Song was still alive, and so was Elder Mu. Both of these people would not allow him to do anything hurtful to Mu Yunlan, a person with the bloodlines of both families. Mu Nanshan was even less likely to be angry at Feng Jiuxiao. Not to mention that Feng Jiuxiao had already chosen out a batch of spirit pets of superior quality for the Mu family. Now he was counting on Feng Jiuxiao to win the top prize at the 12 Cities Exchange Conference, so there was nothing to do but sulk alone. Both Mu Yunlan and Feng Jiuxiao settled down a bit and used all their energy on cultivation. Lu Zhang had enough skills at his disposal nowadays. One's spiritual cultivation was fundamental, and one had to focus on improving it as well. After reaching the 3rd stage, the ways to quickly raise one's spiritual cultivation had become few and far between. At least within the cloud state, it was almost non-existent. Except for something like that a month and a half later located within Chang'e City, one of the 6 cities to the south. Time flew by, and a month and a half passed quickly. After stepping into the 3rd stage, there were no special auxiliary cultivation treasures or anything like that. Even for a divine favor level talent, a month and a half of time would be good enough to raise 1 level of cultivation. However, Mu Yunlan still had an unused Yuan Dan in his hand. With the help of this Yuan Dan, a month and a half's time had raised Lu Zhang's spirit power cultivation from the 6th level of the 3rd rank to the 9th level of the 3rd rank. The remaining energy from the Yuan Dan was enough for Lu Zhang to break through to the 4th stage. But something like that in Chang'e City, Mu Yunlan didn't want to miss it. On this day, Mu Yunlan and Song Snap and Yi Wushuang returned to Frostleaf City to visit their relatives. Yi Wushuang had married into the Song family. One of the bride price was the 7th grade spirit weapon that Mu Yunlan had brought back. There are countless other things. The wedding was organized with a great deal of fanfare, and among the 12 cities, almost all of the great clans sent gifts. What the people couldn't get to, the gifts did. After all, this was a marriage between the 6 northern cities and the 6 southern cities. There are many aspects that are affected. Mak Yunlan also attended the wedding and made a point of communicating with the people of Chang'e City and a few other cities. After following Song Snapdragon to Frostleaf City, she was escorted by a 6th-ranked Imperial Beastmaster as she continued southward. She first went to the returning Goose City next to Chang'e City and called up the 2nd miss of the returning Goose City's Goose family, Yen Jiro, and then came to Chang'e City together. When he arrived at the gates of Chang'e City, he saw a man. Mak Yunlan snatched the question. Feng Jiuxiao, why are you here? Could it be that you're following me? Yen Jiro beside her asked in a small voice. Sister Yunlan, is this the woman you said bewitched your elder brother and plagued the Mu family? Feng Jiuxiao was originally still amazed at how Mu Yunlan could have come here, but when she heard Yen Jiro's voice, a few moments of anger arose in her heart, and the speculations that arose in a flash just now were also thrown away. Mu Yunlan, don't you go around slandering me. I didn't do anything. Sensing her master's anger, the golden-scaled serpent next to her, which was huge in stature, also let out an angry hiss. Lu Zhang was leaning against Mu Yunlan's arms and sniffing the scent of milk for a nap. Woken up by them, he first gave Makunaga a mouthful. Then he directly used the bridge of sharing skill to link to the golden-scaled serpent and cursed angrily. Little loach, you shut the hell up. It's making me sleep. The golden-scaled snake was confused by the sudden voice that reached his head, realizing that it was the voice coming from the little monkey that had knocked himself out for no reason earlier. He instantly cursed back in annoyance as well. Stinking monkey, you still haven't settled the score with you for hitting me last time. You still dare to scold me. A milky girl's voice was heard in his head. Lu Zhang couldn't help but freeze for a moment. You also a female snake? What's wrong with a mother snake? Is that a reason for you to beat me? The golden-scaled serpent's anger was at its peak as he continued. If it wasn't for my master stopping me last time, I would have held you down and violently beaten you. Humph, you wait. The first chance I get, I'll be sure to knock you out too. Mu Yunlan and Feng Jiuxiao didn't know that the two spirit pets had already cursed at each other first. Hearing Feng Jiuxiao's words, Mu Yunlan snorted. If you don't want people to know, don't do it, okay? I don't want to break up the Mako family with you. I'll ask you, why did you tail me here? Did you tail me here when I went to returning Goose City? Mac Yunlan certainly knew it in his heart. Something like this inside Chang'e City made quite a stir at the time. Feng Jiuxiao, as a reborn person, would not let go of this opportunity. Mu Yunlan had been asking Lu Zhang to send out avatars to follow Feng Jiuxiao's side and keep track of her. She just purposely appeared before Feng Jiuxiao entered the city, so as to create a scene of chance encounter. After all, she didn't want Feng Jiuxiao to guess that she had also been reborn, so there was a need to give Feng Jiuxiao a reason to come over here on her own, just in case she suspected something. The Yanji row by his side and the empty spirit cloud that he was going to meet in the middle of Chang'e City were all just fronts used to cover up, and right now, she is doing just that. Wicked, directly accusing Feng Jiuxiao of tailing himself. Getting the latter into a self-incrimination trap is what they bad guys do all the time. As the saying goes, a gentleman deceives with a square. For a principled and righteous person like Feng Jiuxiao, Mu Yunlan had many ways to deal with her. Sure enough, after hearing Mu Yunlan's words, Feng Jiuxiao almost instantly exploded with anger. In fact, if it were another person, with her state of mind as a former Emperor Realm powerhouse, there wouldn't be half a fluctuation. But Mu Yunlan was different. The woman she'd been entangled with for decades, and the woman who finally ended her life. It existed in her consciousness like a demon in her mind. It just could send waves of shock through her ancient heart. I haven't been to returning Goose City at all, much less tailed you. I came here to do something. Just don't cause me any trouble. As the words fell, Feng Jiuxiao directly called on the golden-scaled snake to leave. However, it was realized that the golden-scaled snake did not follow. Turning his head, he saw that the golden-scaled snake was spitting its letters at the little monkey in Mu Yunlan's arms. Feng Jiuxiao could sense that his spirit pet was having mental fluctuations and was obviously talking. He asked in a rather puzzled manner, "Little Goldie, are you talking to that little monkey?" As soon as she intervened on her side, the golden-scaled snake burst into tears and squealed. "Master, that stinking monkey called me a little loach, and told me to roll in the muddy pond to show him. Help me scold him. I want to hit him now. Just let me do it." Feng Jiuxiao sniffed and took a look at the little monkey lazily nestled in Mu Yunlan's arms, and immediately felt a pang of tiredness. Why there is a feeling of powerlessness with a baby. Thanks for the support. End of chapter. Chapter 30, Feng Jiuxiao. And you say you're not tailing me? Begging for tailing. Chapter 30, Feng Jiuxiao. And you say you're not tailing me? Begging for tailing. Chapter 30, Feng Jiuxiao. And you say you're not tailing me? Begging for tailing. Without waiting for Feng Jiuxiao to say anything, Mu Yunlan, however, had already snorted coldly and twisted her head to pull Yen Jiro towards the city. The guards of the two men behind them rushed to follow. Seeing this, Feng Jiuxiao hurriedly pacified the golden-scaled snake. "We can't do anything now, good boy, now that little monkey has help, just to piss you off on purpose. Once we do fight, though, I'm sure you can beat the little monkey, but its helpers are all 5th-rank spirit beasts, and I'll be heartbroken when you get hurt. You're going to turn into a noble true dragon. Let's not talk to a wild monkey, okay?" Hearing these words, the gold-scaled snake's aggrieved little heart was comforted. It said condescendingly, "Yeah, I could have had to transform into a true dragon. It's just a stinking monkey. I don't even bother with him. Nice guy, and you didn't bother to talk to him. If I hadn't stopped you, you'd have gone straight to him and fought him. Feng Jiuxiao muttered inwardly and hurriedly received the golden scaled snake into the spirit beast pouch and walked into the city. Lu Zhang could be big or small, so he could be carried into the city. However, large spirit pets are not allowed to be brought in directly. The golden scaled snake was now 10 meters long without changing its body, and it needed to be packed into a spirit beast bag to be able to do so. Putting away his spirit pet, Feng Jiuxiao didn't dare to continue delaying any longer. Doing the math, there were about 2 more hours before that thing would show up, and it had to be snatched away at the first opportunity. Soon, the time came 1.5 hours later. The southwest corner of Chang'e City, Meta Turing Mines. At this point, people were packed around the huge booth. The crowd stared at the sorcerers in the 10 mining spirit formations. Their expressions were both nervous and excited at the same time. Sorcerer, a type of stone produced around spirit crystals. In the beginning, people used it only as a building material to build houses that blocked the aura. Later, someone shattered a large chunk of sorcerer, only to discover that it contained a broken spirit weapon. It's like discovering a new continent. Word spreads quickly, then the crowd followed suit and finally settled on one fact. The huge sorcerer contained all sorts of things that could release aura. For example, spiritual soldiers, spiritual pills, bones of spiritual beasts, or some other treasures. And so a new industry arose. Open source mining. Buying a piece of sorcerer at a low price and opening up a treasure is earning nothing, just a lost bet. The price of each piece of sorcerer was not low, or at least not something that ordinary people could afford to play with. The ones selling source minerals don't even charge gold or silver, only spirit crystals. Without spirit crystals, none of them were qualified to enter. And at this moment, Mu Yunlan was betting on a piece of sorcerer with the 7th miss of the Empty family of Chang'e City, Empty Lingyun, and the 2nd miss of the Yen family of Returning Goose City, Yen Jiro. The goal of Feng Jiuxiao and Mu Yunlan coming over this time was one of the source mines. It was on this day that someone had opened an extraordinary item from among the source mines. A drop of true dragon's blood coalesced into a blood jade. At first, the man only thought it was a blood-colored spirit crystal and sold it to a person. That person accidentally dropped it on the ground after getting the blood jade. The blood jade shattered, and the aura of true dragon's blood was exposed. It was then directly swallowed by another person's spirit beast, and that spirit beast's quality leapt into the divine level, becoming a low-grade dragon blood spirit beast. True dragons, those were creatures above the emperor realm. No one in this world had ever seen a real dragon again, only the changed appearance of a dragon-blooded creature. Even the demonic dragon that Mac Yunlan used the golden scaled snake to evolve out of in the previous life. It was also actually just a term of endearment, and not a true pure-blooded magic dragon. A drop of true dragon's blood, even after an unknown number of years, had very little energy left. What it contains is also extremely powerful. There was no doubt that this was something that could evolve the essence of life for the golden scaled snake. Feng Jiuxiao had to fight for it, and to Mu Yunlan, the energy contained in this thing was enough to greatly increase the little monkey's spiritual cultivation. She was also bound to get it. Feng Jiuxiao, you still say you're not tailing me? Mu Yunlan angrily scolded Feng Jiuxiao, who had just walked in with a confused look on his face. Her voice drew quite a few people's attention to her. Almost everyone here is on edge due to the gambler's mentality. A number of people shivered in fear at her shout. I was just about to loudly reprimand what kind of unqualified guy was making a noise here, but after seeing Empyrean Spirit Cloud, everyone closed their mouths. In Yunzhou, these big families of the 12 cities were the sky, regardless of which main city's jurisdiction they survived under. The children of these big families had to memorize as much as they could. Offending any of them could lead to the destruction of one's family. Empty Lingyun was the most favored 7th young lady of the Empty family, the city lord's residence of Chang'e City, and there was no one here who didn't know her. Naturally, she dared not complain to her friend. Oh, is this the pervert you said was tailing you, Yunlan? Empty Lingyun's sweet little mouth like a cherry, but the words that came out made Feng Jiuxiao feel incomparably vicious. Feng Jiuxiao's fists were clenched and his teeth gritted. This devilish demoness, every place she goes, spreads rumors about herself and discredits her image. It's really, really hateful. I'm not a pervert, Feng Jiuxiao said angrily. Mac Yunlan immediately said in a cold voice, how do you prove you're not? Spotting you from the city gates, and spotting you here as well. You're clearly trailing me. You can't say that you came all the way from Spirit Ruin City to this Chang'e City just to open source mines, right? Feng Jiuxiao hurriedly said, right, that's what I'm here for. Open source mining, can't I? She thought that Mu Yunlan would continue to press, but she didn't expect the latter to suddenly laugh. Sure thing, you drive, and when you're done, Go! Feng Jiuxiao froze when she heard this. Of course she couldn't leave. Immediately, he said in a cold voice, "Why should I leave if you tell me to?" At this moment, the Empyrean cloud beside Mak Yunlan spoke up. "Just by the fact that this is my house. I told you to go. Can you go now?" Feng Jiuxiao watched as another unruly young lady popped up, and immediately felt his fists harden. Really don't blame the little blonde. Sometimes she was a little out of control. Really wanna hit someone. While she was having some difficulty on how to break the situation, Mu Yunlan was the one who spoke again. "Just keep her here. What if she runs out first, finds a place to crouch, and then tails me? Before we leave this time, have someone keep an eye on her and see if she'll tail me again." Since Mu Yunlan had spoken, Empyrean Cloud naturally wouldn't say anything and continued to pick sorcerers with Yanjiro. And when Feng Jiuxiao saw the strange gazes cast by the people around him, she felt her face burning hot. It really is. She was an empress. How had she ever been so humiliated? Being watched as if she were a pervert and a clown. If she wasn't mentally strong enough, she wouldn't have been able to hold back her outburst or just run away. "I have to hold back. True dragon's blood. I must get my hands on it." Feng Jiuxiao did some inner construction and directly ignored the gazes of the bystanders. His eyes were dead set on those mining spirit formations, as if he wanted to see through what was inside. It was a pity that her real pupil wasn't able to do perspective. This source mine, on the other hand, was isolated from aura and could not be perceived. Everything can only wait until the stone is cracked to find out what's inside. Suddenly, a flash of blood. That's it. Thanks for the support. End of chapter. Chapter 31. Chapter 31I. Feng Jiuxiao will live a second life. Requesting for follow-up reading. Chapter 31. Chapter 31I. Feng Jiuxiao will live a second life. Requesting for follow-up reading. Chapter 31I. Feng Jiuxiao will live a second life. Requesting for follow-up reading. It was a source mine bought by a bald middle-aged man. At this time, it had just been opened by the mining spirit formation. A flash of bright red light. With Feng Jiuxiao's pupil of truth innate ability, he could tell at a glance the majestic energy contained within. There's no mistaking it. She suppressed her inner joy to appear normal. That illiterate buyer sighed and spoke out. "Does anyone want to buy this blood spirit crystal? You can take it for 10 spirit crystals." "I'll take it." Feng Jiuxiao took out 10 spirit crystals and said. With that, she walked towards the true dragon's blood. It was at this time that a person was in front of her. "I'll offer 11 spirit crystals. Sell it to me," Macaque said with a smile. When Feng Jiuxiao saw that the true dragon's blood that was about to arrive was cut off by Mu Yunlan, he immediately said in a deep voice, "Mu Yunlan, if you're just trying to go against me, there's no need to go through this wasteful way of wasting spirit crystals. It's just a blood spirit crystal. You can't double your bid for whatever I buy, can you?" Mak Yunlan said with a light laugh. "I didn't double it either. Whoever made you tail me today made me very upset. No matter what you buy today and how many spirit crystals you offer, I'll buy it for 1 more spirit crystal than you offer. If you don't have the money, get the hell back to Spirit Market City. You." Feng Jiuxiao was furious and could only shout the price again. 20 spirit crystals, 21 spirit crystals, 100 spirit crystals, 101 spirit crystals. As he watched the two bidding, the face of the man who felt he had lost money just now became more and more agitated. He had spent 15 spirit crystals to purchase this piece of source ore, and after opening the blood spirit crystals, he had thought that selling 10 pieces would be very good, but I didn't realize there was a windfall. Just when he thought he might be taking advantage of the opportunity to make a big profit, Empyrean Cloud spoke up. 102 spirit crystals. I'll take this blood spirit crystal and give it to you, Yunlan. To the children of a large family like them, hundreds or thousands of spirit crystals were nothing at all. Being able to make good friends with Mak Yunlan made the money well spent, and after she opened her mouth, that seller immediately didn't dare to ask for anything more and said decisively, "Okay, deal. In this Chang'e city, he mustn't dare to offend Empty Spirit Cloud, otherwise not only will he not be able to earn any money, but his own life and family may be directly hitched to it. To see something you value so much just taken away from you." Feng Jiuxiao was instantly born with boundless anger. However, she didn't dare to do anything to Empyrean Cloud here. The current her wasn't an Emperor Realm Imperial Beastmaster. She was just a tiny third-rank Imperial Beastmaster. If she really made a move, there was no need for the Empty family to send additional support. Just the guards here would be enough to suppress her. She couldn't help but give Mu Yunlan a vicious look, but even so, she didn't have strong emotions like killing intent in her heart towards Mu Yunlan. In her perception, Mu Yunlan was merely targeting herself on a daily basis. It was not a deliberate attempt to rob himself of his chance. If she let her know, Mac Yunlan was doing it on purpose. Odds are, well, it won't be much. After all, she was a righteous empress. As long as the other person is not yet an enemy in the true sense of the word, it is still mainly persuasion, and does not directly pronounce a death sentence just because someone has offended him or her. Mu Yunlan received the true dragon's blood and gave Emperor Spirit Cloud a big hug. Sister, you're so sweet. Looking at them with a look of sisterly love, Lu Zhang, who was caught between the 4 peaks, could not help but roll his eyes. If I didn't know that you guys were planning to use each other from the start, I'll really believe it. Feng Jiuxiao looked at the true dragon's blood in Mu Yunlan's hand, his mind racing as he sought a way to break the situation. I need that blood spirit crystal. Mu Yunlan, I can pass on a secret technique to you in exchange for that blood spirit crystal. Hearing Feng Jiuxiao's words, Mu Yunlan's heart also thought quickly. The greatest function of this true dragon's blood was to stimulate the true dragon's bloodline, and just using it to enhance spiritual cultivation was honestly a bit of a waste. If it was an ordinary spirit pet, it would be possible to use this true dragon's blood to turn it into a dragon blood spirit beast. However, one's own 6-eared macaque was obviously also an extremely powerful divine pet, and its bloodline level wouldn't even be lower than that of a true dragon. Then this true dragon's blood might even cause bloodline contamination to the 6-eared macaque. Having overlooked this point before, now that she saw how persistent Feng Jiuxiao was, Mu Yunlan thought of this crucial point. Unable to help himself, he frowned. If what arrives doesn't directly enhance strength, it's useless to take it over. However, if he were to exchange with Feng Jiuxiao, a mere secret technique, and being equally strong at the Emperor realm, Mu Yunlan didn't care to learn Feng Jiuxiao's things. Well, in exchange for one other thing? You're nothing more than a parasite of the Mu family. What secret techniques can you have? Mac Yunlan first mocked, paused for a moment, and then continued. It's not impossible for you to want to exchange this item, but I want that lamp you used last time in the middle of the secret realm. Feng Jiuxiao's eyes instantly widened when he heard this, and he blurted out, it's impossible, absolutely impossible. Mac Yunlan twisted his head and walked away. Then there's no talk. Ling Yun, Zoe, let's go. Feng Jiuxiao subconsciously wanted to block, but he didn't know what to say. The ruby golden body lamp was one of the relies on which she had been invincible in her previous pre-life. Now giving such a treasure in person to the witch who had killed her in her last life, she was very resistant in her heart. For a while, it was difficult to make a decision. Instead, Mu Yunlan was incomparably certain in her heart that Feng Jiuxiao would definitely choose to exchange. The effect of true dragon's blood was that it could give the divine favor itself a direct evolutionary enhancement, which was something that could not be found. Although the ruby golden body lamp was also very precious, after all, there were restrictions on its use. Mu Yunlan was waiting for Feng Jiuxiao to come to the door on his own. Didn't have to wait long. Feng Jiuxiao figured it out after half an hour. The ruby golden body lamp was something she had relied on in her last life, and in her last life, she had failed. Following the course of her last life, she still couldn't defeat the evil demon. Returning from her rebirth, she wants to live a second life. Since he had already chosen the golden-scaled serpent spiritual pet that he had missed out on in his previous life, he should use it as a foundation to achieve legend once again. The importance of true dragon's blood to dragon blood spirit beasts was self-evident, although the ruby golden body lamp was valuable. In the end, it was just an external object. Chang'e City, the city gate. Mu Yunlan jumped down from the carriage. Figured it out? Looking at the smug, villainous smile on Mu Yunlan's face, Feng Jiuxiao forced himself to calm his breathing. This is the ruby golden body lamp, and that blood spirit crystal. Give it to me. Mu Yunlan took out the blood spirit crystal, but clutched it in his hand and said with a smile, watch your attitude. Now, you're the one who wants to trade with me. You should have shown me your sincerity. Feng Jiuxiao gritted his teeth and whispered, Mu Yunlan, don't you go too far. Mu Yunlan stood up to the carriage, towering over Feng Jiuxiao. What can you do? Feng Jiuxiao's fists clenched and creaked. I'm begging for some free recommendations and 5-star reviews. End of chapter 32. Chapter 32 That Great Sage Who Stabbed the Sky with a Stick. Requests for follow-up reading. 32. Chapter 32 That Great Sage Who Stabbed the Sky with a Stick. Requests for follow-up reading. Chapter 32 That Great Sage Who Stabbed the Sky with a Stick. Requests for follow-up reading. Lu Zhang simply didn't have the eyes to see. It's really bad. This young girl, the more perverted she gets. Looking at Mu Yunlan's arrogant, domineering, lofty, disdainful, and impetuous expression, Lu Zhang all had the urge to stand on Feng Jiuxiao's side, but compare the cushion sizes. Oh no, it was considering the need to supervise this crazy girl, Mac Yunlan, by herself, so he didn't leave. Feng Jiuxiao was incomparably angry, but he was only angry for a moment, not to mention her personal principles, even if she did do it in spite of them. The 6th-ranked Imperial Beastmaster who drove the car was no slouch either. There's no chance of winning. I beg you, trade with me. Feng Jiuxiao almost uttered these words one word at a time from between his teeth. It was as if it took all his strength, the ability to stoically send out begging to the people who killed them. It takes great courage. GGG. Mac Yunlan laughed wildly for a while before jumping off the carriage, and the two completed the exchange. With the blood spirit crystal in hand, Feng Jiuxiao left without looking back. She was also followed by a 5th-ranked Imperial Beastmaster of the Mu clan as an escort. Mu Yunlan watched her back disappear and looked at the ruby golden body lamp in his hand again, in a very good mood. This is a real treasure. It could be said that all the things that the 6 northern cities of Yunzhou had obtained since the discovery of the 100 Treasure Mountain mystic realm, combined, were not as precious as this lamp. Above the Beast Spirit realm was the Beast King, and above the Beast King was the Beast Exalted, Ruby Golden Body Lamp, Grade 9 Exalted Spiritual Treasure. Other than that, as long as the information about this treasure was spread out, it would definitely cause a great war in the entire Cloud State. With such a treasure, no matter which big family could resist its temptation. Now it's mine. To Mu Yunlan, the joy of obtaining a treasure was far less than having Feng Jiuxiao willingly give away a treasure that originally belonged to her. As for the question of the enhancement of that true dragon's blood to the golden-scaled serpent, no worries at all. Mu Yunlan was incomparably confident in this 6-eared macaque spiritual pet that he had obtained in this life. Even with her experience as a former Imperial Realm Imperial Beast Master, she had never seen a spirit beast like the 6-eared macaque that possessed such a terrifying divine skill. Even if the golden-scaled serpent completely evolved into a true dragon, Mu Yunlan believed that under the same rank, the 6-eared macaque would be able to win completely. Uncle Fu, don't return directly. Find a few ferocious beasts first. I want to try the effects of this treasure, Mac Yunlan said with gusto. Fu Bo was very efficient, and after an hour or so, the carriage stopped near a hill. Miss, there's a 4th-order triple-ish and 6 3rd-order double-headed fire lizards up ahead. Do you need me to take care of that 4th-order fire lizard first? Uncle Fu asked respectfully. When he came out, the old family master had instructed him very clearly. Either he returned to the Song family with Mu Yunlan, or neither of them should go back. He was still very attentive to Mu Yunlan's safety. Mu Yunlan stroked the little monkey's head and took out the ruby golden body lamp that he had just refined and said excitedly, "No need, little 6 ears, go." With that, he directly threw the little monkey towards the sky. Lu Zhang, who was detached from the warm embrace, was rather speechless. I'm a 6-eared macaque and I'm just thrown out of the water? However, it does get a little bony to keep nesting. Think of it as loosening up. In an instant, the Dharma heavenly skill was unleashed. The small monkey that was originally only the size of a baby had steeply turned into a terrifying beast that was 20 meters tall. At the same time, the ground shook and sand and rocks converged. Talent. Gathering sand. A 30-meter-long huge rock rod converged out in the blink of an eye and was held in Lu Zhang's hands. And on the side, Mu Yunlan also activated the ruby golden body lamp in his hand. A golden light shone steeply on Lu Zhang's body, causing his fur, which was already a reddish gold color, to become even brighter. The golden light solidified, and the original 20-meter height increased once again, coming to around 26 meters. What was even cooler was that Lu Zhang's entire body was wrapped in a layer of golden armor like energy body. Even the brown rod of rock was turning a bright gold color. At this moment, it was as if Lu Zhang had recovered what he once was, the great saint who stabbed the sky with a stick. Roar! Lu Zhang couldn't help but roar. A flash of golden light fell with a thunderbolt, coming over that 4th-ranked 2-headed fire lizard. He held the rod in both hands and swung it out with force. Boom! Lu Zhang had utilized the golden dragon light escape to flash over. The 4th-ranked ferocious beast with a body length of more than 10 meters was completely incapable of dodging this attack. Only had time to tilt my head back. A pillar zoomed across its field of vision. And then there was the endless darkness. The earth cracked open and a crater with a radius of over 100 meters formed. The body of the 2-headed fire lizard had already turned into a mess of rotten meat under the power of this strike. Death is complete. 5th-ranked Royal Beast Master Fubo stared at this scene in stupefaction. Couldn't really believe my eyes. You're telling me that this 30-meter-plus beast is only a 3rd-order spirit beast? Whose 3rd-ranked spirit beast was able to smash a 4th-ranked ferocious beast to death with a single stick. Even his 5th-ranked spirit beast, I'm afraid it wouldn't be able to withstand this stick. Simply too scary. The few remaining 3rd-ranked ferocious beasts were not able to escape Lu Zhang's attacks either. The earth trembles when a stick is swung. Having killed them all completely, Lu Zhang still felt that it was not too much. then swung out a club to level that mound. In doing so, the party dispersed the sandstone heavenly pillars in his hands and resumed the appearance of a small monkey. Mu Yunlan hugged the little monkey and kissed him fiercely. "Little Six Ears, you were really too handsome just now. I love it," he said, once again holding the little monkey hard in his arms. It seemed as if they were trying to incorporate it into their bodies. Luckily, nowadays, Lu Zhang had already mastered the talent of the phaseless beast's phaseless formlessness. It can be big or small, and it stretches. There's no fear of being smothered. Fu Bo, who was beside him, looked back in awe at the little monkey that he had originally treated as a pet. Mrs. Divine Pet is so powerful. It's bound to win the top spot in the 12 Cities Exchange Conference. Congratulations in advance, Miss. The corner of Mac Yunlan's mouth lifted up in a nice arc as she waved her hand at the words, "Go home." When they reached the carriage, Mu Yunlan was thinking of Feng Jiuxiao. "I wonder, when you see what little Six Ears looks like after being strengthened by the Rudy Golden Body Lamp, what expression will you have?" And really looking forward to it. On the other hand, Feng Jiuxiao, who had gone through a lot of trouble, hitching in his dignity and a treasure to get his hands on the true dragon's blood, released the golden scale snake, then hand it the true dragon's blood. "Eat it and you'll gain evolution." As soon as Feng Jiuxiao's words fell, the golden scaled snake swallowed it without hesitation. The next moment, it let out a dragon roar. The true dragon body talent was triggered passively, directly transforming into the form of a 5-clawed golden dragon. A powerful pressure arose. It's not so much in rank as it is in blood. After the dragon might arose, ordinary spirit beasts and fierce beasts, under this pressure, their ability to act and react would be greatly affected. The spirit pet of the 5th-ranked Imperial Beast Master who was escorting Feng Jiuxiao was shivering under this pressure at this moment. Luckily, the pressure didn't last long. The 5-clawed golden dragon with a body length of 30 meters shrank rapidly, turning into a length of over 13 meters. To Feng Jiuxiao's surprise, at this time, the golden scaled snake not only possessed a dragon's head and tail, but also grew 4 dragon claws, even though it only had 3 claws. Now, it could already be called a golden scale scow. After metamorphosing and growing into a golden scale jiao, the spirit power cultivation level also progressed to the 9th level of the 3rd order. It was just one step away from breaking through the 4th rank. Feng Jiuxiao couldn't help but look into the distance. That was the direction where Mu Yunlan had left. Mu Yunlan, today's humiliation. I will double it back in the future. What she didn't know was that the moment the golden scaled snake transformed into a dragon, a bell rang somewhere beyond the cloud state. Thank you to the righteous fathers for their support. End of chapter 33. Chapter 33, 9 Dragons Divine Flame Palace. Invite Yunlan back for me. Begging for a catch-up read. 33. Chapter 33, 9 Dragons Divine Flame Palace. Invite Yunlan back for me. Begging for a catch-up read. Chapter 33, 9 Dragons Divine Fire Palace. Invite Yunlan back for me. Begging for catch-up reading. Yaoguang Domain. Within the Qi Kingdom. 9 Dragons Divine Fire Palace. Lookout Dragon Peak. Several old men surrounded above the mountain peak, looking at the clan's most precious treasure, the starting dragon bell, which chimed without wind. The bell tolled 10 times and the true dragon descended. It means that 100% spirit beasts that can evolve into true dragons have appeared in this world. The 9 Dragons Divine Flame Palace was said to be a top-tier sect in ancient times, possessing 9 true dragons of departing fire. However, after the end of the ancient war, the 9 true dragons fell, and the 9 Dragons Divine Flame Palace gradually declined. By now, it was reduced to a second-rate sect that could only be trapped within the Qi state. Within the sect, everyone was clear that there was only one way to revive. That is to find a real dragon, rekindle the glory of the clan with the fire of the true dragon. The legend of the rising dragon bell was known to every disciple. This baby has no other use than to monitor the true dragon bloodline. Within the 9 Dragons Divine Flame Palace, all disciples chose their spirit pet to be a dragon blood spirit beast, but its bloodline is very thin. With the highest quality, it was only a yellow vein divine favor, and if a spirit beast wanted to evolve into a true dragon, the only way to do so was to reach the Xian vein divine favor level. The remote land of Yunzhou thought that the quality of spirit beasts only had 3 major levels: mortal bone beast pets, transcendent spirit pets as well as legendary divine pets. And in fact, within the level of legendary divine favor, there was a world of difference. It is divided into 4 levels: heaven, earth, Xian, and yellow, with the yellow vein divine pet being the lowest level, and the top level, naturally, being the heavenly vein divine pet. The golden scaled serpent's initial awakened state was also only at the yellow vein divine favor level. However, after the evolution of swallowing a drop of true dragon's blood, it was metamorphosed into a Xian vein divine pet. Thus, it directly triggered the ringing of the starting dragon bell. Dragon blood spirit beast, Xian Vein divine pet, entering the emperor realm, can transform into a true dragon. The higher the quality of the bloodline, the lower the level required to transform a true dragon. Appeared. It really appeared. This is the only chance for our 9 dragons divine flame palace to revive. We absolutely cannot miss it. Notify all disciples, deacons, and elders. Leave an adult to guard the clan. The rest of you, immediately go searching in the southwestern direction. Make sure to bring back the dragon blood spirit beast. If it's a contracted spirit pet, then the person who contracted it is instantly sealed as the sex young palace master. Make sure it's safe. Taishang Elder Taisher Hui gave orders with agitated words. Everyone sniffed and acted immediately. The actions of the 9 dragons divine flame palace had obviously produced great changes compared to the developments in Feng Jiuxiao's last life. In his last life, Mu Yunlan evolved the golden scale serpent into a demonic dragon, completely depriving it of the possibility of turning into a true dragon. Naturally, it hadn't triggered the attention of the 9 dragons divine flame palace, and this time, both of their fates had changed drastically. Feng Jiuxiao, who had evolved the golden scaled snake into the golden scaled Jiao, immediately received more resources tilted by Mu Nanshan after returning to the Mu clan. Mu Nanshan attached great importance to the exchange conference that would be held 2.5 months later. He directly approached the old head of the Mu clan, Mu Yuan. Lord Father, I hope that you can step in and take Feng Jiuxiao on a trip to Ink Feather City to ask Elder Mo Feng of Ink Feather City to release a bloodline baptism for Feng Jiuxiao's spirit pet. There was only one big family in Mou City, and that was the Mo family. The Mo family was the only family with 2 beast kings amongst the 12 cities in the entire Cloud State. That's why it can dominate a city all by itself. As for itself, there were extremely many high-quality spirit pets within the family. What created all of this was simply because of Mo Feng's Moonflower-level talent. Bloodline baptism. Consuming a certain amount of spirit energy can perform bloodline cleansing on spirit beasts of a certain level. The higher the level of the spirit beast, the higher the quality of its own bloodline, the more it would consume. Feng Jiuxiao's golden scale Jiao was a divine pet. In the entire 12 cities of Cloud State, counting the still unclear divine favor in Mu Yunlan's hand, there were and are only 4 total divine favors. One of them was the crowning divine eagle, one of the 2 beast kings in Mo Feng's hands. Although Yunzhou was not big, with the 12 cities plus the subsidiary cities, the total population was just over 100 million people. However, there were quite a few high-quality spirit pets that appeared from the major clans. The vast majority of geniuses, however, had left Yunzhou and never returned. Take for example Song Yun, the eldest son of the Song family and Song Snap's older brother. All this aside, divine favorites are scarce in number, and the cost of helping a divine favorite undergo bloodline cleansing is also extremely high. It was not just as simple as consuming a portion of one's own spiritual energy. The probability was that it would require Mo Feng to permanently reduce his spiritual cultivation. Although cultivation can be cultivated back again, but it's a completely different thing than consuming spiritual energy and then recovering it. With Mu Nanshan's face, he couldn't do that yet. It had to be the old family head, Mu Yuan, who personally stepped in to make it possible for Mo Feng to unleash his natural skill once. Feng Jiuxiao, is it really more reliable than your own daughter? Mu Yuan's question caused Mu Nanshan's body to tremble. He couldn't help but bite his tongue and say, Mu Yunlan is unruly. She has long since turned her back on the Mu clan, and now that she has gone to the Song clan and not returned, it is a move of her heart toward the Song clan. Although Feng Jiuxiao is a foreign surname, he married Tianqiu 2 years after his and gave birth to a child, so he is a member of the Mu family. It's irreversible that Mu Yunlan left, and Feng Jiuxiao staying is fundamental to the development of my Mu clan. Please, father strike. Macaque snorted coldly. That little monkey is bound to be a divine pet as well. 2 divine favorites in one clan. This is the root of how my Mu clan can truly rise. Mo Feng of Mou City and Wang Yang of Xiang City are gradually getting bigger by virtue of the divine favors in their hands, and they have a hidden tendency to dominate Yunzhou. Mo Feng is not going to step in to help. They'll just try to get rid of these 2 divine favorites. Last time the 2 of them went to the 6 southern cities, Mu Yunlan had a 6th order royal beastmaster protecting them on the surface. But there was actually an 8th order royal beastmaster following them in secret. On Feng Jiuxiao's side, you even just sent a 5th ranked imperial beastmaster to protect him. What a fool! If I hadn't also secretly sent an 8th ranked imperial beastmaster to follow, I'm afraid that some people would have been unable to hold back from striking. Both divine favorites, both of them must stay in the Mu clan. No matter what method you use, invite Yunlan back for me. Get out! Being scolded, Mu Nanshan left the courtyard where Mu Yuan resided with a chaotic brain. Luckily, it was in the middle of a secret room just now. Otherwise, if these words were heard by the other clansmen, the majesty of Mu Nanshan's family head would disappear completely. Let Feng Jiuxiao come in to see me. Mu Yuan's voice once again rang in his ears, frightening Mu Nanshan into shivering. He instantly came to his senses, then hastily found Feng Jiuxiao, leading her to the courtyard where Mu Yuan was. He himself was hurrying to leave. After Mu Yuan saw Feng Jiuxiao, the frosty ice on his face melted away. He smiled and said to Feng Jiuxiao, "Sit down. There's no need to be formal. Your mother is a member of my Mu family, and you have my Mu family bloodline in you, so we are family. After coming to the Mako family for so long, this is only the second time you've seen me, isn't it?" Feng Jiuxiao nodded respectfully and said, "The first time was when I first came here and you confirmed my status as an outer clan member of the Mako family. Don't underestimate the status of this one outsider clan member. 12 cities in Yunzhou, 25 families, that's the top of hundreds of millions of Yunzhou people. The identity of an outlander clan member is a sign of being above the thousands. Other than that, you never have to worry about food or clothing. What you eat every day is not to say that it is a mountain of delicacies. It is also a meal worth dozens of taels of silver. It's simply not something an ordinary person can imagine. Even if Feng Jiuxiao was targeted by Mu Yunlan in the Mu clan, no one would dare to mess with him when he was outside. Therefore, Feng Jiuxiao still held gratitude for the matter of Mu Yuan identifying himself. But, thanks for the support. End of chapter 34. Chapter 34, it's simply the greatest insult to a male, begging for a follow-up. 34. Chapter 34, it's simply the greatest insult to a male, begging for a follow-up. Chapter 34, the greatest insult to a male, requested. But then again, Feng Jiuxiao's identity was given to her by her parents, and recognizing her was a proper move for the Mu family. Otherwise a person with family blood is allowed to be bullied outside. That's something that would dishonor the Mako family. What's more, Feng Jiuxiao was aware of how cold-blooded a person Mu Yuan actually was, so this gratitude is not much. Mu Yuan didn't realize that Feng Jiuxiao had already seen through him. He also kept his gentle smile. "Jiuxiao, both you and Yunlan are the hope of my Mu clan, 2 divine pets descended on the Mu family, and you also possess the first appearance of a sunburst rank talent in Yunzhou. This is heaven's will for the Mu family to prosper. So, I hope you two can join hands together and not create any conflicts because of some small misunderstandings. I'm too old to go further in this life without getting out of Yunzhou. The future of the shepherd family will depend on you. Jiuxiao, promise grandpa that when Yunlan comes back, you won't get on her bad side, okay?" His words were exchanged for Feng Jiuxiao's silence. Such an outcome was also expected by Mu Yuan. Youngsters such as Feng Jiuxiao's age were the most vindictive, especially amongst this big family. It wasn't like Mu Yunlan had been targeting Feng Jiuxiao for a day or two. A grudge of this magnitude could not be so easily ended with one light sentence. Macaque took out something. 9 heavens, this is a spirit fruit I obtained in my early years, from the 100 Treasure Mountain's secret realm. Let your golden scale scout eat it, and it should be able to break through directly to the 4th rank and raise it some more. Feng Jiuxiao took the spirit fruit and nodded. You can rest assured that if Mu Yunlan doesn't find me in trouble, I won't provoke her. Hearing this, Mu Yuan's eyes narrowed before smilingly letting Feng Jiuxiao leave. After her figure disappeared, the smile on Macaque's face completely disappeared. Just now, from beginning to end, Feng Jiuxiao didn't address Mu Yuan with grandpa, even if he conducted some guidance. It was useless. Obviously, Feng Jiuxiao just didn't treat Mu Yuan as a close elder, and just an old householder. This meant that Feng Jiuxiao didn't have any sense of belonging to the Mu family, outsiders, or not, and Mu Yunlan, no matter how much she hated Mu Nanshan and the Mu family, she was still surnamed Mu. Having grown up here since childhood, there is a natural sense of belonging. Mu Yuan was still more inclined to cultivate Mu Yunlan in his heart, and Feng Jiuxiao could only serve as a battering ram. However, the temple in Yunzhou was too small to accommodate these 2 great Buddhas. Sooner or later, they're still going to leave. The most suitable successor in Mu Yuan's heart was not Mu Yunlan or Feng Jiuxiao, but Mu Tianqiu. Looking at Feng Jiuxiao's back as he left, Mu Yuan was calculating in his heart. One thing that Mu Nanshan said was still correct. There was a need to allow Mu Tianqiu and Feng Jiuxiao to unite and give birth to a child. It wasn't just people, those 2 divine pets. They had to find a way to obtain bloodline offspring as well. This is the way to ensure the longevity of the family's legacy. Lu Zhang, who was far away from the Song family in Tianyun City, suddenly shivered and looked around skeptically. Then he shrank towards Mac Yunlan's clothes. That's not right. I'm all buried in it. How can I be exposed to the cold wind? Ouch. Little 6 ears. Don't move. It tickles. Mu Yunlan knocked the little monkey's head and said in dissatisfaction. This time when they went to the south, without obtaining the true dragon's blood, they couldn't directly allow Lu Zheng to advance to the 4th rank, so there was still a need to cultivate hard and absorb that Yuan Dan completely. She had already discovered through Lu Zheng's avatar sent out to follow Feng Jiuxiao that the golden-scaled snake had metamorphosed into a golden-scaled Jiao and that its cultivation had reached the 9th level of the 3rd rank. Therefore, when he came back, he started practicing hard straight away. It was to make Lu Zheng's spiritual power level crush that golden-scaled snake once again. Such a complete failure would allow Feng Jiuxiao to suffer the most direct blow. It was also what Mac Yunlan wanted to see. Yunlan, Grandpa wants you to go over to him. Yi Wuxuan came to the door and shouted. This sister-in-law is also a person who doesn't stick to the smallest of rules, and doesn't speak softly as other big girls do, but instead pulls out her voice and has no scruples. Well, it's the same at night. No wonder my cousin likes it so much. Coming. Mu Yunlan ran out of the room, and the little monkey in her arms could only hold on to the sides to prevent himself from being shaken out. This tremendous force. It was still really, amazingly bouncy. Mu Yunlan went forward and took Yi Wuxuan's arm, and the two of them went to Song Natural's courtyard together. Yi Wuxuan retreated, and Mu Yunlan followed Song Tianran to the closed inner room. Yunlan, it seems like you've gotten a not-so-small chance, and your spirit beast cultivation has improved so quickly, but the Song family can't show nothing. This is 10 drops of spirit marrow, enough for your little monkey to advance to the 4th rank. Mac Yunlan revealed a look of surprise and hurriedly took it into her hands. In his last life, he hadn't gotten this from the Song family. So it seems that in the hands of these big families, they are more or less hiding some good stuff. Thanks, Grandpa. Song Tianran laughed. We're all family. There's no need to be polite with Grandpa. Cloud Breath, there's one more thing to ask your thoughts on. Sure enough, there's no such thing as pie in the sky. You tell me, what's the matter? Mac Yunlan asked obediently. Song Natural glanced at the lazy little monkey and spoke a passage that almost made Lu Zheng storm off. Yunlan, you know that high-quality spirit pets are essential for a family's legacy. Divine favor is something that can be found. Right now, in the entire Cloud State, there's only you, Feng Jiuxiao and the 2 old guys from Purple Sun City and MOU City, and the 4 of you have divine pets in your hands. Grandpa hopes you can get your little monkey to leave some of his bloodline behind in the Song family. In this way, the Song family will have a high-quality spirit pet inheritance, and even a divine pet once again. What are your thoughts on the matter? Macwanan covered her mouth. What do I have in mind? I want to laugh. This old man is bad. Absolutely not. Lu Zheng sent a voice message to Mu Yunlan while showing his teeth and glaring at Song Tianran. It was a very dangerous thing to be so mean to a royal beast king. But now, Lu Zheng had the backing of Mu Yunlan. Monkeys fighting for power. Song Tianran looked at the little monkey's behavior like this and was surprised. A divine pet deserves to be a divine pet. So small and with such a high spiritual intelligence. It can even understand these words. Nice guy, sure is a bad old man. I was even scolded for not understanding human language. Lu Zheng was furious, grabbing hard at the 2 clusters squeezing themselves. Mac Yunlan suffered pain and transmitted his voice in annoyance. Little 6 ears, what are you grabbing me for? It's Grandpa who wants you to give birth to a monkey. Go catch him. Lu Zheng turned a deaf ear. Joke, if I dared to arrest him, wouldn't I have been there already? A 3rd stage 9th rank spirit beast dared to take a shot at a royal beast king. I'm afraid I don't want to be lifted out of the sky and have my brain flower taken out and made into tofu brain. After transmitting to Lu Zheng on her side, Mu Yunlan hurriedly responded to Song Tianran. Little 6 ears does here. Obviously, it's very resistant. And, as you can see, Grandpa, it's still very small and not an adult, so I don't know at what level it's fertile. Trying to get it to breed offspring, you're really overthinking it. Lu Zheng once again became angry at his words. You girl even called me infertile. Simply the greatest insult to a male. Song Natural sniffed and looked at the small monkey's size, and couldn't help but shake his head as well, though he knew that little monkeys seemed to be able to get bigger. But that was a skill effect after all. It seemed, and it really didn't work. Thanks for the support. End of chapter 35. Chapter 35, Land of Exile. 4th talent, Fixed Body Manifestation. Requesting for follow-up reading. 35. Chapter 35, Land of Exile. 4th talent, Fixed Body Manifestation. Requesting for follow-up reading. Chapter 35, Land of Exile. 4th talent, Fixed Body Manifestation. Requests for follow-up reading. Harder fists. Song Natural's skeptical look really made Lu Zheng a little tense. It would have gone from a man to a monkey. He'd already taken a mental beating. Then I found out that I could take advantage of the veneer cream service and got a little balance back. But now, surprisingly, even their own fertility is suffering from questions. It's unbearable. Mu Yunlan held the little monkey that looked like it was about to go berserk in a death grip and quickly said to Song Tianran, "Grandpa, don't worry, I'll find a way to obtain the divine favored bloodline inheritance for the Song family. But not now. I'm going to let little Six Ears absorb the spirit marrow first." After saying that, Mu Yunlan hurriedly ran away. If she didn't leave, she really wouldn't be able to hold the little one down. Although the little monkey was now small in size, its strength was enormous. Mu Yunlan felt that his two clusters were going to be pinched by this little guy. Must hurry. Returning to her courtyard, Mu Yunlan handed the spirit marrow to Lu Zheng to go and absorb it drop by drop. This spirit marrow is a treasure that a spirit crystal mine can only produce a few drops per year. Swallow and absorb it, and you'll be able to step into the 4th rank. After Mu Yunlan had properly pacified the little monkey, she pondered over the fact that Song Tianran was looking for her today. She wasn't averse to the whole thing. It was inevitable for a family to keep the inheritance of spirit beasts of powerful bloodlines going. Any really big family needs to do this. However, in reality, there was no truly powerful spirit beast bloodline inheritance in Yunzhou. This was because any spirit pet with a bloodline quality of 7-star transcendent or higher that gained the ability to breed had to be an adult. For spirit beasts of this quality, the sign of adulthood was to metamorphose into the Beast King level. However, once they stepped into the Beast King level, breeding would have to be done by finding an identical Beast King level spirit beast. After all, the level of life is different. This is well understood. In terms of size alone, the difference between a Beast King level spirit beast and a Beast Spirit Realm spirit beast was not normally large. As a strong person who had once stepped into the Emperor realm in his previous life, Mu Yunlan knew very well that the water here in Yunzhou was very deep. The Cloud State, as it was truly called in the outside world, was named the Land of Exile. This was the place where the entire continent and even the entire world was most barren of spiritual energy. Spiritual energy was too thin, resulting in the inability to give birth to spirit beasts above the Beast King level. Even, as long as one stepped into the Beast King level, it would become extremely difficult to go any further here. And if you want to become stronger, the only way is to leave Cloud State. The furthest edge of the Cloud State possessed a circle of forest known as the Spirit Swallowing Forest. As the name suggests, if people or spirit beasts from the outside world enter this place, they will be devoured for their spiritual energy, and their realm will quickly regress to the highest 9th order Beast King level. That's why, those who leave, don't come back. Which person would willingly let his or her cultivation fall down after obtaining a strength cultivation above that of a royal Beast King? As for the weak, they can't come in even more. There was also a ferocious beast called the three-legged devil toad that survived in the Spirit Swallowing Forest, and its adult body was a Beast King level, let alone a weakling. Even a royal Beast King would find it almost impossible to enter. But at the same time, Mu Yunlan also knew another title for Yunzhou, the Land of the Divine Revelation. Here in the Cloud State, the probability of giving birth to a spirit beast with a high-quality bloodline was extremely high. Even many of them possessed divine beast bloodlines, and if they were cultivated, there was a great probability that they would metamorphose into divine pets. For example, Su Ziming's phaseless beast. Anyone who went out from Yunzhou would be selected by various sects or other forces to be trained as core personnel. In the 12 cities of the Cloud State, each of the great clans actually had strong people who passed down their offspring in the outside world. In his last life, after the Song family was destroyed, a group of Song family members entered Yunzhou from the outside and continued to reproduce here. A Sentinel Beast King possesses a lifespan of 300 years, and only these old men hold the true secrets of the family, as well as the secrets of the entire Cloud State. What happens within the Cloud State? The Cloud State resolves itself. If any of the families were wiped out, they would send people back to continue to reproduce here. Therefore, it looks like the families here are very weak. Virtually any family possesses a huge amount of chi and heritage. However, there were many latent dangers within the Cloud State. Take, for example, the Devil's Way. Many people of the Devil's Way have no way of escaping, so they stray here to avoid trouble. The Black Bear Corpse Demon that caused Song Tianran to be killed was something left behind by a person of the Devil's Way. There are patrol ambassadors set up by outsiders to Cloud State. Regular inspections will be made to Cloud State once a year, preventing any demons from causing widespread deaths to the point where outside clans would lose their heritage of powerful Imperial Beastmasters. There are still 4 months to go before the next patrol ambassador arrives, and that Black Bear Corpse Demon would awaken right after the 12 cities exchange competition ended. Can't wait for that time. After the exchange match, a way must be found to get rid of the Black Bear Corpse Demon first. Against this kind of demon, Mu Yunlan was still very good at it. As long as he possessed the strength of a Sentinel Beast King level, Mu Yunlan was certain that he could take care of that thing all by himself. But in such a short period of time, it was almost impossible to grow to the level of a Royal Beast King. There are other forces to rely on. While Mu Yunlan was thinking profoundly, a powerful aura was released from the little monkey that was refining the spirit marrow. Entering the fourth order, Mac Yunlan revealed a joyful smile. In her last life, with the golden scaled snake in her hand, she had not been able to possess a fourth-rank spirit pet at this point in time. Starting over has been a win. Little Six Ears, have you gained any new natural abilities? Mac Yunlan asked expectantly. Lu Zhang didn't bother to demonstrate and directly synchronized the newly acquired talent information to her. Talent, static manifestation. Effect, consuming a certain amount of spiritual energy and releasing it on a single target. It can seal the target's spiritual energy, making the target's physical body and soul fixed and unable to react, and at the same time breaking the change, making it manifest its original form. This is a hard control type talent skill. It directly immobilizes the target and also disables change type skills. Skills like Dharma Heaven and Earth also belong to change. Fixed manifestation was simply a heavenly gram to spirit beasts with this type of talent. However, this skill is not about completely incapacitating the target. The physical body and divine soul couldn't move their positions, and the spiritual energy couldn't be mobilized, but the spiritual energy could still be used, and it still had consciousness in itself. Therefore, if the target had mastered the means of spiritual attacks and the soul energy was extremely powerful, it was also possible to fight back, but at the very least, for the vast majority of spirit beasts, this is basically the same as being able to leave the target standing and passive. Mu Yunlan immediately thought of that black bear corpse demon. This thing, the corpse demon, was a melee-type monster with thick skin. If you fix it long enough, you can destroy it. This idea, however, was quickly abandoned again by her. The little monkey of the fourth order beast spirit realm definitely couldn't hold the black bear corpse demon that could tear the Song family's fifth order beast king to shreds for much longer. It would be more prudent to find another way. Regardless, this ability gained is still awesome. Little Six Ears, congratulations on gaining another powerful ability. Mu Yunlan picked up the little monkey and sucked on it fiercely. Then he said, stroking the little head again, hurry up and absorb the last drop of spiritual liquid. Then let's go out for a spin. Simply cultivating was limited in terms of strength enhancement, and Mu Yunlan felt that it would be more appropriate to let the little monkey acquire some more of the other spirit beast's innate abilities. There's no hurry. The doppelganger sensed a change in the golden scale scow. Thanks for the support. End of chapter 36. Chapter 36, Old Thing. I'll make you fly with a stick. Begging to be read. 36. Chapter 36, Old Thing. I'll make you fly with a stick. Begging to be read. Chapter 36, Old Thing. I'll make you fly with a stick. Begging for readers. Although Lu Zhang had always had his avatar follow Feng Jiuxiao, however, he hadn't let the incarnation ever come close to the side of the courtyard where Mu Yuan was. Feng Jiuxiao went to see Mu Yuan, and there was no way to know exactly what he said. However, after she came out, she returned to the courtyard she was in and took out that spirit fruit that Mu Yuan had given her and had the golden scaled Zhao swallow it. These, Lu Zhang was well aware of. The avatar fed back the information, and Lu Zhang immediately informed Mu Yunlan. Hearing that the golden scale Zhao had directly promoted to a fourth stage, third-ranked spirit level by swallowing a spirit fruit, Mac Yunlan revealed a cold smile. Humph, I knew that old man had a private stash. Back then, her advancement progress was nowhere near as fast as it is now, and by the time she reached the 9th level of the 3rd rank, she had already been expelled from the Mu family. Naturally, there was no chance of this spiritual fruit. This old man, Mu Yuan, was all the way with Mu Nanshan. There is no such thing as family in their eyes. Makabuchi knows the truth about everything. His idea was to obtain a new royal beast king to sit in the Mu clan as soon as possible, and then allow him to leave this place. In the meantime, he didn't want to dwell on anything. Mac Yunlan was tainted with the devil's way and was directly abandoned by him, but at that time, Mu Yunlan had not truly fallen into the devil's path, and there was still a divine favor like the golden scaled serpent in his hands. He categorically couldn't directly kill Mac Yunlan. Otherwise the people out there will definitely be blamed if they find out. Even if he goes out, he won't get the resources he wants to get focused training. But at the same time, he didn't want to be liquidated by the patrol. One could only make the cut by expelling Mac Yunlan from the Mac family. Throughout the entire process, there wasn't the slightest hint of treating Mu Yunlan as his own granddaughter, but rather just a tool person, a nuisance. Without authorization from Mu Yuan, Mu Nanshan wouldn't have the guts to dare expel a divine pet royal beast master from the Mu clan. Around, in Makabuchi's opinion, to the entire great clan of the Mu family, 1 or 2 divine favors were inconsequential. It would be a crime to affect his future. Mak Yunlan's fall into the devil's path in his previous life was due to his own personality to a certain extent, and the outside world's intervention and guidance to a certain extent. Having such cold-blooded relatives is fundamental. However, at this moment, Mu Yunlan did not have any blame for these people in his heart. There was only as much indifference as they regarded themselves. She knew that there wasn't much kindness in these big families in power, even within Grandpa Song Tianran. Yunzhou, after all, is such a place. She just knows what she's doing. Grandpa's family has been good to her, so help a hand. As for true kinship, not in the last life, and not in this one, either. Suddenly, Mu Yunlan felt warmth coming from his chest. It turned out to be the little monkey who had crawled into his arms and started to sleep with another cuddle. At this time, Lu Zhang had already finished absorbing the last drop of spiritual marrow and had successfully stepped into the first perfect level of the 4th order. Looking at the little guy in his arms, the indifference in Mu Yunlan's eyes disappeared. In its place was a ray of joy like sunshine. In this life, I still have you. Mak Yunlan looked into the distance again. And a fun opponent. In a flash, 2 days later, a Mak Yunlan unexpected person appeared in the Song family, shepherding the South Mountain. It was definitely not his personal will that he dared to appear in Sky Cloud City. Mak Yunlan thought of the cause of the matter in an instant. The Song family would not let Mu Nanshan step through the Song family's doors, and although Mu Nanshan was extremely resentful inside, he had to show his attitude due to Mu Yuan's intimidation. So, he directly rode his spirit pet into the sky, shouted down towards the bottom, Yunlan, don't be capricious, come home with me. Looking at Mu Nanshan's lofty stance, Mu Yunlan suddenly laughed out loud. This kind of appearance was like a mockery in the eyes of Mu Nanshan. A huff of anger grew on his face and he growled lowly, look at you. Where's the decency of the eldest miss of the Mu family? Come home with me. What's the point of sticking around here? You've lost all your face. Mu Yunlan didn't reply. Her eyes were filled with the indifference of viewing strangers. It was as if there were no more emotional waves within her for this man. However, Lu Zhang could not endure it. Old thing, I'll make you fly with a stick. In an instant, he directly disappeared from Mu Yunlan's arms. At the same time, the body size expanded dramatically. In the blink of an eye, he transformed into a giant ape that was over 26 meters tall. When he surfaced in midair, the sand and rocks had converged into a rocky heavenly pillar that flew into his hand. Seeing this scene, Mu Yunlan was instantly startled. It's too late to stop it. She could only take out the Rui golden body lamp to enchant Lu Zhang with a golden armor, causing the rocky heavenly pillar in his hand to turn into a golden giant rod. And although Mu Nanshan, who had seen Lu Zhang transform, was somewhat stunned, but then a look of mockery filled his eyes. A 4th-ranked little monkey, despite being a divine pet, had dared to strike out at himself, a 9th-ranked imperial beast master. That's so naive. However, the next instant, he suddenly realized he couldn't move. The rod, however, was slammed into itself almost in a flash. The tremendous force directly sent him flying out along with the spirit pet underneath him. That's a lot of power, and it gave them a direct hit to the sky. Seeing this scene, Mak Yunlan couldn't help but exclaim in excitement. Little 6 ears, well done. In fact, Lu Zhang was relieved after he was certain that he had managed to send Mu Nanshan flying. He does have an element of gambling. If he had released the fixed manifestations skill alone, he probably wouldn't have been able to wait for that stick to land on Mu Nanshan at all, and it was also unable to simultaneously immobilize the spirit beast underneath Mu Nanshan in an instant. But he just happened to recreate a batch of out-of-body incarnations because he had broken through his cultivation the day before. At this time, except for the one on Feng Jiuxiao's side, 48 of his incarnations are buried underground here. Together with himself, 49 fixed manifestation skills landed on Mu Nanshan and that spirit beast of his. The 6-eared macaque's natural skill is just so dominant. Even if the opponent's level is high, the skill can still take effect. It's just a matter of how long. And the 49 spells unleashed together produced a good effect nonetheless. At least, it kept his stick from falling. He finished the harsh words he had just put out. With a single stick, he sent a 9th-ranked beast master along with his spirit pet flying into the sky. You're looking for death. Mu Nanshan's extremely angry voice came from above the sky. At this moment, Lu Zhang was the one who had already shrunk smaller and shrunk into Mu Yunlan's arms. He knew that it was impossible for Mu Nanshan's attack to fall. Sure enough, the next moment, a loud roar appeared, and immediately afterward, a fiery mad lion that looked like a volcano blocked the midair. the Beast King level pressure was released, causing everyone to feel 10,000% fear. Natural Song's voice came. Mu Nanshan, the Song family is not a place for you to be wild. Get back to your spirit market city. Yunlan will stay in my Song family. If you want someone, let your father come and grab them. The domineering voice was like thunder rolling from the sky. It made Mu Nanshan sweat coldly. He glanced resentfully at Mu Yunlan, regretting in his heart why he had given birth to this daughter at that time. Gritting his teeth, he said nothing and whisked his sleeve away. Mu Yunlan looked at his departing back and let out an unrestrained laugh. Then he hugged and kissed the little monkey in his arms for a while. Thank you, little 6 ears. Lu Zhang propped up the 2 clusters with force, leaving himself room to breathe. More than 2 months passed quickly. Since half a month ago, the crowd in Xiang City, one of the 6 cities in the south, had more than doubled from before. It was only because the 12 cities Junior Imperial Beastmaster Exchange Conference was about to open. Thanks for the support. End of chapter 37. Chapter 37. Even if I let little 6 ears fight with his eyes closed. Requesting for follow-up readings. 37. Chapter 37. Even if I let little 6 ears fight with his eyes closed. Requesting for follow-up readings. Chapter 37. Even if I let little 6 ears fight with his eyes closed. Requests for follow-up reading. The location where the congresses are held will rotate one at a time. This time it was held right in the city of Xiang. Small families watching the game came out in droves to purchase admission tickets to watch the game. The construction of the large racecourse has been completed, enough to hold 100,000 people together. It's not that more people can't be put in, but only 100,000 people are allowed to watch. This stuff, too, has a threshold. Of the hundreds of millions of people in the entire Cloud State, only 100,000 were qualified to enter. That in itself is a status symbol. Near the start of the match, people from all the big clans arrived one after another from all over the place. For each family, there is a special courtyard for staying. These were purchased down by the families themselves. In every city, there were scouts and business of each family, and everyone knew it by heart. Although these families competed with each other, they generally belonged to a high-level interest group that formed a monopoly on the resources of Yunzhou. Other small clans, absolutely no possibility of rising. There were only so many sporadic geniuses that could cultivate to the Beast King level and walk out of here. Doesn't make for a thriving family legacy. Mu Yunlan didn't follow the Mu family or the Song family to Xiang City. After that day when Mu Nanshan approached the Song family, she left the Song family and began to go from city to city. Ostensibly, it was looking for the sons and daughters of various families to spar. The real goal was instead to gain access to the natural abilities in their spirit pets. The ability of the Beastmaster is a close second, compared to the centralized inheritance of a spirit pet's high-level bloodline. The talent awakening of an Imperial Beastmaster has a great deal of randomness. In the entire Cloud State, currently, there had only been such a Rieo-level talented Imperial Beastmaster like Feng Jiuxiao. There were no more than 5 people with Moonflower-level talent a year. The generations added up to just over 20. Cumulatively, over 3 generations, there wouldn't be more than 100. 9 stars of Star Glow level talent was already not low, and it's not mainstream. The vast majority of the disciples of the big families were still gifted at around the 6 or 7 star level. This kind of talent did not increase the strength of the 6-eared macaque much, compared to the talent of a beast swordsman. Yunzhou valued the quality of a spirit pet more. After all, a royal beast master's cultivation in the beginning was almost entirely dependent on his own spirit pet. In the later stages, even if the imperial beast master is able to cultivate on his own, having an additional powerful spirit pet to assist in cultivation is far faster than cultivating on his own. Every family had their own continual spirit pet, even though the quality might only be at the 7-star transcendent level, but among them can also be selected excellent and unique offspring. The Song family's inherited spirit beast was the flaming mad lion, the inheritance spirit pet of the Mu clan. On the other hand, was the red-scaled griffin, which was the likeness of the flying spirit pet that Lu Zhang's incarnation had changed into at that time in the 100 Treasure Mountain secret realm. That Beast King level flaming mad lion of Song Natural and the Beast King level red-scaled griffin in Mu Yuan's hand were only at the 8-star transcendent level in quality. One only needed to have a quality of 5-star transcendent or higher to possess the qualifications to be promoted to Beast King. From here, one could see how deep the great families of the 12 cities of Yunzhou were. Almost every inherited spirit pet in the hands of a disciple had the qualifications to advance to Beast King. It was just that Yunzhou's resources were limited and its spiritual power was thin. That's why only a handful of people stand out. But there was no doubt that everyone who truly walked out from here could inevitably become a powerful person on one side. Mu Yunlan knew that he had been secretly escorted by strong people along the way. she's kind of a celebrity now. It wasn't because she was looking around for a challenge, but because of the stick that little monkey had swung that day in the Song family. A 4th-ranked spirit beast, a stick to fly a 9th-ranked imperial beast master. This is simply alarmist, overly fantastical, but that's just the way it is. Truly sitting on the matter that the little monkey in her hand, the 6-eared macaque, was of the divine favor bloodline. The Mu family had 2 divine favorites in one family, and for a while, they were in the limelight. Although there didn't seem to be any harmony between father and daughter. That Mu Yunlan was also surnamed Mu. Taking a step back, Mu Yunlan returned to the Song family and to Sky Cloud City. The final result was that the 6 northern cities had 2 more divine pets, breaking the previous situation where only Purple Sun City and Mou City among the 6 southern cities had divine pets. The changes in Cloud State will gradually map to the outside world. Only the royal beast kings of the various great clans could realize the impact of a little change in the situation. If these 2 divine pets grew up and entered the outside world, what kind of huge changes would they bring about in the end? Undercurrents. Mac Yunlan didn't care about this. She stepped inside the Purple Sun City and said to the little monkey in her arms, "The time is just right. Tomorrow is the day the exchange conference officially begins. Are you ready?" Lu Zheng lazily transmitted his voice. "Prepare for what? Even if it's those spirit beasts that have been awakened for a year and a half. Is there anyone else who can block one of my strikes? What's more, didn't we beat them all up?" Mac One Ran snapped and kissed him. Jet laughed. "Worthy of being my little 6 ears? It's meant to be so dominant. Let's go. Let's see which spirit pet still dares to raise its head in front of us." The 12 Cities Junior Imperial Beastmaster Exchange Conference has an age limit of 18 years old or less. While each city only has a maximum of 4 spots, there can be fewer than 4, but there is a maximum of 4 slots in a city, regardless of how many clans. That is, up to 48 people. After Mu Yunlan signed up and registered, he realized that all the participants were only 32 in total. Those who dared to compete were at least 3rd-order Imperial Beast Masters. Even if it was a big family, it wasn't guaranteed that every 2 years they could put together a group of elite teenagers who could compete. Staying at the Song family's courtyard in Xiang City, not long afterward, Song Snap came to the door, accompanied by one other person, an obsequious-looking kid. "Yunlan, this is Song Li, the child of the Song family's 2nd house, just turned 17 this year, about the same age as you, and also the junior beastmaster of the Song family who is going to battle this time." Glancing at the kid, nothing stuck in his memory. Mac Yunlan said full of concern, "It doesn't matter. The first place in this competition is already in my pocket. The tournament is based on a one-on-one elimination system." Song Li was only at the 4th level of the 3rd rank, so he estimated that among all the participating members, he was at most in the middle to lower reaches of strength. However, Lu Zhang, who was in Mu Yunlan's arms, suddenly moved. Then he passed on the information about the natural ability he had just acquired from Song Li to Mu Yunlan. Seeing this message, Mu Yunlan also moved his eyebrows slightly. "You better not use your powers on me," she said with a hint of menace in her tone. This made Song Li, who had been coy just a moment ago, even more frightened, so frightened that he almost completely hid behind Song Snap. Song Snap, on the other hand, glanced at Mu Yunlan in surprise. "You actually know his abilities? This kid has been hidden by our Song family for a year, and it's the first time he's been brought out. He was asked to come over here just to spy on you specifically. Talent, soul eavesdropping. Effect, consume a certain amount of spiritual energy to release it on a single target, obtaining the opponent's mental fluctuations for a period of time, hearing the target's heart, and sensing the target's thinking. This is indeed a nice ability. Even if it wasn't a Moonflower-ranked talent, it was still a Starburst-ranked 9-star talent, but Mu Yunlan didn't want her thinking to be monitored by others, and likewise she didn't want Feng Jiuxiao's thinking thoughts to be known. The secret of rebirth. No one, other than himself and Feng Jiuxiao, could know. One more person who knows about it is a little more variable and a huge risk. Whoever you meet, make him concede the first fight. Don't expose him. These people, even if you let little 6 ears fight with his eyes closed. Thanks to the owners for their support. End of chapter 38. Chapter 38. My maiden, the more perverted she gets, begging for a follow-up read. 38. Chapter 38. My maiden, the more perverted she gets, begging for a follow-up read. Chapter 38. My maiden, the more perverted she becomes, begging for a follow-up read. These people, even if we let little 6 ears fight with his eyes closed, one of them is no match. Hearing this, Song Snap hesitated slightly before nodding. 2 months ago, the stick that the 6-eared macaque had struck over the Song family was still fresh in his mind. The 4th-ranked Spirit Beast sent the 9th-ranked Imperial Beast Master and the 9th-ranked Spirit Beast flying with a single blow. Such a subversion of common sense. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, Song Snap would have thought it was an absurd rumor. The Song family had asked Song Li to come over, and only to provide limited help. A real sparring match can't help. It's just the icing on the cake. Now that she was seen through her ability by Mu Yunlan at a glance, she might be seen through by others as well, so she might as well just quit. Song Li wasn't expected to acquire any ranking this time anyway. After Song Snap left with the people, Mu Yunlan looked at the little monkey in her arms and said fiercely, "You're not allowed to just eavesdrop on my thoughts." Lu Zhang turned his head, sent a message through the bridge of sharing. "I'm lazy. I don't even bother to listen to all your usual crumbs." Mu Yunlan sniffed and fainted. "No way. You have to listen to everything I say." When she said that, she suddenly thought of something and let out a jerky, strange laugh. "Quickly replace the avatar and listen to what that woman Feng Jiuxiao is thinking." Lu Zhang glanced at Mu Yunlan with a helpless look on his face. Other people's Imperial Beastmasters get cuter and cuter. My teenage girl, the sicker she gets. But what can be done? Lu Zhang had to quickly let one of his avatars go over and complete the replacement, and the new avatar gained his new skills. Feng Jiuxiao was currently within the Mu family's estate in Xiang City. Mu Nanshan looked at the two people in front of him. One was Feng Jiuxiao, and the other was a 17-and-a-half-year-old teenage Imperial Beastmaster, Mu Liming, from the sideline of the Mu family. "Jiao Xiao, I've already made a deal with the Hua family and the Lin family, and people from both of them are joining with Mu Liming to eliminate as many opponents as possible for you. Whoever of the three meets you will simply concede defeat, allowing you to retain more energy." After a pause, Mu Nanshan's already low voice became a few points more eerie. "I only have one request, to defeat Mac Yunlan, and to completely waste that monkey, completely." Hearing these words, Feng Jiuxiao couldn't help but frown. In her mind, she didn't want to really hurt the little monkey, even though his spirit pet, the golden-scaled snake, was knocked out once by the little monkey. But she thought it was the little monkey's anger out of his anger at having chosen the golden-scaled snake and abandoned it. Understandable. She even had the idea of taking the little monkey back from the hands of that devilish demoness Mu Yunlan. However, she didn't refute Mu Nanshan's words, because she was clear that Mu Nanshan had been humiliated in the Song family that day. And not only did he compromise the majesty of the family head, but he also came back to be taught a lesson by Mu Yuan. The hatred in this, I'm afraid, washed away all the so-called father-daughter bonding. Default is fine. How do you do it is still up to you. And with regards to defeating Mu Yunlan, Feng Jiuxiao was still very confident. Despite learning that the 6-eared macaque had sent a 9th-ranked Imperial Beastmaster flying with a single stick, it was only a momentary outburst. After these 2 months of enhancement, the golden-scaled Jiao had grown to the 8th level of the 4th rank. Such a powerful spiritual cultivation, coupled with the techniques he had mastered and the golden-scaled Jiao's own divine-level bloodline, defeating Mac Yunlan was 9 out of 10. In the Song family garden, Mu Yunlan, who had learned what Feng Jiuxiao had in mind from Lu Zhang, said in a cold voice, 4th rank and 8th weight. The elevation is really fast after all. But to think that victory is assured with such strength is really arrogant. And take my little 6 ears back, smug ass. The last life was this kind of character. Being reborn once, it's still the same. It's true that nature can't change, always thinking that what she stands for is right, so that everyone else has to do what she wants and do things that claim to be righteous. It's worthy of you, Feng Jiuxiao. After sneering at Feng Jiuxiao through the air, Mu Yunlan looked at Lu Zhang and put on a gentle face. Little 6 ears, you'll never leave me, right? Lu Zhang twisted his head arrogantly. Woman, you better be nice to me. Upon hearing this, Mu Yunlan immediately went forward and once again picked up the little monkey in a hug, kissing it as she did so. Haven't I been good to you? If you were any other Imperial Beastmaster, where would you be able to raise your level so much in such a short period of time? Just follow me in peace. When we get out of here, there's a much wider world out there, with even more goodies waiting for you. Let me tell you, outside of Yunzhou there is a place called the Peachland Sanctuary, which is filled with delicious and spiritually rich spirit peaches. When we get out, I'll take you peach picking, guaranteed, so you can eat your fill. Hearing the word peach, it was as if something engraved in his bones was stirred. Lu Zhang subconsciously gulped, but he quickly thought of something and asked with a suspicious face, when you said you'd take me to pick peaches, you weren't going to steal them again, were you? This girl has a history. Mac Yunlan heatedly smiled. A look of you guessed it again. Lu Zhang was speechless and looked at the heavens. In the twinkling of an eye, the next day, in the middle of the Colosseum, 100,000 seats were filled to capacity. As the contestants from each clan entered one by one, The cheering didn't stop. The noise was so loud that Lu Zhang couldn't even be bothered to sneak off to sleep. 32 players, randomly selected on the spot to be matched. The entire arena was divided into 16 venues, with all matches taking place at the same time. Immediately after the top 16 were decided, the next draw was made to match them, decide on the top 8, then the final 4. Finally, 2 people remained for the final King of Junior Beastmasters title. This means that 5 games need to be played back-to-back if you want to get the final first place. Any chance to take a break in a tournament with such a high concentration of top talent is invaluable. Spirit Ruin City carried out a 3 guarantee strategy, and there was a high probability that it could save Feng Jiuxiao from a round of fighting. As for Mu Yunlan, he had no requirements in this regard at all. It was like what Lu Zhang said at the beginning. It doesn't matter which spirit pet can withstand a blow from it. Announcement of the results of the draw. Match 10, Skycloud City's Mu Yunlan versus Fido City's Ma Tianlin. The horse family's inherited spirit pet was the blood-treading spirit colt. Its 4 hooves looked like there was a blood-colored flame burning, which was actually a kind of blood energy. The blood-treading spirit colt was white overall, with only its eyes and hooves being blood red. Ma Tianlin was holding a long spear, and that thing was a rank 7 spirit weapon. A set of armor of the same quality was also worn. It's all blood red. At first glance, it looked like a general who had killed his way out of a mountain of corpses. Seeing Mu Yunlan, Ma Tianlin drank in a deep voice. Mu Yunlan, you definitely can't be blamed for my elder brother's death. Today, I will avenge my brother's death. Before the words fell, a cloud of blood mist erupted from his body, and both himself and the blood-treading spirit cult below him released the aura of 4th stage 2nd degree spiritual energy. But in reality, this guy was only at the 9th level of the 3rd rank. This was to open the Ma clan's blood-burning secret art as soon as he came up, causing his own cultivation to skyrocket in a short period of time. Mac Yunlan was a bit baffled. She didn't even know who Ma Tianlin's older brother was, so how did an enemy pop up? The exact reason didn't matter. Looking at the guy that came galloping in mid-air, Mu Yunlan skimmed his lips and said to the little monkey, "Little 6 ears, hurry up and get him down. Where did the madman come from?" Saying so, but without letting go of the little monkey, it was obvious that she thought that such an opponent did not need the little monkey to go straight down yet. Before her words fell, she saw the galloping man and horse fall steeply toward the ground. Thanks for the support. End of chapter 39. Chapter 39. This stick shattered the teenager's heart against the odds, begging for a follow-up read. 39. Chapter 39. This stick shattered the teenager's heart against the odds, begging for a follow-up read. Chapter 39. This stick breaking the teenager's heart against the odds, request for follow-up reading. Lu Zheng didn't move anywhere at all, directly releasing the long-range skill combination attack. The combination of the 7-star Transcendent Mortal Spiritual Pet Herculean Bull's talent, Gravity Traction, plus the 6-star Transcendent Mortal Spiritual Pet Cloud Placing Crane's talent, 1000 Heavy Clouds. The Cloud Chi impact coupled with gravity guiding it. Ma Tianlin along with his blood-treading spirit cult were viciously smashed down to the ground, and before they hit the ground turned into a quagmire. It was precisely the effect of the 6-star Transcendent Spiritual Pet Black Zephyr Lizard's talent, trapping Earth into Zephyr. It ends with the Gathering Sand gift. The power of the Earth violently squeezed towards Ma Tianlin and the blood-treading spirit cult who were plunged into the ground, directly trapping both of them in the ground. Even a rocky ground spike was directly against Ma Tianlin's neck. In the next moment, he could be killed on the spot. But Lu Zhang didn't let the ground spikes go any further, though due to his overly silky stances, those 8th and even 9th ranked Imperial Beast Masters didn't react. However, this was the exchange conference, and Lu Zhang did not want to invite trouble for himself and Mu Yunlan. He was thinking of going outside for some peaches, but he couldn't die here, and at the same time, he had also managed to obtain Ma Tianlin's heartbeat through the soul eavesdropping talent he had just obtained. His older brother went to the last 100 Treasure Mountain's secret realm, and was one of the people from the Ma family that you killed. Lu Zheng transmitted his voice to Mu Yunlan. Mac Yunlan came to a realization, then gave Ma Tianlin a disdainful look. Although it is right to avenge the death of your elder brother, but after leaving the secret realm, life and death inside regardless. This is the rule. Don't get involved if you can't afford to play. Now you have to lift the table when you lose, and you don't have the ability to do it yet. Piece of. In this one, Mac Yunlan had undoubtedly won. After entering the waiting area and waiting for a quarter of an hour, all the battles ended and the top 16 were decided. The draw was redrawn, and for the second match, Mu Yunlan's opponent was Yen Jiro. Yen Jiro was only a year older than Mu Yunlan, and her spirit power cultivation was only at the 2nd level of the 4th rank, which wasn't extremely high. She had already crossed paths with Mac Yunlan. When he came on, he chose to concede directly. Yunlan, make sure you get the quatermass. It's not particularly humiliating for me to lose to the kaiju, Yenjiro said smilingly. Mac Yunlan also responded with a smile, but it was just a play on words. Yenjiro is no slouch. Of their generation, not many of them went out of Yunzhou. Among them was Yenjiro, and later she also had a notable reputation in the outside world. Continuing the break, the final 8 are decided. At this moment, every one of the 8 people still remaining had a spiritual power level of at least the 2nd level of the 4th rank. However, the remaining 6 were all a year older than Mu Yunlan and Feng Jiuxiao. It's clear which 2 are better talent-wise. Final 4 scramble. Mu Yunlan's opponent was Feng Jiuxiao. The leader of the previous competition was none other than Windstorm City's Feng Jiuxiao, Feng Jiuxiao's older brother. Feng Jiuxiao was equivalent to a weakened version of Feng Jiuxiao, with a talent of only 9 stars at the starburst level and a spirit pet of only 8 stars of transcendent quality. Although it was at the same rank as when Wind Pilgrimage Sage entered the competition, both of them were at the 1st level of the 4th rank, but it doesn't have the capital to cross the line and challenge. He was considered a genius, but none of the people standing here were mediocre. Clouds from the dragon, wind from the tiger. The Wind family's inherited spirit pet was none other than the divine Wind White Tiger. A huge white tiger that was more than 8 meters tall landed on the wind, and by its side was Feng Jiuxiao, who was wearing armor and holding a battle sword. As a direct descendant of a great family, there was no shortage of spirit weapons. The rating is not high, but it's enough for now. Come and fight. Mac Yunlan shook her head at his passionate look and tossed the little monkey upwards. Go on, little 6 ears. Give him a stick to clear his head. Though she was quite displeased with this action as if she was throwing a weapon. I can obviously teleport there myself. You're throwing me off like that. It's making me lose face. Roar. With a rather furious roar in his heart, his figure grew against the wind, reaching a height of 30 meters in the blink of an eye. It wasn't that it couldn't get bigger, but Lu Zhang felt it was enough. Gathering sand into towers, rocky pillars of heaven, hold with both hands. Thunder flash. Gravitational traction increases the bludgeoning, and a stick falls. In Feng Jiuxiao's eyes, it was a mountain-like monkey holding a heavenly pillar that suddenly appeared. Under the lock of the powerful aura, there was no way to avoid it. The divine wind White Tiger roared, and the talent, divine wind, was unleashed as a strong wind rolled angrily, hardening onto that heavenly pillar. At the same time, the White Tiger raised its huge claws upwards with the gale. Looking at the stance, it was as if he was going to use the gust of wind to go against the trend and tear that terrifying dark gold monkey apart. But unfortunately, he didn't have the strength to swim against the current. The rocky heavenly pillar fell, and the fierce wind did not let it pause for a moment. The White Tiger's huge claws were broken apart the moment it made contact with the heavenly pillar, and immediately afterward, its entire body was heavily knocked down to the ground. Stop, I concede. This stick shattered Wind Sunrise's heart against the odds. Even though the White Tiger of the Divine Wind still had other natural abilities that he had not used, if he did not admit defeat again, this stick would completely hit the White Tiger, and it could almost directly beat it to death with a stick. This power was too terrifying. A 5th-rank transcendent spirit pet that excelled in strength wouldn't necessarily have this kind of huge power. No wonder the rumor had it that this monkey had sent a 9th-ranked Imperial Beast Master and a 9th-ranked spirit pet flying with a single blow. In the face of such power, any thoughts of turning the tide against the wind were gone. Everyone else can lift the table. You don't get to eat if you just turn the plate over. Everyone in the viewing gallery cheered. The monkey's power made them feel very excited. Only Mu Nanshan's face was horribly gloomy, and within another battleground not far away, the golden scale Zhao also won in a crushing manner. Wang Yang on the main seat commented with a smirk. Such a heavenly pride. His strength is truly terrifying. Both divine favors are in the Mu clan. Clan Master Mu. The Mu clan looks like it's going to rise strongly to become the #1 city in the 6 northern cities. Wang Yang was actually just about 10 years older than Mu Nanshan. However, as a royal beast king who possessed a beast king level divine pet, his generation was directly to the generation of Mu Nanshan's father, Mu Yuan. Whatever he said, Mu Nanshan didn't dare to speak out in rebuttal. All that could be done was to smile and nod with a black face. There is an unwritten rule in Yunzhou: the king does not leave the city. Imperial beast kings, within their respective city's sphere of influence, could not easily leave. To do otherwise would be considered a provocation to other powers. Even though the exchange competition caused geniuses to converge on Purple Sun City, the various families had only sent their 9th-ranked Beast Spirit Realm Imperial Beast Masters to come. As the only royal beast king in the city, Wang Yang alone could slaughter everyone here. What anger Mu Nanshan had could only be endured. He knew that Wang Yang's words were cynical, yet he needed to give a smile. When he looked at Mu Yunlan, his eyes were filled with a fierce aura. The final four are born, and the draw is made again. Semi-final match 1, Spirit Market City. Feng Jiuxiao versus Heavenly Cloud City. Mu Yunlan. After the host announced the results of the draw, everyone focused their eyes in the middle of this one venue, and the other duel was barely noticed. Everyone knows that this one, in fact, is the title fight. A battle between two great divine pets, the golden scale Jiao of the 8th level of the 4th rank, versus the 6-eared macaque of the 6th level of the 4th rank. The 5-clawed golden dragon that the golden scale Jiao had changed into made almost all of the royal beast master's spirit pets feel a great pressure, while the shock from the 6-eared macaque stick also made the crowd feel fear in their hearts. Is the golden dragon stronger, or is the monkey's stick more powerful? All, wait and see. End of chapter 40. Chapter 40, Hexagram returning to the sun ignites the golden dragon. Lava fire armor becomes the 6 ears. Requesting for follow-up reading. 40. Chapter 40, Hexagram returning to the sun ignites the golden dragon. Lava fire armor becomes the 6 ears. Requesting for follow-up reading. Chapter 40, Hexagram returning to Yang burning golden dragon. Lava fire armor becomes 6 ears. Requesting for follow-up reading. Both sides enter. The golden scale Jiao beside Feng Jiuxiao couldn't wait to finish transforming into a dragon. A 5-clawed golden dragon about 27 meters long soared into the sky. A dragon's roar accompanied by a mental fluctuation was transmitted into Lu Zhang's mind. Stinking monkey, I'm going to knock you out today. Lu Zhang spoke back directly through the bridge of sharing. Little loach, I'll beat you into the dirt with a stick. The onlookers didn't know that the two spirit pets had already started cursing. Feng Jiuxiao gazed at Mu Yunlan. She could sense that this life's Mu Yunlan was far more powerful than the previous life's Mu Yunlan of the same period. At first, she thought it was just a result of the change of heart that was the 6-eared macaque, but more and more, something was wrong. Like right now, under the gaze of her Emperor Realm powerhouse's spiritual condensation, Mu Yunlan surprisingly didn't look like he had fallen into a disadvantage in the slightest. All along, even if that little monkey had shown a divine pet level of talent, Feng Jiuxiao didn't even feel that the final result would be beyond his expectations. After all, she was a former Emperor Realm powerhouse. Even if that monkey had sent the 9th-ranked Mu Nanshan flying with a single blow, she had no qualms about succeeding on her own. This is the arrogance of a once legendary empress. But right now, the aura that Mu Yunlan displayed unexpectedly gave her a feeling of being unable to feel her way through. It shouldn't be. In an instant, she made a decision and changed her strategy of trying to hide her undercard in the beginning. 6 flags emitting golden light flew steeply into midair. In the center was the 5-clawed golden dragon. As a spiritual power fluctuation surfaced, the formation was unleashed. Abruptly, a strong light fell from the direction of the sun and struck into the body of the 5-clawed golden dragon. Anon, the 5-clawed golden dragon's body, growing against the wind, once again became larger, directly coming to a length of nearly 50 meters. Not only that, its body was burning with flames. Seeing this scene, Mu Yunlan was immediately startled in his heart. Not good. This is the hexagram returning sun formation. I didn't expect her to have gotten her hands on a set of formation flags at the level of a king's grade spiritual treasure at this time. Little 6 ears, watch out. With the addition of this formation, the golden scale Jiao's spirit power cultivation has skyrocketed once again, having reached the 7th level, and it even has a weakened sun true flame to protect its body. An anxiety that hadn't been there since she was reborn finally appeared in Mu Yunlan's tone. Obviously, the appearance of this thing was really out of her expectation. No wonder Feng Jiuxiao, this guy is full of confidence. It turns out to be a long time ago with the bottom of the box backhand. Even if the grade 9 exalted grade spiritual treasure Ruby Golden Body Lamp was seized by Mu Yunlan, with this set of king grade formation flags and Emperor Realm formation, it would be enough to overturn the situation. So what if you beat up a 9th ranked Imperial Beast Master? At this moment, the 5-clawed golden dragon was able to spar with a 9th rank spirit beast for 3 moves. Lu Zhang had already completed his transformation when Feng Jiuxiao opened the formation, transforming into a 36-meter tall giant ape. For her part, Mac Yunlan took out the Ruby Golden Body Lamp at the first opportunity to increase it. His height soared to 40 meters, and the rocky heavenly pillar in his hand was wrapped in a layer of golden light. The 2 giant beasts, both of which were flashing with golden light, made it impossible for those of low rank to look directly at them. Powerful aura fluctuations opened up, and many high-ranked Imperial Beast Masters revealed shocked expressions. It was not as if there were no heavenly prides in the past exchange conferences, such as the one that Wang Yang had participated in which he had won the first place by overpowering the crowd. But at that time, His divine favorites did not display such a strong aura. It was only the 4th rank, yet it had the fluctuations of the 7th rank and the pressure of the 9th rank. However, at this point everyone can feel it. That 6-eared macaque's aura was clearly a step weaker than the 5-pawed golden dragon. Lu Zhang had already reacted when he saw the sunlight shining on the 5-clawed golden dragon, not waiting for Mu Yunlan to say those words. Instantly, behind him, 9 circles formed, and his aura was further escalated. Seeing this scene, Lin Yang, who was watching the battle, violently stood up from his seat. This is my talent. The 9 false rings. Lin Sheng, the Lin family's family head, couldn't help but frown as well. The other talents were not easy to recognize. Lin Yang's 9 Dharma ring was too distinctive. Moonflower level increased talent. This monkey, how could he master it? Aside from the Lin family's father and son, quite a few people also saw it. According to the information received by scouts from all sides, Moonflower level talent. Only 3 people had awakened in the 6 northern cities this year. Mu Yunlan, Lin Yang, and Duan Muinghua. Among them, Lin Yang's talent was the most obvious and prominent. 9 phalanxes, so iconic. And now, it appeared on the body of this spirit beast. It wasn't something hard to understand, and one possibility quickly came to mind. It was from Lin Yang that the monkey acquired his talent. This conclusion made the crowd even more horrified. A natural ability was a symbol of the potential of a spirit pet or imperial beast master, but this monkey was able to access other people's talents, meaning unlimited potential. Lu Zhang didn't care what others thought. At this point, he was just going to use all means to enhance himself. Open the Dharma heaven and earth and level up to around the 6th rank. Under the 9 mana rings, after the spiritual power reached 10 times its original level, the spiritual power almost came to the 9th level of the 6th rank. That's not enough. Lu Zhang slammed on the ground, and the earth suddenly cracked open as a ferocious magma spewed out. The magma rushed into midair like flowing water, spreading upward at a rapid pace from his feet. In the blink of an eye, it gushed all over his body. Yanjiro's eyes widened steeply, because this was exactly the lunar flower level talent that she possessed. Talent, lava fire armor. Effects, the power of endless lava surges throughout the body, increasing spiritual power, greatly increasing defense, making oneself immune to flame damage and mastering lava energy attacks, and causing lava counterattacks when attacked effects. After this fire armor was added, Lu Zhang's aura also stepped into the 7th rank, and the 5-clawed golden dragon attacked. It lunged straight up. With the true fire of the sun, the damage caused by its direct attack was already very powerful. Lu Zhang held the rocky heavenly pillar of burning lava in both hands and fiercely struck towards the top of that gigantic dragon's body. The 2 flaming beasts were almost as if they were going to set the entire sky on fire. Just when everyone thought that Lu Zhang's rocky heavenly pillar was going to collide with the dragon's claws, they saw the 5-clawed golden dragon pause abruptly. It was in this less than a breath's work that Lu Zhang's rock heavenly pillar had staggered the dragon's claws and struck the body of the 5-clawed golden dragon, knocking it down to the ground like a cannonball. It was Lu Zhang who utilized his avatar to unleash his fixed body manifestation natural ability. Seeing this image, a familiar feeling struck, causing the battle-watching Mu Nanshan to instantly burn with rage. It was this ability that had caused him, a hallowed 9th-ranked Imperial Beast Master, to lose face in front of the entire Song family. When he went back, he was also taught a hard lesson by Mu Yuan. Feng Jiuxiao saw this scene but didn't look anxious. His hands began to operate spiritual energy, looking like he was going to release some kind of spell. But at this moment, hundreds of ice picks attacked, directly interrupting her spell casting. It made Feng Jiuxiao have to dodge. However, he saw that Mu Yunlan was standing on top of a red and blue flying carpet, holding an ice spirit fan, and was looking at himself with a smile. Behind Mak Yunlan's back, there were also 9 Dharma rings enveloping him. Seeing this scene, Feng Jiuxiao's heart sank. In her memories, Mu Yunlan was the type of character that would never personally go down himself as long as his spirit pet had not died in battle. Yet, he didn't expect that she would take the initiative to come and take a shot at himself, a royal beast master. This Mak Yunlan, something really wasn't right. End of chapter.